Just bring your basketball mind, and I'm gonna tear your ass up.
Take it somewhere else, Ticket. We ain't doing that. We already did that, Ticket. No, we're not doing that. No, Ticket. We're not doing that. No. We're not doing that.
I'm gonna take you to get you a driver's license because you wet behind the ears, boy, and your breath smell like Similac. You can't live in my world. And I'm gonna tell y'all something, right? I'm not playing no games. I want that boy on Thanksgiving on the bash. I want him, and don't bring no goats.
Now you want to change the subject.
Welcome to Players' Choice, the #1 place to be for hot takes and flop takes.
I'm not even sure he's on the top 5 of the all-time greatest Lakers, bro.
That's not ridiculous. That's not ridiculous to say that.
It's ridiculous. You get me.
Stop right there. Hold on. Stop right there. We done. Okay, you done now.
Say, you got to get it today.
Ticket was born in 1982. Don't let him trick you.
But who's the better talent? Like on the court, like as just a basketball player, no accomplishments.
Why do you do this, Shaq? You just like, does it fill your head up?
I've seen Magic Johnson play so bad they call him Tragic Johnson. Here's the bullshit you be spitting. Didn't fall into no championship, man. He went out and got it.
I don't count anything before 1970. Well, the fact that you say that tells me that there's an underlying bias.
I do enjoy having the old guys be angry.
Whoa. I'll bring him up here. Bring him up here. You come up here with him. Y'all sit together like Siamese twins, motherfucker. Sit together like Siamese twins.
And you're not listening to me. You're not listening to me.
That's you guys. I don't agree with it at all.
I hate when I have to take this goddamn host hat off. I don't do this quite too often.
He averaged better than all them other dudes you said then.
That's cool because he's the best player in the world. I agree.
Okay,
like,
so
what's your point?
So what are you saying he's not used better?
Because he could be used better. Like, just because you're the best, I don't mean you can be
How
better.
is he supposed to be used better?
I was explaining it and you cut me off.
But Marz, you want to play this little game, boy? Like I said, you can't live in my world. I will take you and go get you a driver's license, right? So you can move around and you can come see me on Thanksgiving. You feel what I'm saying? Because I want to make sure you don't miss that date. What's up, Playboy? You ain't got your boys with you now. One-on-one. What's up?
What's up?
Don't get quiet now. Don't get scared now. Don't poo-poo in your pants now. Let's get it.
Why can no one talk?
Get that dirty ass breath off the mic, bro.
Hey, Doug, ain't nothing about this dirty. Everything we do is clean. Hey, Doug, I ride a $100,000 cars. Hey, don't play with me, dog. Like I said.
They ain't not playing with. I love you,
Hey,
coming up on man, so.
You can get some too if you want some.
That's cap, man. That's cap, bro.
Let me get you a cup of tea, Marz. I'm going to ask you a question. Young lad,
No. I'm saying.
because you're a fraud. I will crush your little ass, and then I will hand you a cup of tea, lad.
Michael Jeffrey Jordan, the greatest player ever fucking play the game of basketball.
Don't jerk that smoke.
Oh, hello.
Even when I'm wrong, I'm right.
Black Friday, it's done.
That's not what I'm asking you. Just answer the question.
That's
I don't know what
I'm
you feel.
saying.
Victor in your the time, and then maybe you actually
Yo, Ron.
What's up? Talk to me.
What's good? How you feeling, bro?
Man, I'm feeling like money today. Today is the day.
Yo, and for the people, you can catch the full trailer on the Players' Choice YouTube channel. We didn't want to play the ending because of copyright issues, so that's why we had to cut it short. But I got a few predictions. People asking why I didn't go up against Dale. I'm seeing it in the comments. I'm getting the messages, and I couldn't quite do it because I'm just not about to step in the ring and go against Dale after 3-4 months of not being in that field. So that's the reason, and I'm not scared of Dale. I just didn't want to go out like that. I respect Dale's knowledge and you guys to the team to just step back in that field and do that. But I mean, it is what it is.
Either way, Gus, how you feeling today, man?
I slept peacefully last night. I woke up. I've been waiting for these matchups all day. It's a certain essence to a one-on-one or a 1v1v1 where it's like, it isn't Players' Choice. It isn't the panel. It isn't Gridiron. Right now is Black Friday, face-to-face, and it's nothing but face-offs. How you feeling? What's your takes? How do you think tonight's going to go?
Today's about to be an epic day from start to finish. This is like Player's Choice, the panel on steroids. It's about to be no friendliness, no little banter, no funniness in here. It's not going to be none of that. It's going to be straight everybody going at each other's heads, everybody going at each other's throats. Pause. It's going to be melee from start to finish. Let me go ahead and bring up this battle card so you guys can see who's all facing each other.
I think we can all agree that as far as Player's Choice, we are in the golden ages. Everything is stepped up. We've hit quite the turn, and Black Friday is just the first domino to fall in a line of events that will come in the next 365. So everybody stay tuned. I will give you my dark horse. I'm not going to lie. My dark horse of this whole event is probably you, Ron. I think it would be you. It's either out of you and OGDABEAST. Everybody else, I feel like I know who's going to win. But out of you and OGDABEAST, I feel like you two have the most pressure on your shoulders to kind of prove. With JRob, Bama, and Rated R, our first matchup, I've heard nothing but excellent things about Rated R. I already know Bama and JRob. That's gonna be a throwdown. That's gonna be a throwdown. I'm curious to see who comes out on top. JRob's been talking. Well, actually, he hasn't been talking. He said this is a business trip for him.
Yeah, man, that's the first battle we got. That's obviously gonna kick things off. We're gonna bring that battle to you in about T-minus 4 or 5 minutes. But to get into some more battles, the Fluent and Dub, you guys know, you know what this is. It's like uncle versus nephew. It's like big brother versus little brother. You know, when they get in the same room with each other, they just can't control themselves. They gotta just talk shit to each other. So I really can't wait for that. I can't wait to see the energy that they're gonna bring. And you know, they've been debating for consistently for the last year, 2 years. So I want to see their new arguments and how they can really debunk each other's old theories that they already know. Chill versus Elder Rufus, Shaq. Talk to me about this one.
Ooh, boy, I've been kind of going back and forth. You know, I've known Chill for a while. Elder Rufus is kind of my favorite panelist right now out of everybody. So to see like the OGs going at it, I don't know how they're gonna hold their composure when they get in there and start throwing fists. And I don't know how Chill's gonna react to Elder. I know he knows how to react to Ticket, but can he react to somebody else out of TICKETtv's group? So it's gonna be real interesting to see how that matchup lands. But ultimately, I think I'm gonna go Chill.
Man,
narrowly.
As much as I love Chill, I think Elder's gonna get him just because I think Elder's standpoints and what he's debating is gonna ultimately sway the crowd, and I think he got the better topics to debate. But that battle, the thing I like the most about that battle is they literally have the best topics. They literally have the best topics throughout this whole thing.
How do you keep Kobe out the top 10? I mean, it's going to be an interesting point of view.
It's nasty.
That's crazy to me. That is a pretty nasty one. So we're going to see. I'm looking forward to Fluent absolutely steamrolling Dub. Like, you don't even understand what Fluent is about to do to Dub. I love Dub. That's my little brother. We all know that. But Dub came into the Ticket and Marz face-off a little more amped up than he was for his own face-off, as many people alluded to in the comments. And I don't know how he's going to be able to recover from that. He's more excited about protecting Marz than he is about protecting his reputation on this channel. So I think Fluent is really about to hammer it home. And this will be a nice little learning experience for Dub. But Dub has surprised in these last few months, so it could go the total opposite way, and if it does, I'll be here to give him his flowers as well.
Well, see, the thing about it is, you know, we were on Gridiron Wednesday night. As always, if you guys haven't seen it, come check it out. We're on Gridiron, and lo and behold, I fire up the live stream. I look over, and it's Henny Dub. whole different guy. If you know, Henny Dub is a whole different beast. So he was on Fluent's neck from start to finish, and I'm like, "Oh, is he?"
Do you think we get Henny Dub tonight?
He's during the face-off. He said he wasn't drinking. He said it wasn't going to be Henny Dub. But here's my thing: if Henny Dub shows up, I got.
He has a great chance. He has a great chance of holding his own.
If
we need that energy,
make an appearance, he needs that energy. Without Henny Dub, it's like.
It's hard to tap into that.
It's like KG not being amped up. How you gonna have a laid back KG? You know, so
that's very true. Let's get to Low and OG before we get to Ticket and Marz. I don't think we missed. Let's talk about you and Dale real fast. I honestly feel like you should punish Dale, knowing what I know from the past couple of years in the angles that he's going to take. This should be a very winnable win for you. I really don't feel like you should struggle. It is Dale, but I feel like if you come with a sound argument, he's fried.
Hey, I got a whole soundboard over here. I got nothing but logic for Dub.
Chris Cofield saying Ron gonna fold. I also do see that as well.
To Infinity and Beyond saying Ron for the dub.
All right, let's get to low.
Hey,
let's get to low and
have
OG.
to see.
Let's get to low and OG. The most anticipated, I feel like, battle of the night outside of Marz and Ticket and Chill and Elder. They're kind of all of a toss up. I'm gonna take. Oh, man, this is such a hard one. This is probably the hardest one and the closest battle to think about. I'm gonna go with low, barely. And OG could beat him.
Bro, this one is the one I don't know. I can't call it. I really can't.
OG could beat him. I don't know, but he could win. It just depends. The energy, man, the energy. Now let's get the Ticket and Marz before we get off into this first battle. Ticket versus Marz. I talked to Marz this week. I called him. You know, I gave him my pep talk that I feel like he needed going into this battle. He said he's not scared of anything. He actually feels confident that he's going to win. How do you think the energy of Ticket is? How do you think that's going to work? We also have King Josiah from the No Chill Guild podcast and NBA Twitter. He's actually hosting that battle. So how do you think what first off, what is he in for with the first time of him seeing Ticket? And secondly, do you think that he'll be able to cage Ticket's energy?
Well, I mean, it's funny because I talked to Ticket just yesterday, and he basically was saying like, this the calmest I ever seen Ticket. He was just straight to the point. He just said, "All right, I'm gonna take care of that boy." And so,
do you think Ticket should leave his energy at the crib? Do you feel like that will harm him?
Ticket leave his energy at the crib?
Yeah, do you feel like that will be votes against him? Because when he sat Dub down, when he said, Dub, I'm going to talk to you like in this voice, he started cooking Dub, deep frying Dub. So if he does that to Marz, I feel like, I don't know.
Ticket calling me right now. Y'all want to see Ticket up here for a minute? Come on. Let's go. Hey, Ticket. See, and this is why I know. That it's gonna be a long day for Marz.
It might be a long day for Marz. I wonder if Marz got any sleep last night. If he's nervous, if Marz is watching right now, do you feel like Marz did research for his battle against Ticket?
Ticket said, "Don't bring no notes." Marz got a whole scripture full of notes. Marz got a Bible of notes for Ticket, and that's why Ticket better be ready. That's why Ticket better be ready.
Bring your basketball mind.
Man, what the hell is wrong with y'all?
What's up?
Y'all want to play games with the big dog, right? Okay.
What happened?
Okay.
What happened?
You run around here giving that boy pep talks, calling him, trying to coach him up. You can't help that boy, man. He don't got himself into something he can't get out of, man. He can't get out of this.
That's what makes me nervous. What makes me this much nervous.
Everybody in the chat room come in here and say, "Oh man, Marz is gonna win." Man, shut up. Shut up. Y'all already know the end result. And all y'all running around here disrespecting Elder too. Y'all don't know Elder's knowledge is on 1,000. So y'all sleeping on Elder. Stop playing these games.
We're not sleeping on Elder. We're not sleeping on nobody out of TICKETtv's camp.
I ain't talking about y'all. I'm talking about the people in the comment section. See, I'm gonna tell you something. You got a lot of young dudes that cap for old. You got a lot of old dudes that cap for young dudes in here. And the young dudes, they already capping for the young dudes. So like I said, my number one mission is to set the record straight with these claims. That's why I came on the show. It's because I heard a whole lot of disrespect going on to the old school generation. And we need to straighten that out today. ASAP. They're going to get straight today. So little Marz.
Ticket, what happens if you lose to Marz?
Man.
Will you admit it?
Bruh, you got a better chance of getting pregnant, right? You got a better chance of getting pregnant right now, boy. And you know that. You know that. I got a surprise for Marz though today. I got a surprise for Marz. I'm gonna smoke that boy. I got a surprise for him. I got a surprise for him.
Ticket. Kobe and Jazz said Marz is Terry Cloth.
Man, listen, bro. Listen, bro. Man, listen, man. You can listen to them. They want him to win, of course. Bro, I'm the most hated, the most anticipated. All these people say they hate me, but they can't stop watching us. You understand what I'm saying? I hate Ticket, man. Ticket always talking over people. Ticket always screaming. But every single time we come on, you're going to turn on that channel, Player's Choice. And you're going to come catch Ticket. And you're going to come catch the crew, do what we do. So sit down and shut the hell up and enjoy what we do. Period.
And y'all heard it here first.
It's,
all right,
it's Friday. You ain't got no job.
Get into this first battle, Ticket. But,
yeah, nah, ain't no battle. Hold on, ain't no battle. I'm the battle. I'm the battle. I could be honest with you. I really could line up and take all of them on the day. All of them.
I have no doubt that you could.
Because they do that to me every single week. I come in here is 1-on-5 every week. Shaq is watching in the cut laughing.
That's also a fact.
Shaq is watching in the cut like, yo,
that's a fact.
He's really ganging up on Ticket. I know what Shaq is thinking.
That is a fact.
Every single week.
That.
Right? But you don't have to like it. That's cool. I'm used to being in them type of situations, right? And it's just like that, right? So it is what it is, man. And like I said, we're going to end up having to do a show in the future where all these little clowns is in the comment section running their mouth. I'm going to talk to Player's Choice. In the future, we're going to get a show called Ticket versus the World. So all you people in the chat room running y'all mouth, I'm going to give y'all an hour every week. And we just let people come up in here and debate me one-on-one for a segment.
Like Jimmy Two Shoes
in the comment section, right? So we can really test all this stuff they be talking in that comment section. When they get the hell smoke beat out of them, I don't want to hear nothing else. They're going to all put some respect on my name. That's all. I ain't want to know come and tell Shaq, stop calling that boy, man. That other boy don't need no prep talk, man. He don't need no. He get the main event today because he a little condescending. He be putting his head down, being disrespectful with his little hoodie on and stuff, looking down, trying not to listen to people. And he did it. He been doing it from day one. That little condescending stuff. I'm gonna pick his head up today. He gonna become a man today. Today he's gonna become a man. Cause today I'm gonna beat that sucker at his own game. He gonna become a man today. Today, boy, you gonna drop your nuts today, boy. You better believe that. Today you gonna drop them nuts.
Ticket. What topic are you most excited about washing Marz with?
I'm gonna get him on that what you call it on that KG topic, man. Because that's the one they was all. He's a liar. He was sitting up in here with them, kikiing with them when they were sitting up in here saying that all KG teams was trash. They said it, and he was up in here nodding his head to the beat. He wasn't saying nah, that ain't true. Nah, he was agreeing, just like he do everything else with Low and Dub. He agree with everything they say, bro. Nobody got time for that. So at the end of the day, like I said, I'm gonna smoke him easy, man. It's gonna be a sweep, period. And I'm gonna beat him at his own game. And I'm gonna leave it so can't nobody else come in here and say, oh, Ticket did this, Ticket did that. No, they gonna say, man, Ticket came and beat him at his own game, period. So at the end of the day, y'all enjoy the show. Enjoy all the debates today. Player's Choice doing it big. They got all the big dogs in here today. All the shows gonna be good. I will be sitting here watching. You know what I'm saying? And when it's my time, I'm gonna come. I might not even need an hour, bro. I might need like 15 minutes from Marz. It might be over that quick, bro. It might be one of them Deontay Wilder type things, man, where, you know what I'm saying? Bow! Face down, ass up, baby. Believe that.
Hey, y'all heard from the man, the myth, the legend himself, TICKETtv.tv. Hey, man, y'all feel the energy. Y'all feel the energy.
All right, Rob, we ready to get into this first one?
Yeah, we're going to get into this first one. I'm going to read this last super chat from my man, Web Slinger. He said, talking loud and interrupting people doesn't mean you win the debate, Ticket. You say Marz is condescending, but you only call him boy. Come on, man.
Marz is pretty condescending, and Ticket doesn't like condescending people, apparently. So we're really going to see if Marz turns into a man today. I hope so.
We will see. A couple more super chats. The Boss 5 said Ticket is Floyd Mayweather of Player's Choice. West the Post said, man, get Ticket out of here. Marz, fire emojis. All right, man, we're going to go ahead and get into this first battle with none other than my man JRob.
Oh,
What's goody? How y'all boys doing?
Ooh, we smooth today. How you feeling?
You know, I'm feeling good, man. I'm here. I'm on business. And I don't want to talk too much, bro.
All
You feel
right.
me? I'm here to work.
Yes, sir. Yo, Bama, what's the word today? I think you muted, bruh.
I'm muted. Hold on, let me fire this catnip up real quick. I got that catnip ready for rated R, rated triple X, because he's super nasty. JRob, my CTE brother, but I gotta do it to you, man. But you ready, man? We about to cook. Oh yeah, I'm fresh off a Turkey Bowl championship too, bro. Like, so I gotta keep this championship rolling, you know, just roll it into Black Friday, you know.
Most definitely. All right, rated R. If y'all don't know him, you know him now. What's up, bruh? Talk to us.
Man, I'm ready. This is about to be a battle. I'm born for this battle, and it's about to go down, man. Y'all better tune in, man. Real talk, man. We about to go down, man. You know what I'm saying? We got two competitive guys, you know what I'm saying? But I believe my knowledge overtake theirs tonight, man. And today, man, it's going to be a show. It's going to be a show tonight. Be prepared.
No doubt about that. Let me bring y'all all in here. In case you don't know how the format's going to go, each of you guys is going to get a minute in the first round. Then each of you guys is going to get a minute in the second round. And then in the third round, it will be 3 minutes for you guys all to debate. What I'm going to do is I need the chat to give me an order. Bama, JRob, or Rated R. Give me an order on who's going to go first, second, and third. And we're going to keep it that way. So the first topic of the day, you guys will get quarterbacks. Bama, who is your quarterback?
Oh, I got Lamar, the L Jack, man. Kodak Jack. Gotta fuck with the kid.
Okay. JRob, who you got?
I'm gonna take Joe Burrow.
Joey Burr. Joey Burr. Rated. Who you rocking with?
I got Justin Herbert, man. One of the most talented quarterbacks we have seen in NFL history. Absolutely.
Oh, that boy trying to already sauce the crowd up, man. Don't do that. Don't do that.
All right.
Prove it in your minute.
All right, so my man Trent McGahee, of course, he will be the one to tap in. He got JRob first, Rated R second, Bama third. So JRob, you ready to kick it off?
Yeah, I'll set the tone. Let's do it. All right, when I got my clock and let's get it.
All right, here's how we're going to do it. The clock is going to start whenever you are ready.
All right, bet. Happy Thanksgiving, everyone. Let's get to it. All right, so my best quarterback, not named Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen, is definitely Joe Burrow. In the last 3 years, Joe Burrow been sacked the most of any quarterback in the league at 151 times. This season, everybody was on his dick because he started out slow. It's 2-3. Now them boys is 6-4. And in that span, they have averaged 31.4 points a game. I'm going to put some into perspective for y'all for how good Joe Burrow is in situations compared to any other quarterback in the NFL. Joe Burrow currently right now is leading the NFL in passer rating, yards per attempt, first down percent per attempt, and rating at 104.6, I want to say. This man, I ain't gonna lie, I've never seen a quarterback have one of the worst O-lines, worst protecting situations, and still finds a way to win. And when y'all tell me intangible things outside of just looking pretty, throwing the ball don't matter, this is where it does. The fact that my man gets up every time and leads everybody, makes the plays, is the catalyst of a team that went to a Super Bowl. There's no way you can't tell me this guy is not at least the third best quarterback in the NFL if you rocking with Mahomes or Allen. At the end of the day, this man has the numbers. And let me just, the last stat for y'all. This is my
Hold up, JRob. I had to mute you. It's a minute and 30. I can't go over your time. As much as I want to, I can't do it. All right. Here we go. We got Rated R in the house.
Ready?
Yes, sir. Whenever you're ready to start.
Out of these quarterbacks between Lamar Jackson and Joe Burrow, Justin Herbert surpassed him in quarterback talent. If you look what Justin Herbert, did since coming in the league in 2020 for the San Diego Chargers, you got to forget that was a COVID-riddled season. And the man did something that nobody did in NFL history. That means throw for over 4,000 yards with 30 touchdowns with a quarterback rate over 98. If we look at terms of, what makes Justin Herbert the elite of the elite, is not only he has a cannon of an arm, but this man is one of the most accurate quarterbacks in the NFL. He has the mental ability to read plays before it starts. He has toughness in the pocket. He has one of the best deep balls in NFL because in terms of accurate, in terms of mechanics. Out of these two quarterbacks that I'm debating, Justin Herbert has more game-winning drives than Lamar Jackson. He has, if you look at from 2020 to 2021 to 2022, last year he threw for over 5,000 yards, 38 touchdowns, completion percentage over 66, and he had a quarterback rate over 97.7. This man is the elite of the elites, man. And then when JRob mentioned about pass blocking and mentioned about it, he didn't, Justin Herbert, Joe Burrow played with a horrible pass blocking. Justin Herbert's played with a horrible pass blocking as well. And he's
all right, Mookie. Time's up. Let's go. Bama, it's on you. It's your time to rebuttal the argument.
All right.
Rock and roll?
Yeah, I'm ready for all them note readers. Like I said, boy, it's a big difference between somebody who played the game and somebody who know the game and somebody who watched the game. All that bullshit. Like I said, Lamar Jackson is the best quarterback out of all of those dudes. He want to bring up the winning argument. Mookie can bring up the defensive argument. I got one for y'all. In 2018, Lamar Jackson's rookie year, they had the second overall ranked defense by the Ravens. Joe Flacco was the quarterback. Them boys was on the verge of being outside the playoffs. Matter of fact, they was like on a 6-game losing streak. Lamar instantly comes in and wins 5 out of the last 6 games to bring them boys to relevancy. Then comes back the next year and goes 14-2 and wins the MVP. Now, I know you're going to bring up all of that passing and he like to throw the ball all over the field. But guess what? I can say Justin Herbert and Joe Burrow aren't hampered by their offensive coordinators. Reason why I say that, you look at Greg Roman's career from when he went with the Bills, the San Francisco 49ers, his offensive passing yardage rankings has always been at the bottom of the NFL, even with those quarterbacks. So you can say, oh, maybe it's Lamar Jackson because he can't throw. I could just easily say it's Greg Roman and him being a horrible of an offensive coordinator. So for the fact that Alex Smith didn't win the MVP with him, Tyrod Taylor, Colin Kaepernick, all those quarterbacks that was up under Greg Roman. For Lamar Jackson to be able to squeeze the MVP up out of there, and the team is still having somewhat success while he's doing it, regardless whether you want to say he got a top 10. I just showed you they had the number 2 defense and didn't do nothing. I'm going to leave it right.
All right, Bama, time's up. All right, y'all. Y'all just heard the first round. We're going to get into the second round now. We're going to double right back. JRob, it is on you whenever you're ready.
We don't got that much time. All right, bet. Yeah, word. All right, let's tap. So I go whenever?
Whenever you're ready.
Where my guy at?
JRob, you good?
Yeah, I'm good. What happened?
Yeah, it's on you whenever you're ready.
Is it new topic or same topic?
No, it's the same topic.
Oh, I bet. Word, bet. All right. So I just want to put something in perspective for y'all about all these other quarterbacks in the NFL. With one of the worst statistical O-lines in the league, Joe Burrow went upright. So this is when his O-line wins. They flat out win. When the Joe Burrow's O-line flats out wins, he's number 1 in completion percentage at 72%. He's number 1 in pass bird attempt at 9.4. He completes 41% of first downs, which is number 1, and he has the highest QBR at 114.4. Is my shit lagging?
No, you good.
My shit good. All right, bet. Make sure my shit not lagging. I want them to all hear this. Now, outside of just the numbers and stats, this is the shit that really matters most when it comes to quarterbacks. It's the intangible shit. Intangibles are the things that affect the way you win. And Joe Burrow, yeah, he doesn't have the MVP, but in year 2, he took a team to a Super Bowl with not only a bottom tier defense, but a bottom tier O-line. Just made every play possible. I also think, compared to other guys, Joe Burrow has been in a situation where he had to go into this season. He was hurt coming off another surgery because that O-line going to get him killed. And right now they're 6-4. They're right in the thick of it. The Joe Burrow and the Bengals are really onto something. And for y'all to keep throwing up Herbert and all these other people is not fair because he's really doing it. Been doing that at the highest level despite everything. Y'all need to keep that in mind, yo. Y'all don't. For real.
All right, JRob, that's the end of your time. Mookie, round 2 is on you. Whenever you're ready.
When we're looking at these quarterbacks between Joe Burrow and Lamar Jackson, if we look at where Lamar Jackson finished in passer rating, he finished 13, 31st, 28, and 32. Compare that to Justin Herbert. Justin Herbert finished the league top 5. His rookie year, he finished top 3. His second year, and this year he's on pace of throwing for 4,000 yards this year. If we talk about intangibles of a quarterback and what makes Herbert over Lamar and Joe Burrow, is his superior arm talent, the way that he's accurate. See, football is a team sport. See, when you're looking at Lamar Jackson and you're looking at Joe Burrow, these guys had more compromising defenses compared to Justin Herbert. Justin Herbert last year, defense was the 3rd worst ranked defense in the NFL. His rookie year, they gave up the most yardage. If you compare that to what Lamar Jackson defense, that's the reason why he was winning. They were 7 yards on his first year. They were 7 in yards, 2nd in points. They were 4th in yards allowed, 3rd in points, and it was 1st yards allowed, 2nd in points. Football is an ultimate team sport. But even if I give you that Herbert and Joe Burrow has, advanced further than Justin Herbert arm talent. Lamar Jackson's an inadequate passer. Justin Herbert, he can stand in the pocket. He can get his team late in the 4th quarter, down 5 minutes to go in crunch time to get his team a victory. That's the reason why he has more passing yards in the 4th quarter. That's the reason why he has more touchdowns in the 4th quarter. That's the reason why he has a better quarterback rating when it matters the most in the 4th quarter, because Justin Herbert is a more talented passer and a talented quarterback.
All right, Mookie, into your second round. Bama, you ready to rock this? Here we go. Bama, you ready to rock and roll?
Well, I was looking at my screen like this the whole time. Did he just not say what I just underlined it before I even said anything with the offenses? You talking about this bottom tier shit when every quarterback with Greg Roman has been at the bottom. It went from Alex Smith to Colin Kaepernick. It don't matter. Alex Smith went from the bottom to the top when he went from Greg Roman to with Andy Reid. It's about your coaching. That's what I'm saying. He's had more coaching that was more catered to what he liked to do. And then on top of that, you love to talk about his defense. Let's talk about who Lamar throwing to. Lamar is throwing to Hollywood Brown, which that year they was top 5 in drop percentage on top of that. Then you want to talk about all these other dudes. Just be honest. He got Eckler at running back. Please tell me who's the great running back, because they drafted J.K. Dobbins, but he can't stay healthy, so they have to rotate slow. Lamar is RB1, passing it to nobody. The dude you love, you bought up. Who this nigga bring up? Willie Snead. What, man? Willie Snead don't even play with Willie Snead on Madden, boy. So you shouldn't even say that. He throwing it to dudes like that, and y'all want to sit here and talk about why he at the bottom, bro. You can go out there and play receiver for the Baltimore Ravens right now. The scout team at the Chargers got better receivers than the Ravens right now. So don't even bring up that. And my dude still won the MVP, all them 1,000-yard TikTok pass.
All right, Bama, your time is up. All right, y'all. So everybody just had 1 minute and 30 rounds. Those were the first 2 rounds. Now I'm going to bring everybody in here, and this is going to turn into the Wild Wild West. We're going to do this real player's choice style. We're going to do this real player's choice style. Y'all got 3 minutes to get off whatever y'all need to get off. Now, look, y'all know how we do it. I'm going to let y'all go, but if you get too crazy, I got to kick you out the call.
Yo, Mookie, I want you to stop lying to the
Hold
public.
on.
Stop talking. I've told you for the 1,000th time to stop lying to these folks in this chat.
What you mean I'm lying? The facts don't lie.
First of all,
the facts don't lie, Bama.
The facts
don't lie,
JRob. But you keep sitting here and telling people that Lamar Jackson
once again, first of all, you sit there. Hold on. You sit there and say he's with Red Woman. Red Woman was there when he won the MVP. You got to understand that he had Mark Andrews, who's a top 10 tight end in the NFL. He has Hollywood Brown, who's one of the premier wide receivers in the game, who caught over 1,000 yards.
I'm not going to let you lie to the chat.
You talking about winning? Let's talk about winning. The Ravens was 7 in yards. They were second in points. They were fourth in yards, third in points, and it was number 1 in yards, second in points. What are you talking about, bro? Stop it. Stop lying. The reason why, let's tell you something. The reason why the offense is designed like that is because Lamar Jackson deficiencies of throwing the football. He misses throws. He is not accurate in the pocket. And when guys get to Lamar Jackson, get him off his feet, and his first read is not there, which is Mark Andrews, who is the same level or somewhat sort of the level.
This is why JRob.
He is not that type of
This is why you lie to the public. This is why I say you lie to the public. For me to tell you,
Herbert,
I bought up
Herbert
two
beats him in
different
passing
other
yards.
offenses.
Herbert beats him at the bottom. Everybody.
Joe Flacco was there too. They was also 23rd in the league passing.
Bro,
that's
you gotta
just
understand.
Greg Roman.
Okay,
It's nothing to do with
at the
Lamar.
end of the day, bro,
everybody. So was it Greg Roman?
Lamar Jackson and Joe Burrow win despite they are able to elevate their team
because they have better defenses. Of course, football is a team sport. They have better defenses than them guys.
You're going to sit here and talk about the Bengals defense as if that is a world beater defense. Are you kidding me? At the end of the day, whether you want to tell the truth or not to these people, Justin Herbert has the best group of weapons out of all the quarterbacks we're talking about.
Okay, but you need hold on, everybody. Justin Herbert beats him in every major statistical category as a quarterback. Justin Herbert is more talented.
Right now, he's more talented. Leading the NFL in passer rating.
No, Justin Herbert did something. Hold on, everybody. Justin Herbert did something. Hold on, everybody. Justin Herbert did something no other quarterback did in NFL history. He's threw for
Justin Herbert is the best because he
30 touchdowns.
It's not an argument, bro.
Y'all sit there. Hold on, everybody. They sit there and look at Lamar. Everybody.
They sit there. You get morning wood every time you see Justin Herbert throw a football.
Everybody.
Because you be rock hard every time you see Justin Herbert throw a football.
Y'all sit there and point out Lamar Jackson deficiency. What about the offensive coordinator you're playing with? What about the offensive coordinator? First of all, his average offensive line is mid. His offensive line is mid. You can look at the numbers. You can look at what about Joe Lombardi? Joe Lombardi is a conservative play caller. If he actually used Justin Herbert and actually allow him to throw the football with the talented arm because he's more accurate, he got more arm talent. He has better pocket presence. He throw for more touchdowns than a motherfucking.
All right, y'all. Gotta step in. That's the end of the first round. How y'all feeling about that? Drop some comments. Let me know how that first round was. Also, we're gonna put up a poll. I need to know who won that first debate based on their quarterbacks. Now we're gonna move on to topic 2, round 2. Here's what we're gonna do round 2. I'm excited for this one. We got quarterback and wide receiver duos. All these guys is gonna choose a quarterback wide receiver duo. They're going to debate it. We're going to use the same format. Y'all going to vote as to see who won it. We're going to use the same order. We're not going to switch too much up. JRob is going to be on you first. Yo, JRob. You want to announce your quarterback wide receiver duo?
Yeah, I'll pick Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce. Fight me on it. Fight me on it.
Hold on. Wait. Hold on. If they agree with it, we can rock with it.
Bro. He did not pick them at first, bro. What are you?
I never picked to begin with. I've picked today. He sent me the question today, bro.
They say you picked Jalen Hurts
and we had a conversation about it. I did not end up picking him.
And Travis Kelce is a tight end. So you got.
Are y'all cool with him rocking with that? If y'all not cool with it, JRob, you got to go somewhere.
I don't think Bama will be scared because Bama's a dog.
No. Go ahead. I mean, it is what it is. I mean, all right. I mean, shit. If I knew it was quarterback and tight end, you know what I'm saying? I got something up, but go ahead.
I mean, shit. Kelce not really. I mean, he is a
Kelce don't play like a. I'm pick Travis Kelce because Kelce, first of all, if y'all watch football, he don't play like a normal tight end. He play more like a slot receiver. But I'm gonna put this in the perspective of why these two by far are the greatest duo. One, Travis Kelce is top 10 in the NFL right now in receiving yards. That's amongst everybody. That ain't amongst just wide receivers, tight ends. That's amongst everybody. So that's just a straight up fact right there. Now, since Mahomes and Travis Kelce got together, over 5,000 receptions, over 6,000 yards, 60 touchdowns in an NBA season in 82 games. Now, at the end of the day, y'all want me to come up here and talk about Kirk Cousins and Jefferson and A.J. Brown and Hurts? That ain't realistic. Y'all got to see the greatness that's going on right in front of y'all. Greatness going on and right in front of y'all is Mahomes and Kelce, and it's been that way. They've been the most dominant duo, the most clutch duo. They have probably the best chemistry of any outside weapon to a quarterback in the NFL. And that's just a fact. I'm not about to sit here and go and blow smoke up anybody's asses. And at the end of the day, Mahomes and Kelce, I don't think there's a better wide receiver, tight end duo at the end of the day. That's just a fact.
All right, y'all. Next up, we got Mookie. Mookie, ready to rock and roll? Time starts.
Yeah,
with you.
I'm gonna choose Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase. If you look at what Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase been doing since their second year, Jamar Chase caught over 1,400 yards his I believe his rookie year. They have the best chemistry out of any wide receiver quarterback duo, right? Not wide receiver, not quarterback tight end, quarterback wide receiver duo, right? Joe Burrow, you know what I'm saying, in the pocket, and you like I said, in the deficiencies in the offensive line. Jamar Chase broke every rookie record with Joe Burrow under center. He had the most yards, 1,400 yards, alongside with 8 or 9 touchdowns. His route running, and also if you literally give him 4 yards of airspace, he can go there and burn you downfield. He's beat the most. He has the most yards in a single game, 266. He also been seen in the playoffs. Their first year playing together, their overall style of production has led their team to the Super Bowl and won it all, right? And I just think that when you have a quarterback that can stand in the pocket, deliver the football, I think Joe Burrow is one of the best pure pocket quarterbacks in the NFL, and you got a superior talented wide receiver in Jamar Chase. These guys can blow you downfield, man. And I just think that two of them guys, the records that they set their first year, and also to be transcending in the right direction. If you look at terms of projection, you cannot sit there and say that they're one of the best quarterback wide receiver duos in the NFL.
Perfect timing, Mookie. Hey, he just brought it to y'all. How y'all feeling about that? All right, man, here we go. Bama, third round is on you.
Oh man, I think I already won this just based off of now he got to be on Joe Burrow's side after he just went with all that shit with Justin Herbert. You should have went with Keenan Allen and Justin Herbert if he was just your messiah. I'm just gonna tell y'all why Tua to Tyreek is the best receiving quarterback duo right now. The reason why I would say that, just hear me out right now. I would say that because no one expected Tua to be what he is right now, especially for Tyreek Hill to be on pace to almost go for 2,000 yards as well. That's why I would say they're the best receiving quarterback receiver duo. Also, another reason I would add to that, their chemistry isn't breaking up from the natural flow of the game. You also got Jalen Waddle, who top 10 in receiving as well. Also, why they team is in contention to possibly win that division. I mean, win the AFC. So, AFC East, I'm sorry. So that's why I would say that's the best receiving duo, man. I like the way it looks. Also, with how quick Tua gets rid of the ball as well. I think it's up to, I think his quarterback play is just not him relying on Tyreek. The flow of the offense, everybody's involved. They're still able to run the ball. And for Tyreek to still have those numbers, the way that offense is looking, just complete offensively, man, they got to be the best receiving quarterback duo right now in the league. People can talk about that 5 yards pass and all of that, but Tyreek Hill, his yardage per average is the same as when it was in Kansas City with Mahomes, outside of that 50 touchdown season where he averaged.
All right, y'all. That was the end of round 1 of topic 2. Now we're going to bring JRob in here. And JRob, you're going to go ahead and kick off the second round. Whenever you're ready, big dog.
It's kind of crazy how how Mookie gonna bring up pocket, maybe ability to throw from the pocket for Joe Burrow I'm not even gonna get lost in that. So I know people want to be upset about my pick, but I'm not upset about it, and fight me on it if you feel a type of way. When you pick a QB wide receiver duo, we picking off basic two guys who are playing at an elite level. And these two players as a weapon and quarterback are playing at the highest level of any duo we've seen in probably the last 4 years. I mean, they've shown ability to win together. They've shown the ability to break records together. Travis Kelce's on pace of having one of the greatest tight end, wide receiver receiving seasons statistically ever. That's what he's about to do this year. Mahomes, believe it or not, probably going to win another MVP, is on his way. Both of these dudes are playing some of the best football in the entire National Football League. I could keep talking about the numbers and the stats and how Travis Kelce is on par or better than your favorite receiver. But the reality of it is those two guys know each other like the back of their hands. There's no other connection, I think, more viable in the league other than Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce. You could tell that Travis Kelce could look at him, give him a nod. You know on Madden how Kelce got the hot route? Like Brady, he got the little extra hot route he could do that. That they do in real life. And you can see it. And I don't think there's a better duo in the NFL than them two at all.
All right, that's that. That was called, JRob. All right, Mookie, we're going to go ahead and bring you in here. Round 2 is on you whenever you're ready.
Yes. When we're looking at, Tua and Tyreek, you got to understand that they've been playing with each other for like 10 games. 10 games of the season right now. And you can make an argument that that's a one-man show because Tyreek Hill is just so explosive of a downhill player. Like he can turn a 5-year short pass into 40, 60 yards upfield. Tua Tagovailoa has his inabilities, especially with his arm strength and his superior arm talent. Joe Burrow don't have that abilities. Joe Burrow is playing with a comparable offensive line, and he's still delivering the football to Jamar Chase. Jamar Chase had 1,400 receiving yards, and you got to understand that these guys have the utmost chemistry, and they know each other in terms of where they like to go and where they would like to field for the ball in a upfield battle with a route cutting and a hard cuts to the end zone. They've been playing with each other in college, and the Bengals picked up Jamar Chase because they know that, the chemistry between Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase is existent to none. We have seen these guys perform in the playoffs when it matters the most. Jamar Chase in the AFC Championship game alongside with Joe Burrow outplayed Patrick Mahomes, and outplayed Travis Kelce in the second half of the game to get to the Super Bowl in the grandest stage of them all. And just Joe Burrow threw for over 5,000 yards last year. Jamar Chase caught over 1,400 yards last year. They're the best duo because of terms of projection, talent, and what the records that they broke early in this year. I have to give it to Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase, man.
All right, y'all heard it right there. Mookie just cooked. All right, Bama, you ready to come do this? Bama gonna finish off round 2. It's on you whenever you ready, player.
Yeah, man, I already gave Mookie the rope. He already hung himself when he said Justin Herbert had the #1 QBR in the NFL. That's actually Tua, so you need to backtrack that. So it can't be a one-man show, because if you look at QBR, it factors in everything, garbage time yards, which your boy get a lot of. So, oh man, he definitely couldn't be topping the QBR because he get a lot of garbage time yards. But we're not here to talk about your boy. I'm still here to talk about my boy Tua and Tyreek. Again, people like you, Mookie, the God car lover, guarantee you wouldn't have said Tyreek Hill would be on pace for no 2,000 yards with no Tua Tagovailoa, especially how y'all like to harp on, oh man, he don't throw this and all of that stuff. Man, listen here. On pace to go for 2,000 yards with Tua, no Patrick Mahomes, none of that arm talent. He's still getting his stats. So that still means his quarterback play and Tua's playing at an elite level because he's arguably finna win that division. Unlike the quarterback you just went, Joe Burrow, he might not make the playoffs because you got Lamar over there. Big dog Lamar is a dog fight for him. I can't say no with Travis. I can't say no with Patrick Mahomes. He is the better quarterback, but I would still say I give the nod to Tyreek Hill for as a receiver quarterback weapon duo. I still got to go Tyreek Hill. And arguably, especially if Tyreek Hill win the MVP this year, award they haven't went to a quarterback since like 2006. You better put some respect on the quarterback receiver tandem just like that. So I don't know. I just feel you. Talk that talk.
All right. Y'all know what the last round is. Y'all know how we about to do it. I'm bringing everybody in here, and it's going to be a dog fight. All right, y'all know the rules. I ain't trying to kick nobody out. I ain't trying to interrupt. I'm going to get up out of here. Y'all go ahead and do y'all thing.
What is the last debate, or this still the same topic?
It's still the same topic. Round 3. Y'all
now I'm gonna go with Bama. You mentioned garbage time, but you failed to mention that how Lamar Jackson against the Bills
Tua tongue on the areola
against the Bills, he threw like 200 yards in a game where they was down like 2 or 3 touchdowns. But you don't mention that. All I'm saying is that we're looking at Jamar Chase and we're looking at Joe Burrow. If you look at the records that they set in when they play with each other and look at what they've done in the college rounds and look at what they've done in college and to translate into football with their chemistry and the way that Joe Burrow knows when to find Jamar Chase when he's running upfield. And when you literally give him about 4 or 5 airspace, he can burn you downfield. And Joe Burrow is delivering 5. Joe Burrow threw for 5,000 yards last year. 1,400 of them was to Jamar Chase. He had 8 touchdowns. He set rookie records. I don't understand that. We're looking at in terms of quarterback wide receiver duo. We're talking about in terms of projection and who is talented. Both of these guys between Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase. You cannot sit there and tell me that this duo is going to be in the conversation of being one of the best duo in the NFL, bro. Absolutely, bro. I'm taking them. The reason why I'm taking them over Tua and Tyreek because they only played with each other for only 10 games, wherever we at in the regular season.
Too bad.
And also, because I'm in my bag in this one, because y'all don't know what the hell y'all talking about. And also,
you in your bag. You in the bag. You in the bag. No, you was not in no bag. You in the bag. You in a man purse. You in a merce.
Half of Tua's passing yardage, it's the goddamn Tyreek Hill. It's a one-man show. Listen, Tua has inabilities with his quarterback. Like, the man don't have superior arm strength. If it's a one-man show, it's not a one-man show. If it's a one-man show, why is Waddle also top 10? He can turn a 5-year dump off.
What does production look like? You never
the production been all Tyreek. Tyreek's been carrying. Tyreek was Tua. Hold on, everybody.
Literally breaks the mold for what
was Tua, ladies and gentlemen. Was Tua? Hold on, ladies and gentlemen.
We cannot debate QB tight end because we already know who the greatest is.
Tua? Hold on.
That's why you got to
was Tua's in MVP? Everybody, was Tua in MVP conversation before Tyreek came? Was he in MVP conversation?
Everybody.
Was Tua tackling over? Hold on. Was Tua tackling over? Hold on. Was Tua tackling over? Got a pretty productive. Was Tua tackling over?
Watch me eat argument.
Was he in the
Come on, man. Stop this.
Check me. I'm gonna eat you right now. This is why I'm gonna eat you. 2 points. 2 points. You can talk about that Tyreek Hill, right? Was Tyreek Hill up for the MVP conversation in Kansas City? 2, the Dolphins was also dog shit. They had the worst offensive, they had the worst O-line, and they also had the worst receiving core.
Joe Burrow had the worst offensive line, and he was throwing for over 1,400 yards with fucking 8 touchdowns, motherfucker.
And they had a horrible run game.
Joe Burrow had the worst offensive line. He was throwing 1,400 yards to Jamar Chase. He was throwing for over 5,000 yards, and they performed.
You see how you just named Jamar Chase? Since you know so much, hey, wait, watch this.
Talk about it.
Since you know so much football, you see how you named Jamar Chase? Before this year, before Waddle and before Hill, name me 2 receivers on the Dolphins then. Since you know so much football, since you can name drop throwing to Jamar Chase and all of them, who was Tua throwing it to? But 2 years before Waddle, it don't matter. It don't matter now.
Who is everybody? He said
it's not an argument.
Even when Chase,
the reason why.
Hold up. I gotta mute everybody. Hold on. That's the end of that round. All right, we're gonna do one more round. We wasn't supposed to do this round, but since I love gridiron so much, and since y'all all my guys, I gotta do this last round. Last round is outside of the Chiefs, outside of the Bills, and outside of the Eagles. I need to know who's gonna win the Super Bowl this year. Y'all got 3 minutes. I'll make it out y'all here. Y'all got it.
Bro, I'm going Buccaneers. Reason why I'm going Buccaneers, it's just funny. They could do bare minimum, win that division. And if we just going based off quarterback play, if we look at how the NFC could unfold, Tom Brady could have the easiest quarterback lineup to beat to a Super Bowl in the history of a playoff run. And it's just funny how the NFL did it. It's just amazing. So I gotta go Bucks just based off of looking how it's gonna match up. Because Tom Brady, even though his team is top 5 in drops, he's still top 5 in the NFL passing yards. And he throwing dots. He's still looking good. His team is just playing bad, but he's still weathering the storm. And like I said, they're in a division where they can possibly take their time to figure this shit out until they get to the playoffs, because the second best team in that division, what, the Saints? Oh my Lord, no, the Falcons is the second best team in that division. So they got time to figure it out. And by the time he get to the playoffs, the best quarterbacks he going against, I mean, I could arguably say Jalen Hurts is his toughest competition in the NFC right now to stop him from a Super Bowl.
I actually, believe it or not, I'm actually going to take the San Francisco 49ers. I'm not the biggest Jimmy G guy. I've never been the biggest Jimmy G guy. However, I know in football that if you can win up front in the trenches, you can win a Super Bowl. And at the end of the day, the 49ers have a great O-line. They have a great defensive line. They got a great group of linebackers. They got great weapons on that offense. They can run the football. And we talk about it all the time. If you can run the football, you can beat anybody. Because at the end of the day, it opens up everything else. You can't stack the box. You got one-on-one coverage on the outside with Debo, Brandon Ayuk. You can get CMC and mismatches as well. I think the 49ers are a contender based off all the pieces. And at the end of the day, whether you hate Jimmy G or not, Jimmy G at least shows he's capable enough to make enough passes to at least get you there. And if we're talking about who can get there, the 49ers have a legitimate shot to get there. And with the key piece that they have up front, everybody can stay upright and they get enough pressure on the quarterback. There's no reason why the 49ers can't sneak in. We've seen them beat the Packers in big games. We've seen them beat a lot of teams to get to where they've gotten to. Your favorite quarterback, they've probably beat them with Jimmy G at the helm. So it's not crazy. It's not crazy to sit here and act like it is when they got CMC, Debo, Brandon Ayuk. There's nothing you can do with that as an offensive coordinator. They can beat you in so many different ways on the ground. And then what does that open up? And that's why Jimmy G gets all these yards he's able to win, is because they do play action. It opens up the play action. There's wide open Debo. There's wide open Ayuk down the field. Then you get Kelsey. Then you got Kittle getting healthy. Everything outside of the question mark being the quarterback, you got all the recipes for a team that can make a run. And the way they've been playing as of late, you can't out them because you can't out them because you hate Jimmy G. Because ultimately they are a legitimate dark horse, and they should be considered a top contender. And if y'all don't consider them a top contender, I don't even think that's fair. They have everything you need to deliver a championship. All Jimmy G got to do is make every throw that he has to make in order to get there. He can't miss a guy. He can't do one of his blind eye, just throw it anywhere.
Yo, Mookie, we got to hear your Super Bowl team. Who you got?
Oh, man, he stole my 49ers. But if I had to pick a team that I have faith in, and I think that can get hot if they get healthy and also get back their receivers and get back their D-line and get back, their secondary, I'm going to say the Chargers, man. I think that, if they can get healthy, which they haven't been healthy over the whole season, they've been without Joey Bosa. They've been out with battled with injuries throughout the defensive line, and also they've been without their best wide receiver in Keenan Allen. They also been without Mike Williams, and they have a 5-5 record, which they can get into the playoffs. I think that this team, we've seen it with the Bengals late in the year. We've seen it with other teams, that these teams can get hot. Listen, the NFL is a long season, right? And I think the Chargers can be really good if they get healthy and also play winning style of football, which I believe that they have the quarterback to do that as well. I believe that when this team is healthy defensively, they can get stops and they also can get turnovers, which they can put the ball in their hands to Justin Herbert. And we have seen Justin Herbert with that talent, and you put the weapons alongside with Austin Eckler, alongside with Mike Williams, and alongside with Keenan Allen and Gerald Everett and all of them. I believe that the Chargers can get hot, and I believe that the Chargers can, beat anybody, especially if they play postseason football right and correctly and follow the X. They got a great running game. They'll open up the passing attack, and you got one of the best deep baller of the throw of the footballs with the support with the superior accuracy and also with the arm talent in Justin Herbert. If you have that alongside with the weapons, I believe that they can sneak up and possibly beat teams if the matchups is right. I believe they can sneak up and beat teams and possibly get to the AFC Championship. And who knows? I mean, nobody thought the Bengals going to beat the Chiefs, and what happened?
Hey, hold on. Before y'all start, just let me say this. Wookie, bro, after that last little soliloquy went on, bro, I want to induct you into it. I want to extend the invitation to CTE boys because I think you got that shit.
No.
You want him to be a CTE boy?
No. You got.
Bro, he really got to be evaluated.
You got
the Chargers. The best chance to make it is the
Chargers, bro. You're bugging, bro.
You snorting catnip. Like
everybody, Bama. You think Tua Tagovailoa is a top 5 quarterback in the NFL? So you really got CTE.
Right.
Don't really fucked up. Don't really fucked up. You got to get that shit right. Don't really fucked up. Thinking Lamar Jackson the best quarterback in the NFL. You got to get your shit right.
Yo, all right. Everybody relax. Everybody relax.
Are you joining the CTE boys? That's what I need to know.
No, that's their problems, nigga. They got to get that shit right,
man. I ain't gonna lie though. He might be lost more. He might be further along in CTE, bro.
Hell no.
They got CTE
real, nigga.
Bro.
Hey, I get dropped on my
that
head.
Shit snap back every once in a while. His shit don't snap back.
Nah. Your shit got CTE.
I
got blurry. I got blurry memory.
One more thing, Bama, and then we gotta move on. Go ahead.
One more candy. If you don't shut your drunk uncle at the barbecue ass coming up here, you'll cook anybody on this football. But it's my world over here. How you be bullying them over there in basketball? You come over here with that football shit, you gonna get beat up, sucker, for real though. Job Turk, I'm gonna use your language. So don't forget, don't think it's that easy gonna be able to come over here and just say whatever you want. Because on that gridiron side, we got some real dogs over there. So
no, Bama, keep going. Drunk uncle, keep going.
Basketball boys,
man.
CTE
boys, though. If you're CTE boys, drop that in the chat, man. Drop the CTE in the chat, man.
You got that over there, but you go over here with this football side, you in trouble, Buster. I ain't gonna lie, man. Real trouble.
No doubt about it. And for those of you who don't know, this goes down every Monday and Wednesday. It be just like this from start to finish. 6 Eastern time, 9 Eastern time, 6 Pacific. Come check us out, man. If you haven't tuned into Gridiron,
hey Ron, you gotta give me some more competition. This was easy work. Like
this was
round one. It was light. This was easy. I didn't even break a sweat, bro. I didn't even prepare. Like I've been traveling for Thanksgiving and shit like that. I didn't even prepare. This was easy work. This
well rated R. The first round they gave to Bama. The second round they actually split between you and Bama. In the third round there is no poll. I'm gonna let the chat.
Second round was not even close. It was not even close.
I'm more concerned about. I'm concerned about JRob right now.
Man, bro, second round was not even close. First round was not even close.
JRob, you had abysmally low.
Yeah, I know they wasn't rocking with me.
Percentages.
But it's because of what I picked. That's because of what I picked in that second one. At the end of the day, I know because I picked Travis Kelce and Mahomes, people are not gonna rock with that. But I didn't care, bro. Like at the end of the day, I know real football. I played that shit at a very high level, and easily the duo I picked, they break the mold for what a receiver, tight end,
best quarterback tight end duo. It's not even close. They are, but
so because I feel like you can't even put them in that topic, you got to throw them somewhere else. So I threw a monkey wrench in there, and I'm gonna take the heat for it. I don't give a fuck. Like I don't care. I felt good with my pick. I'm standing on that shit.
All right, y'all. Well,
and if everybody in the chat keep on asking why the hell did I pick the Chargers, because this man picked the 49ers. And I agree with this man with the 49ers. So I had to go with somebody that I think that I have trust in.
Yeah, 49ers got everything you need.
Yeah. I agree with your points though.
They got everything. They got everything you need to win. You just got to see what Garoppolo do.
Bama, do you have any parting words for anybody, including Ticket?
You know, I'm good. I let Unc know, man. You know, like I say, if you ever come over, I'll come over there with basketball though, because it's too easy on this football side. I'll come over there with basketball.
Bama, you lost 2 rounds.
You gotta get this dude help, man.
No, you lost 2 rounds, bro. Bro, that's that CTE kicking in.
If we do one on Christmas, if we do one on Christmas,
when you have delusional, when you delusional,
I demand to do drug testing. We need to drug test for real drugs before the Christmas special.
That's that CTE kicking in.
We gotta do a drug test.
Bama, for real drugs. What's the real drugs?
Fentanyl, acid, the heart, because bro, you is fried over there.
That nigga used NyQuil, nigga.
Like, bro, you on here with kids, bro, just snorting fentanyl in front of
Man, look, your ass use NyQuil when you get up for more than this, nigga. Your mind just be blurry, nigga. Just be blurry, motherfucker.
Yo, Fluent and Dub, can I get a reaction to you guys as gridiron? You know, you guys as gridiron mates. How'd you feel about this battle?
Dub said I was gonna lose too.
I'm not gonna lie. I thought you could have won the Lamar one, and then the second one you did a really good job. I got Bama who won that one actually. No offense, guys.
I got 2 candies, dog. 2.
Fluent, how do you feel about that? How do you feel about Bama getting 2 candies? Do you think he got 2 candies or not? Fluent, you there?
Mike,
we can't hear you, big dog.
You probably couldn't hear anything I was saying, right?
Nah, not at all.
Yeah. I got Bama. It's probably the only thing Dub and I are gonna agree on today. I got Bama.
Now you're not an idiot.
Yo, so going into this next battle, Mookie, Bama, and JRob, I need y'all predictions. Who y'all got, Bama, or who y'all got, Dub or Fluent?
Well, they're gonna vote. They're gonna vote Dub. I already know that. So we just gonna.
I'm gonna be honest with you.
What's the topics though?
It's gonna be production versus talent, Hakeem versus Kareem, and then 2000s versus today.
I'm gonna be honest with you. You know I love you to death, Dub. You my Jersey brother.
Listen. I don't need it. I don't listen. Hold on. No. I don't wanna hear.
I'm gonna give the baton to Fluent on this one, only because in this setting, you can't scream head on a spike and put a gun in the air and a video camera and call yourself a W. You got to really sit in the ring and box, you know. And Fluent going to sit in the ring and box with you. And I don't, you know, you don't got no minions today. You got to sit in the ring and get in there. So I'm gonna give Fluent the nod, but I hope you surprised. I hope you do.
You know what? I was gonna take you, but I want to keep your little ass hungry, Dub. I'm going with Fluent because you actually pissed me off to make me debate for real today, and I don't like doing that. Normally, I come up here smoking my catnip and say the craziest shit. So I'm gonna go Fluent just to see you really come with your shit, man.
All right, Bama.
Someone better give Ace 30 a loan. He's about to lose his money.
Yo, Reddit, you got a final prediction?
What?
You done been in the ring with both of these guys. Who you think gonna win this matchup today?
Who?
Dub and Fluent.
I don't know. I might slightly favor Fluent. I might get him that just because he got the smooth talking. You know, I think that please the fans and shit like that. So, I think Fluent might get it. But you know what I'm saying? It's gonna be a show. It's gonna be a show, man. It's gonna be a show.
I love
Most definitely appreciate you for tapping in.
All right, salute.
If we happen to do the event on Super Bowl, hey, just the Gridiron Bash, the Gridiron Bowl, yo, you know you're gonna be there.
Oh, yeah,
I might see you then.
All right, man. Salute everybody. Salute, man. Make sure y'all enjoy the show. Hit the like button, man. I'm out, man.
Dub, have you had any alcohol?
I don't need it. I really don't.
Drunk Dub is
I don't get how. I really don't understand it, and it goes to show that not a lot of people watch Gridiron because Fluent is really bad. like really, really bad. So like I just don't understand kind of like the underdog feeling. I mean, it's cool. I mean, I fuck with it. I like being the underdog, but I just don't get it. It's weird to me, but it is what it is.
You should put your mask on. It's a good look for you.
For me?
Yeah, your underdog mask. Your underdog mask.
I would love to put that mask on actually. But not
Yo,
today.
I can't wait. I can't wait in 30 years for this footage to be ran back and Dub is looking like Fluent and there's some little punk that comes and challenges him. And we'll see what happens. We'll see how he feels.
Can we stop that? Can we stop that?
No,
sorry,
stop.
you
I'm
guys
sorry, Dub.
look.
I'm
No,
sorry. I'm
You
sorry.
can't handle the truth.
Stop. Well, you could
Dub,
say
you
you could say that we maybe look alike, but bro, when I sit here and say me and Fluent are so different from each other, like so much. I don't like you, Fluent. I'll just tell you, I really don't. You embody
I
it.
like you, Dub.
You could say you like me. You
I
embody
like you, Dub.
you
You're like,
embody
you know, that little kind of short, balding little toy I used to have when I was a kid.
balding, and that's just a lie. Which goes to my point. You're just a fucking idiot. Like this is
You're
just
not
a
short?
widow's peak.
You're not short?
You said
My
balding.
8-year-old
you
son is
idiot.
your height.
You said balding, you idiot.
It kind
You
of
said
looks like
balding,
you're.
you
What are you missing?
idiot.
It looks like you're missing up there. I think I got much better hair than you.
It's a widow's peak. I've had it my
It's a
whole
widow's
life.
peak. Oh, okay, okay.
Yes, yes. See?
Widow's peak.
All right. So we got to get into these battles. We're a little behind schedule, but that's not gonna stop us from going
Dub, are you
full-fledged
about
on
to
this
lose
battle
this?
and letting y'all go crazy.
It's just it's what's it called? It's just so funny, bro. I just don't like Fluent. I'll just be real. I really just don't.
I love Fluent. I don't know why you don't like. I actually love
I'm a
Fluent, but I love you
Fluent
too,
guy
Dub.
too.
I'm
But
very-
I'm a
Nah,
Dubaholic as well.
He just embodies everything that I hate. So it's like
Yeah.
like every
Knowledge,
specific
context. I get
every
it.
specific person I hate
Actually
is
having
like
done
wrapped,
it. Yeah,
it's
there
like
must be
wrapped
things you
into
hate.
Fluent.
Hmm.
What's it called? Egotistical, arrogant, cocky, know-it-all.
That's facts.
Goes to school, but really doesn't know shit. I mean, that's just who you are, Fluent. So it's just like it's funny. It's funny seeing it. And your dad jokes. And your
Check it out. Who wants to go first?
I'll let this piece of shit go first.
Dub, do you want to go first?
I'll go first. It'll be easy.
All right. First topic is Hakeem versus Kareem.
Oh, that's the first topic.
That's the first topic.
I'll let Fluent go first on that.
No,
He
that's
loves
too
to
late,
print.
brother.
I would love. I thought it was gonna be production versus talent.
We can do production. Go ahead. First
okay.
topic, production versus talent.
Okay.
Hold up.
Am I
hold
gonna
up.
get the solo screen?
Yeah, you gonna get it.
All
right, look, I'm gonna remove myself. Time starts when you start.
Word.
Whenever you're ready.
So yeah, when this whole production and talent thing, I think the first thing we have to clarify where we're talking about talent is not just like bag and everything where people get stuck in. It's more like the player themselves, how great of a player is. And I think a lot of times people overrate production to an extent and overrate production to the point where they begin to overrate players. My point is, my counterpart was saying that Bradley Beal was a better scorer than Stephen Curry, Kevin Durant, where he's dropping 30 points per game. I just think that that's just completely ridiculous to say, because if you really understand basketball, you can understand that Bradley Beal was in a scenario where he had to put up that many points, while Stephen Curry and Kevin Durant were playing with each other. So that's why they couldn't be a 30 points per game scorer. On top of that, we also let production school on opinion on people. Deebo Samuel is another perfect example of that. I said last year he wasn't a top 10 wide receiver, mainly because of him as a player, the situation he was in. That was the reason why he accumulated the stats. But this year, now that the running threat is not there, people schemed up on him. We really see who he really is. He's not a great route runner. He's not a great catcher. He's not really great at anything besides being an athlete on the football field and run after catch. This is just some examples of overrated production and skewing on opinion about somebody. And that's all I got to say.
Ron? You're muted.
Fluent. It's on you whenever you're ready.
I'm just laughing because that was the worst argument I've ever heard. I should say nothing and still win. So here's the thing. When people say production or talent, losers say talent, skill. That's what I look at. So I'll give you an example. And I won't put, here's the problem. You try to put names on these things. So you try to say, oh, Bradley. No, we're not putting names on this because clearly we're looking at a player versus a player and the names don't matter. So when you look at talent versus production, you can have all the talent in the world and still be a loser. So it doesn't make you better because you're talented. Talent gets you in the door. Talent gets you into the NBA. Production makes you a winner. Production makes you successful. The Los Angeles Lakers might be one of the most talented teams in the West, talent-wise, but they're last. Why? Because they're not producing on the court. So at the end of the day, no matter how talented you are, no matter how skilled you are, you're going to be judged by wins and losses. You're going to be judged by your points, by your assists, by your statistics, by what you do. So it doesn't matter how talented you are. We've seen multiple people who were extremely talented who didn't produce on the court or on the field. So yes, both are important because you need to be talented to produce. But when you look at a player, do you want 10 of the most talented guys? Or do you want the 10 guys who produce the most and win? You're always going to choose the 10 that are the ones that produce and that win. Losers are going to say, but look, I can hit a mid-court fucking three-pointer. Cool. I can shoot a logo three. But if you keep losing, it doesn't matter. You have to produce. So it's
all right, Fluent. Dub, it is now on you. Your time starts whenever you are ready to rebuttal.
So this goes to my point again. Fluent just doesn't listen to anybody. All I said is that production does matter. I did say that in my statement. But the overrating of production is something that I don't agree with. Of course, when you have talent, of course, as players, you have to be able to produce. I'm not completely negating that. And that's what you think that I'm doing. You're misunderstanding like you always do. What I'm saying is that we can't just, if we have guys who produce and are very talented as well, what people do is they lean on production way more than they should. For example, Magic Johnson and Stephen Curry is a good debate to get into. A lot of people would say Magic Johnson is better when they lean towards the production side of things. Stephen Curry also has the production side of things as winning and things like that. And when we have guys who are so close to caliber of them, I think that's when we just look at them as the talented players because they've accomplished a lot in the league. They dominate a lot in the league. And when we have a talk about Steph Curry and Magic Johnson, they produce enough where we can just sit here and talk about talent. But to sit here and just lean on the argument of, oh, Magic Johnson won more or he won more MVPs or finals MVPs, that's just something I don't agree with because that's not a correct way of viewing basketball. That's a stupid way of viewing basketball. So you're trying to say I'm negating production, which is not true. I'm just saying that overrating people because of production is a complete wrong thing to do. Like I said, you just don't listen, don't understand, and you try to produce a narrative that just isn't there.
All right, check it out.
You keep trying to put.
Hold on, wait. It's the third round. I'm gonna remove myself from.
Wait, he has to. Wait, it's his turn to respond. Wait, Ron, he needs to go because I went first. I went first, right? So Fluent has. Yeah.
Oops. Go. It's on you, Fluent.
Dub continually tries to put a face on the debate because when he says like Beal and KD or whatever, he tries to put two players that one is better than the other. This debate, this conversation is about what's more important, talent or production. That's the debate. You can say anybody's name you want. You can make up. At the end of the day, if two people are equally talented, what's the deciding factor? It's who produced more. If someone is more talented than someone else, but the person who's less talented produces more, meaning more stats, more chips, more whatever on the court, the person with the more production. So if you have to weight it, yes, they're most important. I hear what you're saying. The one that produces the most wins. With a team, same thing. Are the Nets not a talented basketball team? Absolutely. They got talent top to bottom, but they're not winning. So it doesn't matter because the production is what matters the most. So again, yes, I'm listening. Both are important, but you have to produce. You can have all the talent in the world. If you don't get it done, it don't matter. You have to get it done. And again, we're going to talk about two very talented people coming up here in a minute. And what decides the difference between the two of them? Who produced more? Because that's what matters most. And now you're more fluent.
Damn, Dub. Are you more fluent? Yes or no?
I could talk now?
Yeah.
So,
hold on. Wait. It's on you guys. I'm going to remove myself from the call. You guys got 3 minutes to debate on the topic.
So what you're doing right now, which is cool, you're making this to a team aspect rather than an individual aspect. In a team environment, of course, production is key. But when we're talking about analyzing and talking about players, which I did begin with overrating and having opinions on players, that's where I'm saying production is way too overboard. And I'm
So if you
putting
have two
names.
players
Wait,
that
hold
are
on, wait,
equal
wait.
talent, what's
I'm
the
putting the
difference?
names. I'm putting the names like a Bradley Beal, Kevin Durant, and Stephen Curry because anybody in their right
But those guys
mind
aren't equally
can
talented.
understand. What are you talking about? You said out your mouth that Bradley Beal was a better
No,
scorer
what
than
I said
Stephen
was, no, I
Curry
didn't. No, I
and
didn't.
Kevin
No,
Durant
I
in those
didn't.
seasons. What did
No,
you
I
say then?
didn't.
What did
No,
you
I
say?
didn't. You said what if you said what if Bradley Beal scored more than Kevin Durant? Who's the
That's not
better
what I
scorer?
said.
That is exactly what you said.
Now
And I
you're lying.
responded,
Now you're
no,
lying.
I got the tape. I responded by saying if Beal scored more and hit at a higher percentage, then yes, he would have been a better scorer that year. And I don't care what name you put on it. It doesn't matter whose name you put on it. If someone scores more and hits a higher percentage, they are a better scorer than someone who scored less at a lower percentage. That's why I say you try to put names on it because we all know KD's better than Beal, and you try to mucky up the waters. We take the names out. I score more at a higher percentage and you score less at a lower percentage. I did better than you. That's it. That was the argument.
Fluent, as I said before, and you're just lying to everybody.
That's not. I got the tape.
I've had constant conversations with you. I've had this about you 6-7 months ago. OG the Beast was even on the show with you and talked with you about this. You said out your mouth, Bradley Beal was a better scorer.
No, I didn't. Go back and check the tape.
I have TikToks about this, Fluent.
No, because
so now you're
do you
just
have
over
the
here.
TikToks right now?
You cut up
Do you have the TikToks right now?
You cut up the TikToks. Go watch the full video, not the clip that you edited yourself.
Fluent, what are you
Like,
talking
give me a break,
about?
bro.
What are you doing,
You
Fluent?
edited the clip yourself.
Let's pull it
Yes
up.
or no?
Let's pull it up.
Yes or no?
Because you're just lying.
Did you edit the clip? Did you edit the clip?
I did.
You edited the clip. So get out of here with let me show you the clip. Let me edit the clips.
I've told you
edit the
plenty
clips
of
and see.
times. I told you plenty of times. I do not edit clips for my own personal bias. If you
Did you
say
edit the
something
clip? Yes
and
or
get
no?
yourself caught up in a
Wait, Dub.
I exposed that. I'm sorry.
Dub,
It is
hold
what
on.
it is.
Fluent, do you feel like Dub edits clips for his own personal bias?
100%. 100%.
And that's just wrong
100%.
because I even
That's
put myself.
the poll you should put in the chat. Does
and
Dub
I
edit the clips for his own
I
personal
even put
success?
myself.
You'll see
And I even put
100% say
myself
yes.
in. I even put myself in bad predicaments by editing clips.
Yeah, you
So
like
what you're
that.
saying
You
doesn't-
like doing that. Absolutely.
I'm keeping it even ground. There's not no bias if I'm doing it with everybody. You don't make sense again. Stop
It
being
makes
an
complete
idiot,
sense.
please.
I don't even
Now
think you
you're-
watch the show when you edit your clips. I don't even think you do because you would have known that's what I said. I said if the person.
Fluent, I had the
scores more-
conversation with you. What are you talking about?
You
All right,
showed
so,
you.
all right.
You
We
wanna
got to
show
move
clip
on
that
to the
you
next
edited.
topic. Yo, I'm sorry, y'all. I know that's elite content. I'm sorry. I don't want to cut it off, but we have to move on to the next topic. We got other battles ahead. I'm going to bring these two back in, and we're going to get on with the next topic. Are y'all ready for this?
Let's go.
We're going to do the Hakeem versus Kareem.
Oh, man.
Since Dub went first, Fluent, I'm going to let you go first this time.
Honestly, this one's super close. Like, I got both of these guys as top 10 players of all time. And as my counterpart, who clearly doesn't know the history of basketball, calls Kareem a fraud. So I'm going to take Kareem. And here's why I take Kareem. Because when you look at them talent-wise, they were both tremendous offensive players. They were both tremendous defensive players. They both led their teams to championships. So it's super close. But for their careers, Kareem averaged more points, more rebounds, more assists, higher field goal percentage, higher free throw shooting percentage, less turnovers. He did with less the same thing that Hakeem did. So Hakeem had a team built around him, but when you look at what they did historically, Kareem comes to a Bucks team that won 27 games. In his first season, they win 56. The second he gets a teammate that's good, a 32-year-old Oscar Robertson, they immediately win a championship. So when you look at Hakeem, also great, but Hakeem comes into a situation where he's got an all-star Rookie of the Year as his teammate, who's an all-star with him for the first 4 seasons of his career, and Ralph Sampson, an all-NBA player in 84-85. And when they get to the finals in that second year, go look at what Hakeem did. Not very good. So again, we have to nitpick because we have two ultra-talented, super great players. The talent is neck and neck. Who produced more? Kareem. So when you have equal talent, to my last point, you have to go to production. And I mean, it's by a hair, but that's why it's Kareem over Hakeem.
And you got it. That was Fluent's first round. Dub, it is on you. Time starts when you start.
I agree with Fluent. It is really close with those guys. But to downplay Oscar Robertson like he wasn't a top 5 or top 10 player at that time is kind of ridiculous to do. Hakeem Olajuwon, in my opinion, the skill set between the two are so close to each other. Hakeem is the better defender. The scoring, I think, is damn near each other. And this goes to our point where we're talking about production. We can't just sit here and say, oh, Kareem was producing 30-point per game seasons, and that's why he's producing more than him, so we're going to hold him up to a higher level. Because the reason why he put up that many points is mainly because of the pace of play. When we simplify that and do per 100 possessions, so we give Kareem and Hakeem Olajuwon only 100 possessions per game, and they track those stats about that, Hakeem outscored and outproduced Kareem Abdul-Jabbar 4 times out of Kareem's best season. So that just gives you an understanding that the production, even with the two, is this close with each other. So let's not just go on the production wave and just say, oh, 30 points per game here, he's automatically better. That just doesn't make sense. Now, when we talk about how they were successful in their career, yes, they both all had help. They both needed help. But I think what Hakeem did going to back-to-back NBA Finals, winning back-to-back NBA Finals, I think that was more impressive than Kareem Abdul-Jabbar did, especially when he had a better supporting cast. And he never went back-to-back until he was getting washed out the league. And then Magic Johnson was the best player of the team. And that was the only time when they went back-to-back. So me personally, Hakeem going back-to-back chips is more impressive than what Kareem did.
Yeah, and like I said, they're close. They're super close. But let's go back to some of the accolades as well, because again, they're both super talented. But Kareem actually has more all-defensive team, 11-9 over Olajuwon. And in the first 5 years of his career, they didn't even have that award. He has more All-NBA first teams. He obviously has more rings. He has more MVPs. So those are the things when, again, talent, skill, eye test, when you look at them, they're neck and neck. So again, I'll keep going back to production. The teammates that you talk about. Why do you ignore Ralph Sampson? Do you know who Kareem's best teammate was in his rookie year? Flynn Robinson. Tell me one thing about Flynn Robinson. You can't, because you don't know who he is. So he's clearly not that guy, Flynn Robinson I'm talking about. When you look at Hakeem, we don't look at the names. You look at the names, you say, oh, he had less of a supporting cast in those 2 back-to-back seasons. No, he didn't. He had a perfect team built around him with Vernon Maxwell and Otis Thorpe and Kenny Smith. None of them great superstars, but all played their role perfectly. And in the second chip, he had an older, but still 20-plus point per game, Clyde Drexler. So he absolutely had help. What you don't talk about is in those playoffs and in those finals, the 10 years beforehand, where he didn't perform. And in their head-to-head matchups at the tail end of Kareem's career versus Hakeem, Kareem 18-5. So in their head-to-head matchups, Kareem outplayed him.
When you look at some of the head-to-head matchups, I remember a year, I think it was 1987, 1986. Hakeem actually washed Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
It was his last year in the league.
I just know.
He was 30 years old.
Okay. Oh, I get interrupted. Wow. Is there any penalty points? Okay, I'm gonna restart my time.
No, you get 15 more seconds, Doug.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, cool. And then I didn't even negate Ralph Sampson, so let's not do that. I never negated it. I just said that Oscar Robertson was a high-quality player as well, so let's not go by that logic. I'm looking for this Bradley Beal thing so that y'all could get yourself caught up. So I really wasn't paying attention to what you said. But to further my point about Hakeem Olajuwon, he went back-to-back NBA Finals, and I'm comparing the situation that Kareem Abdul-Jabbar had. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar had a Magic Johnson, Norm Nixon, Jamal Wilkes, and that even started to get replaced with like a Michael Cooper, a James Worthy started coming to fray. So the fact that he couldn't even go back-to-back NBA Finals with that type of supporting cast, and Hakeem did it with, like who you said, Otis Thorpe, Kenny Smith, is vastly more impressive to me. So especially when I think the year when they won in 1980, the next year in 1981, they lost to the Houston Rockets because Kareem Abdul-Jabbar couldn't hold Moses Malone. Then you talk about all NBAs and all defense. Listen, Kobe Bryant is one of those guys that got all NBAs, all stars, and all defense award. But I don't hear anybody trying to big him up because of those awards either. So let's apply the same logic to everybody, because some of those All-NBAs, Kareem didn't really deserve like that. I remember he got a first-team All-NBA team above Hakeem Olajuwon. Hakeem Olajuwon had a better season. I think it was like 1986 or 1987. That's all I gotta say. Yeah, I ain't got
All
nothing to say. I'm still looking for this. I'll be back.
Cool, cool. All right, y'all ready for round 3?
Fluent, do you feel like you lost that round because the chat sure does?
What's that?
I said, do you feel like you lost that round because the chat sure does?
Oh, I won that round. Kareem, listen, everybody knows Kareem. Listen, there's not one person, even in the chat. Give me your top 10. No one has Olajuwon over Kareem. And I'm respecting Olajuwon. He's phenomenal. But everyone's got Kareem over Olajuwon.
Yo.
Put your scores in the chat for the rounds. I see a few 1-1s. I see 2-0 Fluent. See 2-0 Fluent.
I love how Dub said, I remember. Like he was alive in 88. I remember.
Remembering is going back to look. Remembering is going back and looking and recalling what I looked up. So yes, that's me remembering the research that I looked up.
I just want to be clear. I went back and looked.
Like, stop being an idiot, Fluent, please.
I didn't. Not that you remember. I went back and looked.
Fluent, do you feel like there's a difference between you actually viewing it versus Dub, who went on YouTube and I don't know if he did, allegedly looked at the clips? I believe Dub.
I think, look, both are important because even if you lived it like I did, I still have to go back and watch it, right? Because your memories sometimes change. So you want to go back and look. But yeah, I think there's a difference because you miss some of the importance. Like, people don't realize when we talk about Kareem, like what he meant to that team above and beyond any of the stats. Like, there's a reason his nickname's the captain, right? People looked up to him. He made those other guys around him, even at the center position, he made them better. So that feeling becomes part of it, but absolutely, you got to go back and watch. You got to go back and watch the tape. The interesting part is he's trying to compare the Lakers of the 80s, who went to eight NBA finals and won 5 of them, to Hakeem, who went to 2 in the 90s against, let's be honest, a far superior league. Like, he did not have to go against the all-time great Celtics, the Sixers. Like, it was a much more competitive league in the 80s than it was in the 90s. And it was the 2 years that, Jordan was retired, which should be held into account as well.
Talk to us, Dub.
Bradley Beal, right? To your eyes, he was a better scorer than Kevin Durant when he's putting up 30 points in back-to-back seasons.
If he put up more points on a consistent basis, then yes, he's a better scorer for that time. For that time period.
Don't die on that hill. No. There's not.
Let me ask you a question. I always ask you the same question. I always ask you the same question. Who's the better scorer? And the easy answer is, and the truth is, the guy who scores most points. Period.
Keep going.
That's it. That's it. What are we doing? There's nothing else.
Why'd you stop? That's the clip you made. That's the clip you edited, dummy. Show the full episode where I said who's more efficient.
I'm sorry. Listen. You did it. I remember that song.
You're showing the TikTok that you edited. You're showing the TikTok.
Did you edit that?
I'll go get the full episode. If that's what we want to do, you want to sit and wait, I'll go get the full episode.
It might have been on our old YouTube account. You go look it up because, bro, I'm sorry. There's nothing to misunderstand.
Go pull the full episode, not the clip you edited. Did you edit that clip? Yes or no?
Go find the clip. I found it. Go find the clip then. Go find it. Make a clip of your own. In the same episode too.
I will, absolutely.
Go ahead. Like, what the fuck are we doing,
I've said it multiple times. The person that scores the most.
2-0 Dub. 2-0 Dub, because he just lied. Another point needs to be deducted off clear lying.
Who are you, Luca, begging the refs for calls? Get out of here, man.
I'm just
lost.
Facts, bro.
Again.
Fluent, is this easy work for you?
This, yes. Let's be honest. He should be helping Marz with Ticket, is what he should do. They should have done a 2-1. That's what should be happening.
So you feel like you did, but I felt like you had to get this out of your system. This just fight off this Dub Nat once and for all. And this was like your coming to of just like, Dub, don't ever step in my lane anymore. But now I want the big dogs.
See, Dub is like a typical kid, right? He don't listen. He thinks he's right. He's going to argue. Even when he loses, I won. I'm going to scream louder because I won. He lost. He's going to continue to lose. And I've told him this before. And you actually said it at the beginning of this. He's going to go back and look at tape in 5 years, 10 years, when he starts to grow, and he'll be like, fuck, he was right, that motherfucker. And he'll probably hate me more because of it. And that's cool. I like Dub. I want to help Dub.
But he'll be more fluent at that point.
You know, that's what I try to do. That's the whole reason for Sports Fluent, is to make people more fluent.
This is
Even if they don't want to be. I'm gonna help
This
them.
is the highest. This is the highest form of denial. It's so funny. He don't really understand. Like, I have to have these talking points. I have to say my opinion. I don't really care. Like, I'm not gonna lie, Fluent. I don't care what people think. I just have to say my point. I don't think I'm automatically right in scenarios. I don't. So you barely hear me say that I'm right or you're wrong. I barely go that route because I have enough maturity to understand that nobody's right in this because it's all mainly opinion.
So you never
that's
say you're
just,
right, you're wrong?
Again,
Okay.
I said consistently I don't do that a lot. And Shaq, Ron, they've been on the show numerous times. And they could always say that I don't. I'll say you're crazy for thinking that you think, but I won't sit here and go off a cliff saying I'm automatically right, you're automatically wrong. You just kind of mad because you just put yourself in a box.
Mad. I'm
So
not mad at all.
I just need you to do me a favor. Go look in that episode. And
Oh, yeah,
I'll send it to you. I'll look it up for you.
I'll make a clip. I'll make a clip.
Go make a clip
not only did I
from
say it
that
in that
episode.
episode, I say it repeatedly. If you take the names away, the person who scores more, if the person scores more and is more efficient, they're better than the person who scores less and is less efficient.
That's not what you said
That's
there.
it. That's what I did. That's not how you clipped
That's
it.
not what you said.
That's not how you clipped it.
What were the words that came out your mouth? I didn't clip it. I didn't take anything else.
Absolutely clipped it. Because right after that sentence where you clipped it, I said, if he's more efficient.
What he's doing right now, he's going off of an assumption that I'm editing this to make him look bad without going off the facts.
Not at all.
Wait.
I think you're doing the right thing.
You're talking about
me
interrupting and being loud.
to get
That's
clicked.
exactly what
You're doing the right thing.
You talk about me interrupting and being loud. You're
doing the
interrupting
right
me and being
thing.
loud right now.
Absolutely.
This whole entire time you.
All right, y'all. I gotta interject because we gotta move on to the next topic. These two will sit up here for the next 3 hours and go back and forth.
The craziest part is I see so much Fluent and Dub and so much Dub and Fluent that it's just like, this is amazing. I'm like, what is going on? Dub's really gonna look back at some years and be like, wow.
All right, bro. This is
hold up. Wait, Dub. Hold on. Because we got to get to this next topic. The last topic, but certainly not the least. We have a debate of generations. So, Dub, what generation are you taking?
2000s.
In Fluent, what generation?
Wait, before we get into this, wait. Before we get into this, Fluent's taking the current generation. But before we get into this, Dub, do you edit biasly? Like, I'm still not just hopping over that because what's going on here?
I don't know why he's even saying that. I don't edit biasly. I go with the formula that was taught to me by Jordan Deal. I put myself on a spike. I put everybody else on a spike. Fluent got mad at one of the videos I put of me and my scrotum across his face. And a couple weeks ago, I put a video of him saying that I was a Matthew Stafford meat rider. So I always, if there's some hot stuff that I think is going to be clickable, I would chop it up to whichever way I see fit, regardless if it's me, Fluent, or anybody else. And if somebody says some off-the-wall stuff, where I just post it. It is what it is.
Fluent, do you feel like the integrity of Players' Choice TikTok is somewhat taking a shot now that Dub's running things behind the scenes?
Well, if I had a choice between JD and Dub, I think we all agree it's JD, right? I think Dub would even say that.
Oh, JD's amazing. He's a GOAT.
See, there you go.
JD's the GOAT though. Like he's.
I told Dub the other day, we got to be careful because he's on way too often, and it's gonna hurt. It's hurting the product.
He didn't say that. He's lying again.
Fluent,
he didn't say that. He's lying again.
Noted. All right, Rod. I'm sorry for interrupting you.
Capologist of the year, man.
I like your "We Are Not the Same" hoodie. Players' Choice merch coming soon.
You see it. All right, man. I can't wait to get into this third round. Dub, you went first the first time. Fluent, you went first the second time. Who wants to go first this round?
Let him go. Let him go first.
Yeah, it don't matter.
Well, Dub, it's on you.
I think the 2000s era, in my opinion, is probably one of the best eras of basketball ever. There's so much nostalgia in there. So many top 10 players in there as well. Tim Duncan, Shaquille O'Neal, Kobe Bryant, LeBron James coming in the fray. So many high caliber people, man. Allen Iverson, the nostalgia with him, the We Believe Warriors, the competitive nature, the dynasties we've seen, the coaching, Phil Jackson, Greg Popovich. It was just such a remarkable era for the 2000s, man. The competition was always tough. And even when teams were dominating, there was always good competition. Sacramento Kings, Portland Trailblazers, Detroit Pistons. The 2000s era was just one of the eras we just look back in and we're just like, wow. That's all I got to say. Now you're not an idiot.
There's a reason that the NBA did everything in their power to change the rules of the game of basketball, because the 2000s, as incredible as it was as a Laker fan, had 2 top 10 players on the same team, had the slowest pace that I've ever seen, the lowest scoring games we've ever seen. And it wasn't because of this phenomenal defense. It was very good defensively. Don't get me wrong. There were some incredible defensive players, but they muckied up the game and it wasn't as fun to watch anymore, which is why they made the changes to the rules to open up the game and to allow the incredible talent and skillful players to do what they do best, which is play basketball, not grab and push and hold and, you know, do everything they can. I know this is a basketball show, so I'm not going to relate it to hockey for too long, but in hockey, they used to have the neutral zone trap where it was mucky and slow and every game was 1-0. And NHL was like, this sucks. And they had to change it. That's what happened with the 2000s. So my era, that's the best, is today. And why is the era better today? Because when you compare it to the 2000s, it's more open. It's more fun to watch. They have more assists per game. They shoot a higher field goal percentage, a higher free throw percentage, a higher three-point, field goal, everything. It's more fun to watch. There's more scoring. And there's still great defensive players. We still talk about these perimeter defenders and Rudy Gobert being a shot blocker. And so you still have all that defense, but you allow the talent. The talent is spread out among the league. Look at how many superstars we have today. Almost every team, like 20 teams, have a legit superstar.
All right, Fluent, your time is up. Dub, it's on you now. Kick it off whenever you're ready.
They eliminated the hand check rule, I believe, in 04-05, which kind of brought the Phoenix Suns and their 7-second offense to be as dynamic as it was. And after those years, I think the perimeter players really started getting off a lot. Kobe Bryant, Tracy McGrady, Carmelo Anthony. And there was just so many things to watch and marvel at. So that whole rule change happened in the 2000s, which also had a good balance of having great perimeter players, also have a good balance of having great players in the post as well, like a Dirk Nowitzki, Kevin Garnett. Such a balanced brand of basketball of low post players and perimeter players and very high talented individuals, which is why, in my opinion, that's more fun to watch. Right now, what we have right now, it's great. It's great basketball to see with the threes and everything. But in my personal opinion, the balanced aspect of the 2000s, along with the defense, the low post scoring, the perimeter scoring, that's just something that's irreplaceable. We probably will never see again in our lifetime. So the 2000s, man, it's just so many great players to look at too. Spurs, Tracy McGrady, Houston Rockets, Carmelo was balling out. The We Believe Warriors, man, like it was a great time, man.
Absolutely. Fluent, we're ready for your rebuttal round 2. It's on you.
He's muted. You're muted.
Hold on. Start from the top.
Go
ahead. Start from the top.
No worries. The fact that he's bringing up kind of the talent and the players and the teams, when you compare it to today, it's incredible. We got centers, 7-foot centers who are running the point and dropping double-digit assists. We got 7-footers shooting threes. Like, it is the most fun we've ever had watching basketball. And the talent level is significantly higher than it was in 2000. Again, because of those rule changes that were needed because the game got mucky, we get to see their talent. Guys like Steph Curry, Luka Doncic, Nikola Jokic, Giannis, like the amount of teams that we have that have potential, or like I said, superstars or about to be superstars, is ridiculous. This is the evolution of the game, and we're still not done. We're still in the era that I'm talking about, because next year there's going to be a 7'4" dude coming in who has the ball handles of a guard and the shooting of Steph Curry and can play inside, outside. So now what we have is great defenders, great shooters, great post players. We literally have it all, and the best part is it's spread out among all the teams. There's no team that there's no super team right now. There's no Lakers that have 2 top 10 players right now. Literally, you have 6, 7, 8 teams that have a legitimate shot at winning an NBA title. And that's what makes it entertaining. And that's why it's the best right now, because it's maybe the first time where it's been this open, where it wasn't 2 teams dominating. That's going to happen now. So yeah, it's just like I said, it's and I've watched four decades of basketball, and I'm telling you.
All right, Fluent, your time is up. Yo, we have reached the last round where me and Shaq are just gonna step out of it and let you guys do what you do best. Time starts right now.
So yeah, when you talk about big men, there's only two, maybe 5 big men in the league that's like prominent figures, and in the 2000s there was way more than that. So yeah, on top of that, you talk about not knowing who's gonna win. I think that just became a thing probably like a year or two, probably last season, mainly because a couple years ago we all thought it was going.
Who are those centers in the 2000s? Because you said
The
there's only
2000
5 right now, right?
Yeah, you had Jermaine O'Neal. Well, big men. I'm talking about
Jermaine
like
O'Neal. If that's where you're starting, we got
Jermaine
work to do.
O'Neal, Tim Duncan, Kevin Garnett, Dwight Howard, Marcus Camby was good for a time. There was a lot of good centers in
Camby.
that.
You're
Come on.
comparing Jermaine O'Neal and Marcus Camby to Nikolai Jokic?
You're not understanding my point. My point is that there's more of a talent pool of big men than there is right now. I'm not comparing them. I brought up Kevin Garnett and Tim Duncan, and then you disregarded that. I'm saying there's more variety of big men in that era than there is
You got
now.
big men now who run the point, who shoot threes, who can block shots, who can post up. They're way more skilled today. They do way more. Marcus Camby was a defensive player who blocked shots. He was one-dimensional. He was Rudy Gobert.
So for Joel Embiid, you have Tim Duncan.
Joel
Kevin
Embiid,
Garnett.
absolutely.
Joel
Who's
Embiid,
like Joel Embiid? Who's like Nikolai Jokic?
So for Joel Embiid, Nikola Jokic, and Giannis Antetokounmpo, you have Dirk Nowitzki, you have Kevin Garnett, you have Tim Duncan, you have Shaquille O'Neal. I mean, then who else? Who else do you have to lean on? Who else? I brought up the other names. Who else do you have to lean on? Clint Capella.
Clint Capella.
Like
it
and that's my point.
More diverse. It's more diverse. You have more guards, more forwards, more centers. Again, are you suggesting that today's players are less talented than the 2000s?
No, I'm saying.
All right, so they're more talented. Are you agreeing that they're more spread out, the talent?
Can I finish? You asked me a question. Can I finish answering the question? I said no. I think today's league there are probably more talented perimeter players. We're talking about guys who play on the low post as big men. The talent pool in the 2000s was definitely better than it is today. Right?
Of 7-footers? No, I don't think so. I don't think so. I think big men are fairly equal. I think the forwards more so now, and I think guards way more now. And don't forget, because the game has evolved, those guys that you looked at, not the ones that you mentioned, I'm talking about the Cambys and those ones. In today's league, they're not stars anymore. They're not stars anymore. They're role players. They're
I think they'll
all-stars.
I think they'll still be good, but I think they'll still be stars, but I mean you're missing my point. Yao Ming too. Somebody said I'm gonna say MC Robinson. He said it. Yao Ming too. Like you're just missing the point. So I mean I can't.
Do you want them to give you any more?
Not really. It's just something. Okay. It's just something I forgot.
Oh, you're pulling it off from there.
You're missing the point. You're just missing.
You agree that they're more talented today, right?
Huh?
You agree that the players are more talented today?
I said that they're more talented. I said that they're.
And there's less big men because of the way that they play.
How many times am I going to say the same thing, Fluent? How many times?
I'm just confirming that they're more talented today.
I said that on terms of perimeter play. Can I finish? What are you doing? You talk about interrupting and being obnoxious.
Ron said, "Let's do what we do best."
What are you doing? And what are you doing?
Do what we do. I'm winning a debate. That's what I'm doing.
No, you're not. You're doing everything that you accuse me of doing, which shows the contradiction and the hypocrisy that
you don't like it, do you?
You're just a hypocrite, bro.
I should maybe clip this up and put it on TikTok.
You're just a hypocrite. I'm chilling, bro. It's just fun to see. It's fun to see how much of a hypocrite somebody could be.
Honestly. All right, y'all. All right. I gotta step in. We gotta end it. We're gonna run the polls. We're gonna see who won. In the meantime, the battle that's after this is Chill and Elder Rufus. You guys stick around for that. That's going to be one for the ages. But how do you guys feel about this battle in conclusion? Dub, how do you feel like you did?
I think if the chat's not being biased towards me, I think I won pretty easily. But the chat really doesn't like me like that. So I guess it is what it is.
First of all, hey, I appreciate you. Thank you for the kind words. I love you. But I also love Fluent, bro. That hurt seeing you guys fight like that, man.
Hey, this is an everyday thing.
It's just
how do you feel?
Hey, listen, I'll let you guys in the chat decide.
I thought it was great. Got a lot of things off. But it is what it is. I know the chat has their own personal bias, so I'm not angry. I know what I came in. I know what I brought.
The fact that you're pulling the chat's personal bias card because you know you lost, I think is hilarious.
I don't think that
that's
I
hilarious.
lost.
You know what you should say? You should say thank you for making me more fluent. Is that's really what you should say? And you know what? You're welcome. You're welcome.
I don't want to be an
I'm here
idiot.
to do.
I'm sorry.
It's what I'm here to
be
do.
an idiot. I don't want to be an
What
idiot.
I'm here to do.
I would never want to be fluent. I don't want to be an idiot.
Exactly. You're not. Okay. See, that's what I'm trying to help you with. You agree.
No, you ran the poll, right?
Yeah.
And
announce it.
Go ahead, you got it.
Round 1 goes to Sports Fluent. Round 2 goes to Sports Fluent, and round 3 Fluent sweeped.
The sweep. I knew I should have brought my broom. I knew I should. I want to thank everybody for being more fluent and teaching Dub a lesson that he should listen more and talk less. I appreciate you all.
Nasty. Yo,
we should end with something though, you know.
Oh man.
Tony's his name.
This is what we do in the winner's circle, Fluent. Yo, fellas, any final words before you guys cut out?
Fluent, we all know what happened here today. It's okay.
Yep, we do know. I'll send
know.
your broom in the mail.
With your
ashes. Broom is crazy.
You are one of the worst people I've ever heard talk sports. I just want you to know that.
God, this is getting disgusting. Bloodbath.
There's no respect. There's no respect given. I'm not gonna give flowers to somebody that I know didn't deserve to win. So it is what it is.
No respect. Yo, we got to push on to the next one.
Well,
But
Apollo, Ivan Drago gave you a beating. What's up?
That was great, man.
Dad jokes
Good
is
performance.
so bad.
Both of you.
And you still got
Fluent. All right, Dub. Appreciate you guys for coming up and giving us a classic battle. We'll catch you guys on the next show.
Hey, Dub. Salute.
Nasty. All right, Ron, you ready for this next battle, baby?
Yes, sir. Let's get it going.
Let's get it. Fluent brought himself back in here. That's heat. All right, we got Chilltown versus Elder Rufus. I've been looking forward to this battle all day. Let me bring in Chilltown and Elder Rufus right now. Fellas, how we doing?
Let's get it. Let's do it. Let's do it.
Chilling.
Let's do it.
So you guys prepared? You guys had a good Thanksgiving yesterday?
Football and food. I went hunting.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
You went hunting yesterday to get yourself in the mind state for this?
Bro, I stay in this mind state. You don't see no notes on me. You see my team behind me.
I know Chill didn't bring no notes.
So can't come to a battle rap with your raps in your hand. You either know it or you don't.
Yes.
Yes.
All right, Ron, I got it from here, bro. Appreciate you.
After this, it's gonna be a dead body on Player's Choice. A dead body.
Crazy. All right, y'all. For this battle, we actually have our first guest hosts. We have 2 guest hosts today. Chill, you're familiar with them. You've been on their podcast. We are bringing up Joel and River from Pick a Side podcast. Joel, River, thank you guys for joining, bro. Thank you guys for guest hosting. How y'all doing, man?
I'm doing great. Had a great Thanksgiving. I'm looking forward to this debate. I know this first topic is very personal to all of y'all, so I'm really looking forward to this debate.
Wakanda forever.
Yes, sir. Joel, River, you guys know the deal. You guys know what to do, so I'll just sit back and enjoy this.
Okay, we got it from here.
And before we get into this, Shaq, are you gonna? Yeah. Shaq wants to come up.
Yeah. I'm right here. What's good, Joel and Rev, my guy Rev.
Yo.
How you guys doing?
Doing great.
No, man, I see both of my unks is up here, man. I just wanted to issue a apology publicly to you two, specifically Rev and Joel, for coming at you guys the way that I did. It wasn't warranted. It was just friendly banter for me. And, I had many nights where I was like, damn, I took an L on that one. So I'm here to actually gift you guys the L that I took, but at the same time to apologize to you guys because I don't want no beef, man. Hopefully we can work together and get you guys on the card in the upcoming future, and I'm going to let you guys do your thing.
Yeah, most definitely. I really respect you coming out and doing that. And we've been fans of Players Choice for a long time. So, glad we could hash this out and be on this special event and just host these debates. I'm looking forward to this.
Hey man, we good on my side. I ain't tripping off nothing, man. Appreciate the apology though.
No. Tell your whole crew, the other Joe and Andrew, it's all love. It's all love. So you fellas do your thing.
Appreciate
and Chill,
it.
I'm rooting for you.
Yo, the bias.
Elder, you still my favorite.
PCX pick a side coming soon, y'all. All right. Hey, Joel, take it from here, brother.
Okay, so these are the rules for the debate. Each of you will have an opening round where you guys will give your opening arguments for 1.5 minutes. Then we'll have a rebuttal round, 1.5 minutes each, and then an open debate round, which is 4 minutes. Now, this is the first topic. Where is the proper ranking for Kobe Bryant? Chilltown, I'm going to start with you.
Hey, OG, don't embarrass us, man. I'm rooting for you, man.
Embarrass you? Why would I do that? Embarrass you guys? Come on, man. So, throughout the 75-year history of the NBA, the best players to ever play in the game are big guys. That's not my opinion. That's a fact. Over 40 of the 67 league MVPs that are handed out, almost 40 of them were given to big guys. So the best players to ever play in the game were big guys. The best teams that the NBA has ever seen have been anchored by big guys, which would explain why my ranking, 6 of the top 10 guys that I have in my ranking are big guys: James, Jordan, Jabbar, Chamberlain, Russell, Magic, Bird, Duncan, Olajuwon, Diesel. Of these 10 guys, one of those guys, he has the most MVPs in league history. One of those guys, he has the most championships in league history. He's also a big guy. So when you talk about the history of the game, when you talk about the big guy, he is the best player to ever play. Now most of the people that I talk to, when you talk about rankings, they have Kobe Bryant anywhere between 8 and 12. I have him at 11. And the reason why I have him at 11 is because all of the guys that I have in front of him I have legit logic on every last one of them, why I have them where I have them, and I can defend every last one of them.
Okay, that was 1 minute and 15 seconds, less than 1.5 minutes. So, Elder, the floor is yours.
Ooh. All right, salute everybody. Not sure why we went on the big man rant. We're talking about where Kobe Bryant ranks all time. I know this new generation, one of the things they love to do is eliminate what's called the eye test. And the reason they like to do that is because most of them never actually saw some of these greats that we discussed. Most of the young generation here today, they saw Kobe at the end after he was hurt, after he was with bad teammates, all that kind of stuff. And that's the stuff that resonates in their mind. They didn't get to see a real, true young Kobe. They didn't get to see a developing Kobe. And the one thing they didn't get to see was Kobe get the advantages that all other superstars that have come to this league got, which is come in, we know that you're talented, give you a team and develop a team around you for your entire career. That's what the superstars got. Kobe was one of the only ones that did not get that, right? He was one of the only ones that didn't. He came in with bad coaching. He came in under bad teammate that didn't understand his greatness in Shaq. I'm talking about Shaq. That's right. He came in under bad constructed teams, and he had stints in there where ownership was bad and just literally took advantage of the man's talent. I have Kobe as a top 5 player all time. And my personal opinion, from what I've seen with my eyes, and that goes back to the 70s all the way up to now, Kobe Bryant is the second best player I've ever watched play the game.
Second best. Wow.
This is going to get interesting. Okay.
Yeah, second best. Wow. Wow. Second best. So
one guy got it.
I got time left. I got time left. I'm sure.
Yeah, you do. So it's who's the first?
Hold on. MJ, and I'm sure that's his best player all time. It should be. He probably got LeBron because he wants to appeal to the younger crowd.
No, I do not. No, I do not.
The younger crowd. But the consensus of people that watch basketball believes that MJ is the GOAT.
Correct.
We're not talking about a big man. We're talking about a wing. Correct. I don't even put LeBron James in that because he's considered a wing. He's not a power forward.
Correct.
So he wouldn't be considered a big man. He's
correct.
6'8".
Correct.
You understand what I'm saying? Right. So the best players in the game have not been big men.
Yes, they have.
Even in his own statement, LeBron James is the best player that's ever played.
That's one of the best. One of the best. One of the best.
Who's
one
two?
Of the one of the best.
Who's two?
Jordan. Jordan is the best. Jordan.
The two best guys in the game are not big men.
Right,
So
but six, but no, I did not, because six of the
it's supposed to be my time.
I'm sorry. I apologize.
Got
I'm
20
sorry.
seconds left. No,
I'm sorry. I apologize.
Go ahead. I know
So as we said, can you defend Kobe Bryant being the top 2 player of all time?
I'm gonna do it. I got on here and said it.
Go ahead. So can you defend him being the top 2 player of all time? I'm listening.
I'm about to do it. I'm gonna have to, right?
Here we go.
If I said it, I'm gonna have to do it.
So chill town. Let's just hear your reasoning as to why Kobe is not a top 2 player of all time.
Hold on, time out. If we're going that route, hold on, my brother. If we're gonna go that route, that means I get to defend why he's not number 11, correct?
Okay.
Because Chill said he's 11.
That's what I got.
I don't have to defend that he's second. I need to defend why he's not 11 to make it even. Is that correct?
No, that's not correct. Because
why
you have
why are you defending that he's second? I said he's second.
I don't have to defend that he's second. No, I do not. No, I asked you. No, wrong. You just said no. You just said he's the number 2 player all time, and I'm asking you if you can defend that. I don't have to defend that because I don't have him at number 2 all time. So don't put words in my mouth, sir.
Listen,
absolutely not. What I have to defend. What I have to defend. Hang on. What I have to defend. What I have to defend is what I have to defend. What I have to defend is why I have my guys in the top 10 and why he's out of the top 10. I don't have to defend why he's number 2. That's your job. So I'm all in.
Listen,
I'm all in, brother. I'm all in, brother.
I'm going by what that brother said to you.
So one of the players that OG has over Kobe is Shaq. Why do you think Kobe is over Shaq all time?
That's you, Chill Time.
Why do I think Kobe?
I don't have Shaq over Kobe.
I want to hit a whole 10. I'm gonna be honest.
I don't have Kobe over Shaq. I do not.
He said Shaq over Kobe, my brother. Listen, he said
I did.
Shaq.
Sound like he said Kobe over Shaq.
No, he said Shaq over Kobe. Why do you have that?
Well, when Shaq showed up in the league, Shaq was that guy from the door. Not only was he that guy from the door, he was that guy from the door who basically completely changed the game. If we had a guy that was running around in the NBA today who was breaking stanchions and tearing down backboards, I mean, we're talking about the NBA being completely different. He basically brought back the big man who was dominant. Not only did he bring back the big man who was dominant, they built that Laker unit around him. And not only did they build that Laker unit around him, when Kobe Bryant got there, he was the best player on that unit. And he was the best player on that unit on all their championship teams. Not only was he the best player on all their championship teams, he was the most dominant player in the game for a long period of time. And when him and Kobe Bryant broke up, he still was a dominant player. Was he what he was with the Lakers? No, he wasn't. But he still was awesome when he left Kobe Bryant. So we have a guy who won the NBA championship and won the finals MVP 3 straight years. There's nobody in my generation, with the exception of Michael Jordan, who could say that they did that. Nobody, except the big man, which is Shaquille O'Neal. That's one of the main reasons why I have him ahead of Kobe Bryant.
My turn?
Yeah.
The reason why I would never have Shaq above Kobe Bryant, because I'm going to go off all the stuff Chill just said. First off, Shaq was not no anomaly. We've seen Shaq before. His name is called Daryl Dawkins. His name is called Wilt Chamberlain. No. We've seen these guys that are broken rims. And did they not change? Did they not change the rule for guys that they couldn't dunk for a while before Shaq came? Because they were so dominant. Didn't they take the dunk out the game? So don't tell me Shaq was some new thing on it. He was just bigger and stronger than the guys in the league he played against. Am I diminishing that he was a great player? No, but he wasn't Kobe. He wasn't new, and he wasn't Kobe. And the thing with Shaq is this: Shaq, there were greater centers on the western side, the big men. The best big men in the game back in Shaq years was on the west. So when he went through the playoffs, you go look at them numbers. Kobe carried them through them playoffs. Then when he would get to the Eastern Conference and play, you go name me the centers that he went up against in the finals. Give me the names of the guys. Hold on. Give me the names of the guys that he went against in the finals. That makes it easy for you to get finals MVP for 3 years in a row. When you got young bucks doing all the heavy lifting in the playoffs against the better teams, then you get to the finals and you don't have to play against nobody. You playing against nobody. That's why you can get that 3 years in a row. Now, here's one of the biggest things about Shaq that I really dislike about Shaq, and it's going to kill his legacy. He couldn't recognize that Kobe Bryant was one of the greatest players to ever play the game. He wouldn't relinquish the leadership role to Kobe when it was clearly Kobe's time. But when they traded his tail from the Lakers, which was the smartest move they ever did, sent it to Miami, what's the first thing Shaq said when he got off that plane?
What did he say?
This is D. Wade's team. That's what he said.
I actually said, I'm going to bring a championship to Miami. That's what he said. He said, I'm going to bring a championship to Miami. That's what he said.
Mute your mic, brother. Hey, at the end of the day, you telling me that D-Wade at that time was a better player than Kobe? But Shaq gonna give accolades to D-Wade and not to Kobe. How's you gonna go and submit to a lesser player in D-Wade but not submit to Kobe? It's an arrogant, pompous move that destroyed history. That team would have been the greatest team of all time if Shaq wasn't pompous and he wasn't arrogant. Because are you going to tell me at that time when Shaq got traded that D-Wade was a better player than Kobe?
No, he wasn't. No, I will not. However,
I just wanted to answer. I got it. Why would he submit to D-Wade and not to Kobe then? Keep that going because he's pompous and he's pompous.
Because he would. No, I'm not going to go that far. So let's get back. So let's get back to the finals logic. So when we talking about him,
we're gonna get the free for all I see. Huh?
Let's roll. Yeah. Let's get back to him having to deal with nobody in the finals logic, and you completely leaving out the idea of who he had to go through to get to the NBA finals.
Let's get do it. Yes, I know.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that. I'm glad you mentioned that.
Kobe carried him.
I'm glad you mentioned that Kobe carried him in the Western Conference Finals where he averaged over 30 a game against the San Antonio Spurs when they mopped the floor with them in 4 games and then smoked them. I ain't done. I ain't done. How does the conversation work, sir? You talk, I listen. I talk, you listen. It's that simple. Now, as I was saying, so we'll start in 2000 when he had to deal with Chris Webber, who was a league MVP, finalist. And we'll move over to Tim Duncan in 2001 when he had to deal with him, and David Robinson when he had to deal with him. So he had to deal with these guys on a regular basis in the Western Conference. That's not even mentioning guys like Olajuwon, who he had to deal with in '98 and swept them out the playoffs, right? So the idea of Kobe Bryant carrying him, no way you're carrying him when these guys aren't getting there without the big fella. And not only are they getting there without the big fella, he's dominating in the finals in dramatic fashion, where he's averaging 34 and 36 a game. And he's basically the anchor on what they do. Now, as good as Kobe Bryant was, and I'm not taking away from how good Kobe Bryant was, which is why I have him at 11, and I don't have him at 15 or 19, which is why I have him right outside the top 10. Because during that time, it wasn't a question that Shaquille O'Neal was the best player on that team, considering what he had done in the postseason and in the finals.
So what I want to say to that, OG, is that one of Elder's points was that Shaq was arrogant for not handing the team to Kobe since, he was a better player than D-Wade at the time. But do you want to rebuttal that with also mentioning that Kobe at that time was a bit immature?
I was going to get to that. Sure, I was going to get to that. Well, not only that.
Time out. What the hell we got going on here? What the hell we got going on?
I gotta step in.
I don't know you. All right, you up there, Mr. Curly Hair, light skinned brother. I don't know you. That ain't your role. That ain't a moderator's role to give suggestions and ideas. Do your job, bro. You hear me?
Elder.
I understand y'all. Hold on. Let me finish. I understand y'all like Chill because he thinks like you young guys think. Chill was one of these guys that way back in the day when everybody used to cheer for teams, he was still already on individual guys.
No, I was not. No, I was not. Get out of here with that. That's nonsense. Get out of here.
I went on mute. I watched you the other day on your show. Admit that you went from players to player. I started liking this guy. Or I started liking this guy. I started liking this guy. I don't have a team. I like this dude. I like this dude. You admitted that on your channel. That's what new guys do today. Watch how many guys leave watching basketball when LeBron leaves. They don't have nobody else to go to. How many?
Can I rebut that? Can I rebut that?
Do we have now because people love Kawhi? They don't care about the Clippers. They care about Kawhi.
Correct.
See, the era that we came from, Chill.
Correct.
I'll remind you, sir.
Correct.
You were loyalists.
Correct.
You were loyal to a team.
Correct. That's correct.
Hold on. I had a favorite player growing up. Guess who it was? Magic Johnson. That's why I'm a Laker fan.
Correct.
Because when he came out of state, he went to LA, and guess what, though? When he got the age, when he left basketball, all that, I stayed with the Lakers.
Correct.
I stayed with the Lakers.
Yes, you did.
I didn't go find another favorite player to go to.
Correct.
That's what new age do. Now, young fella, I'm back on you. Do your job, bro. Do your job.
So we'll get.
Now, hold on. Now, here's the thing. Hold on. Hey, Elder, what you're not doing is you're not going to dominate this conversation. No, you're not. So what he did was He left out the part when he talked about the other day, right? He left out the part of the conversation earlier when he saw me. He left out the part of the conversation when I was a kid. I was a Philadelphia 76er fan because I grew up watching Doc. And for a long time, I was a Dr. J fan. Not only was I a Dr. J fan, I was a Philadelphia 76er fan with Moses Malone. Malone, right? So I was a Philadelphia. I'm not done. I'm not done. As I was saying. Philadelphia. I'm not emotional either. I'm not emotional either. So again, I became a Philadelphia 76er fan when I was a kid because I lived not that far from Philadelphia. Big time Doc fan, right? So I watched them and then they got Barkley, and I watched them for the rest of the decade. I was a Jordan fan, I was a Dominique Wilkins fan, but I was a Philadelphia 76er fan until they ended up. I'm not done. Don't interrupt me again. I'm not interrupting you. Don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me again, sir.
You've been interrupting me all day.
Once again, no, I didn't. You talk, I listen. I talk, you listen. Right? I talk, you listen.
All right, yo, I gotta mute you guys because we have to get this going because we're behind schedule. We got to get Dell and Ron in here in about 20 minutes. So we're moving on to round 2. Ron, please run the poll for round 1. We got a little excited for that because y'all were cooking. We wanted to listen. That was great. So we're gonna stick to the format for rounds 2 and 3. We're gonna go a minute and a half for the opening argument, rebuttal round. You guys get 3 minutes and open debate round afterwards. Yo, this is it.
I love it. I love the energy. This is what I love to see.
Bro, everyone's loving it. No, chat is tapped in. This is heat, y'all. This is amazing. This is why you guys are tapping in to the Black Friday event, man. This is why y'all are here. Whew.
Now, all right. Second round is what is the greatest NBA team of all time? Elder, you can start first.
Okay. I like that Laker team that then 2020, 2000, 2001. That's the team I like the most, right? I like the balance that team had. I like the run they went on in the playoffs. It was the most dominant playoffs that I've ever seen. Mm-hmm. They went 16-1. Nobody really was even close. But Philly got really a lucky game out of Iverson to get one. If not, they would have done something that never happened before ever in NBA, which is sweep everybody in the playoffs. See, most young people won't appreciate that. Here, why? They didn't see it. They don't have no idea how dominant Kobe and Shaq were and the rest of the guys that was with them. That team had so much balance all the way around. And they, you know how we got the teams today where they say it's positionless basketball? Go back and look at that roster. They had 2 guys that were like 6 foot, right? You had Derek Fisher, Tyronn Lue. Everybody else was 6'6" and up, y'all. Everybody else on the team. So they were just a team full of wings and big men, and they just destroyed folk. And whenever they got focused, they would lock you down. Whenever they got focused, they would lock you down. And in that playoffs, they went into a zone that I've never seen before.
You talk about
when I say best team, I would put that team up against what most people think is the best team, which is probably the Bulls when they won 73. And then
time. Chill. Your opening argument.
Well, what he mentioned about the 2000-2001 Lakers is absolutely valid. When I look at that unit, when I think about what they did, they were basically a half-a-mile freight train with no brakes. Nobody was seeing them. But the difference is that when I look at that 1995-96 team, Chicago Bulls, when they won 72 games, that team was awesome from wire to wire. There was a stretch during the 2000-2001 season where the Lakers were barely over 500. They were 3 or 4 games over 500 because of the nonsense between Kobe Bryant and Shaq, and these guys were tugging at each other. We had an all-star break where the Chicago Bulls had lost 5 games. That's it. They were rolling. Not only were they rolling, by the end of the season, I thought they were going to win 75 games, and they basically walked to the NBA Finals. I mean, they smoked Washington in round 1. Not only did they smoke Washington in round 1, they lost 1 game to the Knicks, and then they smoked Orlando, a team that beat them the next year, and they should have swept Seattle. Right? They should have swept Seattle, but they didn't. But they still handled them. We're talking about a team that not only had a top 5 player, not only did they have the best player in Michael Jordan, they had the best all-around player in the game in Scottie Pippen. They had the best rebounder in the game in Dennis Rodman. They had the best bench player in Tony Kukoc. They had the second best long ball shooter in Steve Kerr. So with all of that being said, you put those things together, you get 72 wins. Now, when I think about what the Bulls did, overall, they also had 3 guys, count them, Scottie Pippen, Michael Jordan, and Dennis Rodman, to be first-team All-League defenders. That has never happened in the history of the NBA, and it hasn't happened since.
Time. Rebuttal, Elder Rufus.
All right. So, when you go look, it's kind of a consensus that the eras that they played in, that era, the 2000s, was a tougher era. Now, when you go look, the thing that I don't like about the Bulls in that era, the Eastern Conference, if people watch basketball and knew back then, was a very weak conference. It really was. It was a very weak conference. And Chicago could blow through that. If you go look at what Chicago's strength of schedule was back then, a bunch of y'all going to be surprised.
Mm-hmm.
Their strength of schedule was 29th in the league.
Mm-hmm.
29th.
Mm-hmm.
They played nobody. So, yes, they can go on these long winning streaks when you're playing a bunch of Eastern Conference teams that aren't good. Now, let's get to Orlando. What year was Shaq? 3rd year. What year was Penny? 2nd year. They played a young Orlando team. And the Bulls didn't have anybody under 27 years old.
Correct.
It was a totally latent, a veteran team. They should blow them out.
Absolutely.
Then when they did play a good veteran team, they ran into bad coaching. Because in my personal opinion, when you look at your matchups, you should have easily had Gary Payton, who was considered the glove, guarding Michael Jordan. You go down all these games, then you decide, well, let me go ahead and put Gary Payton on. And Jordan had his 2 worst games of the playoffs with Gary Payton guarding him. The series would have been way more competitive if they would have done that. Like the Bulls, Phil Jackson was smart when they played the Lakers and put Scottie Pippen on Magic Johnson. Bad coaching, that's all. But they still got 2 games out of them in the finals.
Time. Chill. Rebuttal round.
Well, the first part with that is this isn't college football. This is the NBA where you play everybody. And not only do you play everybody more than once, more than twice. So that's the way that works. Number 2, that Bulls team that Jordan and Pippen was on, they're the only 2 dudes on that unit that was on the first 3-peat team. That unit was completely rebuilt. And you bring those dudes back, Michael Jordan was a different player. Scottie Pippen, who now at that point in 1996 was much better than Scottie Pippen in 1993. He was a top 5 player at that point, right? He was arguably a top 5 player at that point. And when you put 2 guys on a unit that are top 5 players, you're definitely going to get positive results. So that Bulls team, when they played against Washington with Chris Webber and Rod Strickland, they rolled through them. When they played against that New York Knicks team that was vet-laid with Ewing and Anthony Mason and Oakley and John Starks and Allen Houston, smoked them dudes in 5 games. And then when they run up on that Orlando Magic team, who, even though you're telling me that they were a young team, please don't leave out the fact that the year before that they were in the NBA Finals and they won 60 games. No, so we're not going to use that logic. That logic is not going to work. What we are going to use, we're going to use the fact that they ran up on a better team. The idea that the Eastern Conference was weak, I'm not going to go that far. What I am going to say is that the Chicago Bulls were just better than everybody else.
You know the reason why they was on that, went to the championship.
Hey, floor is yours for 3 minutes.
What we got? I'm sorry. What's up?
3 minutes. Cook.
Open debate between you 2.
Oh,
Go
I'll
ahead.
start right there then. Real quick, can I give you a chance to go?
Say what you said. I didn't hear you. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I didn't hear what you said the first time.
The reason why they were in the championship the year before, remember that's when Jordan that took 2 years off, came back halfway through the year. They were already rolling. Jordan wasn't in the Jordan mold.
Right.
That's the only reason they made it to the finals. And when they got there, what happened to Shaq? Team Olajuwon destroyed that young boy. I mean, showed him what basketball was all about. So they were still a young team. They were a good, talented young team, but they weren't nowhere on the level of the top teams back then, which had a bunch of veteran guys. I'll give you the floor a little bit, and we ain't gonna have to yell over each other.
No, we're not. No, we grown. We grown. So again, when I think about that Orlando Magic team, yeah, they were young. Now, the fact that Jordan was out the league, I don't think that really has much to do with it, because that Orlando Magic team was getting better. I mean, in the 94 season, Shaq led the league in scoring that year. So it wasn't like it was a situation where he was, even though he was young, he was still figuring it out. He still was dominating, led the league in scoring. And in addition to him leading the league in scoring, Penny Hardaway was becoming who he was becoming. Dennis Scott was one of the best long ball shooters in the game. And at that point in 94, he was up in 95 or 96, I'm sorry, when they saw him, he was a 6-year vet, just like Nick Anderson was a six-year vet. Now, I know for a fact that there aren't teams that can win the NBA championship with kids at the helm. I know that for a fact. We have never seen that, right? We've never seen an NBA team win with kids at the helm. However, we have seen teams get there. And we've seen why they can't win with kids at the helm. And the Chicago Bulls showed them that, because how much better Scottie Pippen was in terms of his ability to defend, his ability to play make, how much better, how much more polished Jordan was. I think that I'm not sure that they were more talented than that Orlando Magic team, more than they were just smarter than them. And I think that they outsmarted them in addition to them being talented, which would explain why they dominated them. I'm not going to take away from what the Orlando Magic did, because they still were awesome. And I'm not going to take away the fact that they got there because Jordan was out the league, because because they ended up beating them. And if the Bulls would have beaten Orlando, we would have been praising Jordan. But the fact that they didn't, I'm not going to use that neither.
All right, I just go with what is facts. And Jordan did not play that whole year. He only played a certain amount of games. Then he went into the playoffs. You know what I'm saying? But when he had a chance to do what players do and play the whole season, it wasn't even close. That team was superior over the Orlando team, and it should be. Orlando was like one of the youngest, most promising, talented teams. What did they win, though? They didn't win nothing.
No, they didn't.
They still didn't win nothing.
No, they
so
didn't.
It doesn't really matter. I don't care about potential. I care about results. And see, that team got the results. But again, we still not looking at the fact of how weak the East was. You can't deny the fact that the East was considered an extremely weak conference. The West was superior to the East. And they ran through the East with the weakest schedule in the NBA next to one other team. They were the 29th team in strength of schedule. It should be a little easier when you're already a three-time champ to win that many games. I got respect for the Bulls for one reason that year, one reason only. They closed the deal. They closed the deal. You can't go out and do all of that and not win. So I got respect for them. But if I take that Laker 2001 team and I play it against that Bulls team, I'm taking that Laker team. I'm putting my money on that team. When you look at it from top to bottom, the Lakers had it all.
Right.
They had youth. They had athleticism. They had veterans. They had everything. And then again, you got the same guy coaching against himself, so coach wash out.
Right.
Time. Woo! Round two.
Wow.
Ron, run the
Yeah,
poll, please. Who won round two? Yo.
Round two was a great round. You guys both made some great points. That's going to be a very close one. On to round three. Michael Jordan versus LeBron James. OG, I'm gonna start with you.
Oh shit.
we both OGs.
Yeah.
Chilltown, I'm gonna start with you.
Well, I don't have anything new with James. I
hate this argument, man.
He's the best that I've ever seen. I've never seen a guy come into the game with as much fanfare, as much hype, and as much pressure and deliver the way he's done it. They built that unit terribly around him for all of those years, and in the process of them building that unit around him for all of those years, he still continued to deliver. I think that they had an aha moment where they had an opportunity to get much better after the 06-07 season when they went to the NBA Finals. That was the same moment that the Chicago Bulls had in 1986, where Jerry Krause recognized that, aha, I got my franchise player. Let me go get this dude some ballers. So, because I think we might have an opportunity to win this. Well, the same thing happened in 2007, where Cleveland had an opportunity because they had their aha moment. We're in the NBA Finals, only except we're not going to do that. They're under the impression that we're just going to get there every year, and we're going to get there every year with this guy, regardless of who he has around him. And it just wasn't working that way, even though he was still taking them and throwing them on his back and taking them as far as he could. I mean, in the Eastern Conference Championship in 2009 against the Orlando Magic, he went 38-10 and 9, I think. And they still ended up losing to Dwight Howard, who had a much better team. And the fact that James, once he got on a better team and learned how to win, there hasn't been a guy in my lifetime that I could say was the best player undisputed for a decade. In my lifetime, I caught Jabbar on the other side of his career. Jordan ended up retiring and he ended up being out of the game, but for an entire
time. Oh,
he was cooking.
He was.
Yeah, he was about to go crazy.
You got a minute 30, bro.
Yep. Elder, the floor is yours.
Jordan definitely did that for easily an entire decade. The end of the 80s all the way up to 98 when he left. He was the best player in the game. I mean, this is really simple. Great players get to a certain level of talent. Something has to separate them. This is called a game. This is a team sport. So being a leader counts for that. You have to get these guys to rise it up. No matter how you get it done, get them to rise up their level and get the job done. And every single time Jordan got on that stage, he not only won, he performed at the highest level. He has no duds in any finals. Show me the final where he had a dud. All right? Show me the final series where Jordan had a dud, where people can question, oh, you should have this or you should have that. Show me the finals where Jordan put this dream team together and then came in and averaged 11 points. You can't do that. And Jordan played in the era where you were allowed to play defense. See, you know, Chill, when we played, you had to back because you couldn't face guys up because the defense could be just as aggressive as the offense.
Correct.
Now the defense can't be aggressive.
Correct.
So you can face guys up. Imagine what we could have done if I could just face guys up and I didn't have to turn around to see the court from half my body and I could see the whole thing. This era is designed for numbers and flash. Jordan didn't play in that era. And in that era, he made guys submit. Those were good players. Go look at the 90s and see how many of those guys made the Hall of Fame. The most era ever made the Hall of Fame from that era. And people want to diminish. Jordan didn't play nobody. He played a bunch of Hall of Famers.
Time.
Well, it's interesting you mentioned the finals. It's interesting you mentioned the finals, and the reason why you mentioned the finals is because you, just like everybody else who was Jordan fans, are under the impression that Michael Jordan's career started in 1991, and it did not. Michael Jordan was in the league for 7 years prior to that. So since we're on the subject of finals, Michael Jordan was in the Eastern Conference Finals in 1989, and he started the series, the first 3 games, he was averaging 30 a game. Now, the Detroit Pistons, they put the clamp on him. That 30 went down to 22, and they end up losing the series. So Jordan has had some duds, right? So let's fast forward to the 1993 Eastern Conference Championship, where Michael Jordan has started the series shooting 25% against the Knicks, and they're down in the series. Not only are they down in the series, Game 3, when they come back home, in Game 3 in the Eastern Conference Championship, it took a 29-12 effort from Scottie Pippen in order for them to get back in the series. Otherwise, they down 3-0 because Jordan goes 3 for 18, and he gives them nothing that night. So Mike has had some duds. Let's not make it sound like Jordan has just been rolling the entire time, because no, he has not. I seen him go 9 for 35 against the Miami Heat in 1997 in the Eastern Conference Championship. Michael Jordan has had some duds. I've seen him go 4 for 18 against the Miami Heat. I've seen that happen. So it's not like it's a situation where Michael Jordan's career started in 1991 and this is all we're going to judge him on. No, we have to judge him on the same thing that we judge everybody else on, in totality.
Cook.
Minute 30 on you, Elder Rufus.
Now, let me get back to the real brass tacks. Y'all got deflected on that. I never said that he hadn't had dubs in his career. I said when he got to the highest level, which is the NBA Finals, he's never had a dub. He's always performed on the highest level. That's why he has 6 MVPs. And it ain't even been close. Name me the one MVP that was questionable, that someone else could have won it. See, like when LeBron won with the Lakers, what was a lot of people saying? Well, Anthony Davis kind of deserved that. He led him through the playoffs, and LeBron, No debate with MJ, bro. No debate. It's clear that MJ is the most talented guy that's ever played this game. Now, LeBron may be the best all-around player, just like he's got to more finals, but we don't pass out participation awards in the NBA, bro.
No, we do not.
No babies allow those awards to call when I play.
No, we do
so
not.
when you get there, you need to produce. And a guy that's gotten there a lot, but hasn't produced. Jerry West got there 9 times. Am I going to give him a participation award? He only won once. That's why he's not mentioned with the greats like that.
Right.
But when Jordan got there, and it's 6 times, 6 times, he performed, and he performed at the highest level every single time.
Correct.
Man, it ain't even close, bro. I watched Jordan up close. I watched LeBron in high school. I watched that booger come to the league. It ain't even close. Bron's great. He ain't Jay. He ain't MJ.
Time. Open debate. You guys got 3 minutes. Since Elder just went, Chill, you start, and then whatever happens, happens.
Well, again, we were just talking about Jordan going 6-0 in the NBA Finals. Right. I can appreciate that. So with that also, I will not diminish the fact that he went 6-0. I will not diminish that he went 6-0 in the NBA Finals. What I do have to mention, though, is that he did have that unit built around him. He had Scottie Pippen for 5 years before they won the NBA champ. 4 years before they won the NBA championship. He had John Paxson for 8 years before he won the NBA championship. Don't mute him. Go ahead.
Are we supposed to be? Am I supposed to like give him 3 minutes and I go 3, or is it just?
No, we just talking. You and me. You and me talking.
Okay, that last statement you just made. Say it again. Go ahead. Wherever you at. Go ahead. My bad.
I'm sorry. I got tripped up. Anyway, like I was saying. So when we talk about the way that unit was built around Jordan, and not only was that not only was that unit built around, not only was that unit. Well, Kobe couldn't get that, and the reason why No, he couldn't got that. If you look at the unit that Kobe Bryant was on with the Lakers,
all superstars get that though. Besides Kobe Bryant, all superstars come to the league.
Well, we don't know who Kobe Bryant is.
That's what happens.
But here's the thing, though. We didn't know who Kobe Bryant was. This is a high school kid who was the number 13 pick in the draft. Not only that,
Jerry West knew who he was. Jerry West gave up an all-star center for him. He knew who he was.
And not only did Jerry West give up
knew who he was.
And you know what Jerry West also
Daryl
did?
Harris dumbass didn't though. Daryl Harris dumbass didn't.
You know who else?
Bad coaching.
You know who else? You know who else knew who he was? You know who?
Dr. Buss. He used Kobe Bryant after Shaq left. Oh,
Right.
I'm just gonna put some damn, not even G leaguers.
Right.
Guys that see, it's different. Like now with LeBron. Remember those guys he just played with? They ain't in the league no more. But all those guys was old. A reason all them they 35 plus.
Right.
These guys Kobe had, they was in their 20s.
Right.
And when they didn't make the Lakers team, they never played in the league again.
Well,
they put bums out there with Kobe Bryant, and he still dragged him to the playoffs.
And with that being said, Elder, even with that being said, Elder, he was basically put in a great situation. How was he put in a great situation? Kobe Bryant was put in a great situation. Yes, he was. When he gets put on that Lakers,
3 years playing behind bums. I got to pull the recording up. Even Eddie, the guy that was starting at 2 guards for the Lakers. That
Eddie
year,
Jones. Eddie Jones.
Eddie Jones said himself, "Man, this boy bad. This boy
He is bad. Ain't nobody saying that he's not, Elder.
Ain't nobody saying that he's not.
Nobody's saying that he's not. No, it's not, Elder. Because Kobe Bryant said it himself that people were saying to him, "Well, this is what you need to. Yo, you nice, my man. You nice." And Kobe Bryant said it himself. I'm not that good. I'm not that good, and I need to get better. When he gets on that Lakers unit, which is veteran laid,
I'm better than you, and that's why those coaches bucked against him. It wasn't, Chill, you know this. It wasn't like that back then. Young players don't get on the court back then. You know that no matter how talented they are. That was bad thinking, though.
Kevin Garnett started in Minnesota, and they built that unit around him. So the logic of young players not getting on the court, that's not true. That unit was built around him. Okay, Stephon Marbury, he was a young guy, and they built that unit around him also. I can keep going with young guys. Allen Iverson was a young guy, and they built that unit around him.
You put players around Kobe Bryant
not at 18 years old. No, and I think
I'm gonna show you
in the fact that
one decent player, one decent guy.
Well, how we going? Here's the thing about
mentioning the greatest big man of all time.
And why isn't that? And why isn't that? Why isn't that? Because Pau Gasol was not a decent player. Let's make sure we remember who Pau Gasol was.
What was he?
Pau Gasol was elite, and you can make an argument that he was a top 5 player.
Kobe,
even if before he got with Kobe.
Hold on, was he Was Paul Gasol elite in Memphis?
Yes, he was taking him to the playoffs. He was playing in Memphis, and he was taking him to the playoffs. And after Kobe Bryant left,
he was a barrel.
That's the end of round 3. I let you guys go even longer because I wanted to keep listening. I could have listened to this for another hour. Yo, next time we do this, we're gonna have the rematch Chill versus Elder for maybe 2 hours. Sincerely, you guys might have to be the 6-round matchup.
That's straight cap, Chill. You know it. He was
no, it's not.
Hey,
hold on for a second. And I know you gotta get other people in here. Why are you leaving? Why are you leaving out the fact that number one, he was an all-NBA performer? Why are you leaving out the fact that that's exactly what it makes him? You know what? You know why it doesn't make him elite? It doesn't make him elite. I'm not done. It doesn't make him elite. It doesn't make him elite if he only did it one time. He was a 5-time all-league player with Kobe Bryant. Not only was he 5-time an all-NBA performer, this dude wasn't the FIBA player of the year once. He was the FIBA player of the year in back-to-back seasons. That's the best international player on the planet. This is what Kobe Bryant had. What are we talking about here? Stop talking about Kobe Bryant like he was running around with a bunch of bums. He was running around Lamar Odom, who was arguably the best bench player in the game. We can do this all day. All day we can do this.
I got a question for you.
For real.
Did Paul Gasol go up, stay the same, or go down when he got to LA?
I'm glad you mentioned that part because it did increase. You know what else increased? Kobe Bryant's did. Don't make it sound like Kobe Bryant was just the same player he was when he got with Pau Gasol. In fact, is it not my numbers? I'm not done. Is it not my mistake? Am I mistaken that Kobe Bryant didn't win the league MVP until he got Pau Gasol? Is that not a fact? Or is that some nonsense?
You really don't want to go down that road.
We already down it.
No. Okay, I'm gonna ask you a question.
I'm sitting in the car right now. What do you mean go down that road? I'm sitting right here in the car already.
Hey, chill. I'll check your temperature. Do you think that is the only year Kobe Bryant deserved to be MVP?
Tell me which years he deserved to be MVP.
Answer my question, sir.
Yes. Absolutely.
Hey.
Case closed.
My God. All right.
Everybody know what Colorado did to Kobe's reputation.
Okay.
Everybody know.
Everybody knows. The poll's over. So now there's no chance of influencing the viewers because it's over. Joel, I want to start with you.
Excuse me.
Do you have winners for each round, or do you have a total winner right now?
I'll go my winners for each round. So I think round 1 was OG. And the reason why I lean OG is because I do think having Kobe at 11 is more proper than having Kobe second all time. Round 2, I'm going to give it to Elder. I think that the Lakers 0-1 team is better. And I think if they matched up against the Bulls, they probably do beat them. In round 3, although it turned into a Kobe debate in the end, I do lean towards Elder and Michael Jordan. I know that he had his in the playoff run during on the road to the finals, he did have his whiffs, but LeBron choked in the finals twice and versus San Antonio and then Dallas. MJ does not have that, so that's why I lean Elder for round 1 and for round 2 and 3.
Riv.
Round 1, I had to lean OG because Ruckus said some things that just that wasn't right. He said the one comment that threw me off.
My brother is Rufus, not Ruckus.
My fault.
Right.
Rufus, pardon me. He said we've seen Shaq before, but we never seen Kobe before, and we just saw MJ. So that's why automatically you lose that one for me. Round 2, honestly, I liked OG's argument a little bit better. But I think Ruthless won round 3, so I'll give the edge 2-1 to OG.
Sheesh. And I actually don't know who officially won because I wasn't paying too much attention to the polls because I was locked in on this debate.
Made round 3.
Yo, good luck topping this, everyone else. We still have Legend of Winning, OG the Beast. We still have Dell and Ron coming up right now.
Kobe,
and we got
it's sad what you young folk do to Kobe, man.
We got Ticket and Marz.
So I have the official review from the polls. Round 1, Chilltown took it. Round 2, Elder Rufus took it.
Oh, snap.
Oh, snap. Wow. Round 3, 53% of the votes went to Michael Jordan and Elder Rufus.
Damn.
Elder, you narrowly edged them.
I ain't happy.
Yeah.
Y'all got too much disrespect for Kobe.
Yo, before we get you guys out of here, Chilltown, any final words, any words about the event?
This is awesome, B. This is absolutely awesome.
Incredible, man.
This is awesome. Absolutely.
The passion that you guys brought was
Chilltown. That was good.
How
bro.
do y'all beat that, man?
Good. Much respect.
Elder,
much respect.
Elder, any final words?
No, much respect. This was good. Good energy. A lot of facts. I really think this young group of people, they just don't have. I see it all over. They don't have the respect for Kobe that they should. They really need to tap more into Kobe.
And that's why we got you around, Elder Rufus. That's why you got you around to spit the truth.
Hey man, it is what it is. But this was good. I enjoyed it.
Appreciate you guys doing this, man. Joel, Riv. Thank you guys for guest hosting.
Appreciate y'all, young brothers. Appreciate y'all.
Hold on. Wait.
Oh.
Upon further conclusion, Chill won round 2.
Oh.
He's flexing on him.
Okay. After reevaluating everything, Chilltown.
This is looking like 2016 all over again, right?
Hey, somebody said at the beginning I was getting set up. Now I really believe I got set up.
Yo, that's
I
crazy.
really believe I got set up.
This was definitely a 12 round. This was Marvin Hagler and this was Tommy Hearns. That's what this was.
You guys
no doubt about it.
More time.
We're gonna come back with
this was
we got
Marvin
straw
Hagler.
votes and we got mail-in votes on the channel.
This was Marvin Hagler and Tommy Hearns.
We have the calculations for round 3 before we had the calculations for round 2.
That's crazy.
I love the energy was great.
Joel, thoughts on the event?
That is retarded.
It was awesome. I round 1 and round 3 went crazy. The energy. I feel like we just have to have a bunch of rounds where we just talk about Kobe and his career, because I feel like that would absolutely go crazy. But this was an amazing event. I'm glad I got to be a part of it.
Absolutely.
Yes,
No
sir.
doubt.
River, final words.
Yo, this is exactly what we do. So the energy was there. I love it.
It's real, Callie. I agree.
I love it, though. I love it. And this was a fun event, though. I like this for sure.
Appreciate y'all pulling up,
you
man.
shouldn't be flexing, bro. You ain't got nothing to flex about.
Undefeated.
You ain't got nothing to flex about.
And still heavyweight champion of the world.
Make
sure
I'm sure
heavyweight champion of
This was
the world.
All right, we gotta move. All right, y'all. Make sure y'all tap into Pick a Side podcast. They're on every social media platform. YouTube, you guys go listen to their audio platform. Twitter, Instagram, TikTok. You guys know the deal. I'm sure most of these guys are already in here. They're already tapped in. But we're gonna get Pick a Side XPC soon. We're gonna get these guys back on the Players Choice show. So you guys will see more of their faces. I hope, so long as they accept. The invite is open. But we appreciate y'all, man. You guys enjoy your Black Friday, and we'll catch y'all soon.
Yes, sir. Thank you, man. Appreciate you.
Yes, sir. All right, let's get these bozos in here. Hello, Dell.
JD, don't say Black Friday like that again. I didn't like it.
It's Black Friday. This is the event's Black Friday.
Yeah, I know. I didn't like you saying that.
My bad. It's Friday. Gotta get there. All right.
Yo, shout out, Pick a Side, man. Dell, what's good? What's popping? What you want to do something?
Nah, I've been seeing you, and you can hear me. Can you hear me? I don't know if this still works. Going your way.
I know we're having a moment right now.
I haven't seen you. I haven't seen you in this space in a long time. It's been a while.
Yo, my brother, I missed you.
It's been a while. I'm ready to go. I have a busy day. I wore this for Ron right here.
I have Ron beating you, and can you forgive me for that?
No, it's fine. It's fine. I have Ron winning as well. I'm not. Okay. I'm not
due to like the chat and the.
I'm not.
Yeah, like I know this.
No, not even about the chat. I'm not enthused because I have a lot of stuff. I have a lot of beef with Players Choice right now. Am I
with management and
yeah. I'm
like behind the scenes.
Listen, I'm just.
But you never text me about it. It's just like always things that I'm just like, oh, Dale's upset. We should probably get on that.
I'm very disgruntled. Wait, am I? You hear me twice or no? Am I good?
No. We don't hear you twice. We only hear you once.
The stream. Could they hear us or no?
Yeah,
are we live still?
Everything's fine. Yeah, everything's perfect.
Yeah, I'm very disgruntled. I'm a disgruntled employee right now. So
you feel like you should have got Shaq. That should have been a main event. We should have went back to the old times.
That and I don't like being on the card and Marz is going after me. It's like I don't care who he's battling. That should go before. That's one of them.
The only way you were getting above Marz was either you ticket, you low, or you me. Pause.
But that's why that's part of disgruntled.
And you got Ron.
I don't feel I should be battling Ron because it's like if you win, if I win, it's like it's Ron. But if it's lose, like Del, you lost to Ron. It's like but no, it's the truth though. I'm battling a host. If I win, it's like okay, Del versus Ron. But if I lose,
you're
it's
supposed
like
to do this.
I'm supposed to do this. So it's like
nigga, I ain't no host. I'm here to body you. I don't want to hear none of that.
Fine.
Hey, I ain't no damn host. I'm a panelist. I'm here to body you.
It's like Montrezl Harrell and trying to make me not shoot a free throw. It's like I just want to shoot a free throw.
If I'm Montrezl, who are you?
I'm Giannis. I just want to shoot my free throw. I just want to shoot my free throw, bro. Can I shoot my free throw?
Kwame James.
Can I shoot my free throw, bro?
Let's fire it up. Don't nobody
can I please? No more. Can I please get the topics? Can somebody text me the topics so I can host this? JD just split. I don't know why JD just left. Like JD, you were needed. I know the whole Black Friday thing. I was just joking. You were actually needed here. I was not prepared to host this battle, but I will amongst getting the topics. Del, I hate this for you. I'm not gonna lie.
It's fine, bro. Like I said, it is what it is. I'm Del gonna show up to the plate, either hit a single, double, triple, or home run. It is what it is. Let's get.
Can we get JD back in here? JD, did you leave? JD, have you disappeared? Please, we're paging JD. Were Paige and JD. Did you watch the Dub versus Fluent?
Yes, Dub got robbed.
Oh, you feel like Dub body Fluent?
Yeah, Dub 1-2-1.
Easily.
Dub killed him with the bigs. The fact that he started with Jermaine and then all those names, Chris Webber, then went in his Dirk, KG, no one's remembering that. Went in that bag and then ended it with Shaq. And Fluent head is still spiraling because of that.
Yo, we got 2,000 people in here. I don't know how many likes, but can we get the likes up? We have Ticket and Marz on the way. We got Low versus OG on the way. I feel like that should have been a three-way between Dale, OG, and Low, but pause that. Where is JD? Why is JD? Nobody's.
I heard I was being paged.
Yes, JD. We need you here to do this battle.
What? What do you need?
Dub, man, JD, I could hear myself in your background.
Hold on.
Yeah, I'm sorry, JD. Yo, shout out everybody in
Yo,
the
I don't
chat.
know what.
Shout out everybody tapped in.
You need the category, the topics?
Yeah, I need the topics.
Yo, Rod, are you a bozo?
I'll do it.
What you mean?
I don't have them.
Ron said he was going to send it to me. He never sent it.
That's heat.
Man, I know the topics. They don't know the topics, but look, we only doing 2 topics. So look, we on time constraints.
I'm about to leave, bro. It's no way everybody's getting these topics.
Okay, I got you.
Then let's do all 3 topics.
Dale, I got you. Like,
We
no.
can do 5 topics.
Now we're on time constraint.
Hey, look, full disclosure. We had all our topics set, and this nigga Dale hit the group chat crying, talking about, oh, I'm not finna debate this. I'm not finna debate that. No, Ron's trying to take advantage of me. No, we can't do this. We can't do that. Now we up here. Now look at it.
Ron, tell the crowd the topics. Honestly, I'm not gonna speak until the host speak. I'm not going back and forth. Before you came on here, I told I'm a disgruntled employee. Who did I call? I'm Bobby Brown of New Edition. That's who I am. Yes,
and I agree. I feel like Dale is extremely disrespected in this realm, and I feel like I don't know why. I feel like Marz' shot to stardom is crazy, and everybody's trying to forget about Dale.
I'm battling Ron.
Yo. Can we get this over with? Let me write this
exactly.
Right,
like, come on, yo. Just get the topic. Like, come on, bro.
Ron, send me the topics. I'm waiting.
Topic is Larry Bird versus Kevin Durant.
Can we just do PC style? Can I get an update of how many minutes we have so I can kind of gauge where things could go? Dale, I hate this for you. I will repeat that over and over again. I hate this for you.
It is what it is.
I hate this. I hate the whole setup. I hate it how Ron's hosting. Then he steps in here. He's saying the topics. It feels a little uneven. But please, can somebody send me the topics? Can somebody send me the time restraints, please, JD? It's amazing how the group chat just stopped working. It's crazy. It was Fluent.
It was Fluent for everybody else. Now Dell is on. Everybody don't know what's going on. One of the hosts ain't sending the topics. I can't wait for this.
Yeah, can I get the topics? Okay, Ron's sending the topics. We don't need 1 minute rounds. We would just do PC style all 3 rounds where you guys can just ask questions, go back and forth, because we have, I think, Ticket and Marz next. And I hate Dale. I hate that it's like that, but these are the games we play.
Yeah, it's fine. Let's go. I'm here. Let's go.
Ron, okay. The first round is JD. Can you let me know how many minutes we have? So the first round is Larry versus KD, and we will let Ron start.
Do I leave? Can I leave? How do I leave?
No. We're not doing that. This is just PC style.
Get your ass out of here. This L style. Now look, JD, can you place a poll and can you just ask, is Larry Bird a top 10 player of all time? Now, for those of y'all that want to hate on Larry, I'm gonna just go down what he's done. All right, now I know KD got 4 scoring titles, but Allen Iverson and George Gervin got 4 scoring titles each. Do y'all got them in your top 10? No. Larry Bird got 3 MVPs to KD's 1. Larry Bird got 3 all-defensive teams to KD's none. He got a 50-40-90 shooting year twice. KD got 1. Larry also got 2 Finals MVPs, but let me get into one of Larry's Finals MVPs. Wow, KD was getting walked down. I repeat, walked down from 3-1 by the Warriors. In the Eastern Conference Finals, Larry Bird was down 3-1 against Philadelphia, Dr. J&M. Scores 33 and 11 in Game 5. The series continues to go. Eventually, they end up coming back. Larry Bird averaged 26, 13, and 5. That's the difference between Larry Bird and No Nuts KD. On top of that, the series before that, Larry Bird averaged 23, 13, and 7 on 50-50, 95 splits. KD could never, would never. Let me know a time KD's done that.
Dale, I have a few questions for you before you go.
I would like to see Ron face while I'm talking. I don't have a problem with him hiding.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, L style. I didn't like that either.
Ask you up questions before I debunk.
Well, for the people that I don't know that haven't been here for the better part of 2 years, do you have a personal relationship with Kevin Durant?
Yes.
Do you guys talk often enough?
We talk enough. Spoke.
Does that go into your bias? Yeah, does that go into your bias?
No, not at all. Not even a little bit.
Okay, I'm not going to ask you any questions because I don't want to incriminate you guys'
That's
relationship.
already
so
incriminating. That's already incriminating me to the masses, but I'm fine with it. Let me explain everything
Yeah,
Ron said.
No,
Stop.
Okay.
Listen,
Ron,
I'm gonna just talk about your points. You said that do anybody have KD as top 10? Larry Bird has 3 MVPs, so he top 10. You said that, right? I think so, right? You did. You have to answer. You just said that. Larry Bird has 3 MVPs.
Ron, can you please answer?
Like, come on. That's right here.
It's this nigga's time.
But
I know, but can you answer? He's asking you a question, Ron. Stop being nasty.
You just said Larry Bird
We're
had
not
3
about to do this
MVP.
to
He's top 10. He's whatever the case may be.
Yes.
If Nikola Jokic wins one more MVP, would he be top 10? Crickets. Okay, thanks. So the MVP stuff, let's get that out of there. Kobe Bryant has 1 MVP, and he's also in a lot of people top 10s. But okay, so don't bring up the MVP, don't bring up the chips, don't bring up this. As a basketball player, I think Kevin Durant is better than Larry Bird. I think he's a better scorer than Larry Bird. Larry Bird could have the rebounding aspect of it. I think he could play with, and the biggest Kevin Durant thing that you all hate, even you, because you had to bring up while Kevin Durant was getting walked down. Larry Bird, you know the nickname of Larry Bird teammates in the 80s? You know what they're called?
What was it?
The original Big Three. Larry Bird also played with Hall of Famers. Larry Bird never played alone. I need your voice again, Ron. Let me ask you one question. one question. If Kevin Durant, right, would have won a championship with James Harden and Russell Westbrook before they left, right? Would that be okay with you? Yes or no? Ron, I need you.
Ron. Yo, Ron, stop playing.
He didn't.
Okay.
While we talking about hypotheticals, he did it.
All I said was yes or no.
You
see, I can't do.
Because
Ron,
if you want me to talk, now I'm gonna talk.
No. You I said yes or no. All I needed was yes or no.
All the way up to Golden State.
No. Yo, Ron,
Curry's jerseys before the game.
Yes, he did. And then he said, Steph, look, I got Finals MVP. Just yes or no. Yes or no?
Please, just yes or no.
Yes or no. If
we
Kevin
don't need
Durant
any
won a
context,
championship
yes
with
no.
James Harden and Russell, would you be okay with it? Yes or no?
What does this got to do with anything?
Just say yes or no. Come on, bro.
What does it got to do with anything?
All right, forget it.
Just yes or no.
Yes, he'll be okay with it. I'll answer for you. So after James Harden and Russell Westbrook won their MVP, right? Had Kevin Durant, James Harden, and Russell Westbrook team back up, you wouldn't be okay with it. You know why? Because then you'll say, oh, KD needed help. KD needed this. My point is, no one looks at Larry Bird and his career as, oh, he needed help, because they drafted players to his team that became Hall of Famers. The fact of the matter is, everyone that won a championship won it with Hall of Famers. Except maybe 2 or 3. Chauncey Billups Pistons, Toronto, and Dirk Nowitzki. So the fact that you hate KD because he went with Hall of Famers because he just lost to them, you shouldn't glorify any championship. Not one. No one got chips. Not a soul. But the fact of the matter, his game never changes. Don't stop. He just walk on the mantle as an elite basketball player, and that is why I still think he's better than Larry Bird.
And Ron, you're a bozo for picking Larry Bird over KD.
So now, let me tell you why Larry Bird's game eclipses KD. And it's really not close. Now, when we go with scoring, I won't even argue that. I give the scoring to KD. All right, KD, you got scoring. But it's closer than you think. But now let's get into everything else, because basketball is not all about scoring. When we get to rebounding, Larry clears him. Larry, do you know Kevin Durant's all-time career high rebounds is 18? Larry Bird has 31 games with 18 plus rebounds, including 3 in the NBA Finals. He also did it once in the playoffs where he had 18 against your New York Knicks, Dale. And he added 29 points and 10 assists. KD could never.
Okay,
KD
perfectly
could never.
fine.
I'm
Yes,
not
okay.
done yet. Chill style. I'm not done yet. All right. Now, let's get it. Let's get into assist and playmaking. In 16 seasons, that's how much KD's played, 16 seasons. What if I was to tell you that KD only has 25 games where he has 10 plus assists in the regular season? 16 games.
Okay.
Or no, 25 games.
Okay.
Do you know just in the postseason alone, 13 postseason runs, Larry Bird has 24.
Can I ask you a question, Ron?
Larry
What
Bird
what
has
if
24.
Ron, you're nasty, and you're about to make me get back in my PC bag. I'm on self-disciplinary measures right now.
As a rebounder, Larry
and you're about to
him.
make me get back in my bag.
As a rebounder, Larry clears him. As a playmaker and a distributor, Larry clears him. Now let's get the defense. Larry Bird.
What was the average height when Larry Bird was grabbing all those rebounds? Is he getting all those numbers in today's game? No, in today's game is Larry Bird doing that?
Let me answer your question. Now I'm gonna cook both of y'all. Do you know when he was averaging 10 rebounds, 11 rebounds? Do you know who was on his team? 3 Hall of Famers. Look, he had.
Who were on the other teams? Let me go.
Let me go. I love it right now. Let me continue. Hey, he had Cedric Maxwell, 6'8".
What's up?
He had Robert Parrish, an all-time center, 7 foot.
That's
and he
what's
had
up.
Kevin McHale, and he was averaging more rebounds than all 3 of them.
That's
I don't
what's
want
up.
to hear that. I don't want to hear that. He clears him in rebounding for a dude to be 7'1" and only average the rebounds he averages. It's despicable.
Okay.
Playmaking clears him. We don't even got to
Perfect.
talk about that.
Perfect.
Now let's talk about defense, because basketball is more than one side of the floor. It's 2 sides of the floor, right? Defense. Larry Bird has 3 all-defensive teams. He's number 8 in steals. Where's KD?
Okay. Can I speak now?
No all defensive teams. Where's KD?
Okay. Let me say something to you, Ron. If you listen to when I spoke, I said I gave Larry Bird rebounds, so you having to go through all that was kind of gross. That's one. Number 2, just quick question, quick thought, based on all your statements and what you're saying, who you have as a better player, LeBron James or Michael Jordan?
Kareem.
Okay, you have Braun, you have Mike. So the fact that you're bringing up playmaking and rebounding in this debate, which is kind of gross, because if I ask you who's a better rebounder and playmaker out of Mike and Braun, you'll say Braun.
Different players. These are two
shut up. Shut up. Shut up. No, stop. I'm just using. Listen, I'm just using. Listen. I'm just using your same basis that you used to rate best players for other basketball players. No, I'm talking about you, Ron. This is all you're saying. So fine.
Talk about that boy nappy ass head.
It sounds good, but your measurement of using rebounders and playmaking, all that is fine and dandy. Kevin Durant is a better basketball player than Larry Bird because
he scores more.
Sure, if that's what you want to say. Because
3
that's what
points
you want to
more
say.
over their career. 3 points more. He's a better player because he averages 3 more points in their career.
But that's what you're saying?
Hey, you casuals got it. This is what I be talking about.
You don't be talking about much. You just yell.
Just because he scores the
Ron,
ball.
you just yell.
You just was yelling.
Hey, nah, because I didn't want to have to go through this. Y'all choose basketball players to wear high school cheerleaders choose boyfriends. Oh my God, he's tall. Hey, his handle's cute. He's handsome. Dale, that's how you choose basketball players. And you know what? I actually got you on record saying that's why you choose Paul George over Kawhi. You literally came on here and said he's better because he's
Paul George is. We're not even talking about that. Paul George is better than Kawhi Leonard right now. To this day, Paul George is better.
Quote for quote, and don't make me pull it up like Dub.
I would love to hear it.
Quote, I'll pull it up right now.
Listen. I would love to hear it. Paul George is better than Kawhi Leonard.
Out of his mouth, he said Paul George is better than Kawhi because he's more skilled and he's handsomer. Out of his mouth, and he didn't pause it. This is the king of pausing, and he said he's handsomer and did not pause it.
You know what?
I'm out of your mouth. Don't make me pull it up. I'll pull it up right now.
Play it. Play it. I'm so comfortable in my sexuality. Play it. Play it.
Hey, man, I'm tired of this shit.
Wait, Ron. Oh, Ron.
Play it.
Chill.
Play it.
Who won more?
Play it. Okay, listen. The fact of the matter is, Ron, we could argue and debate that Larry Bird accomplishment and all of that is better than Kevin Durant, but that won't negate the fact that to me Kevin Durant is a better basketball player than Larry Bird. So yes, Larry Bird. Oh, Larry Bird won more.
Why did he win more?
Because he had better team.
No, I'm not gonna argue that Larry won more because he was better. I'm gonna argue. Hold on. I'm not gonna argue that Larry's better because he won more. I'm gonna argue that he won more because he's better. But hold on, no. Kevin Durant played with more Hall of Famers. What are we talking about? We give this nigga pass after pass.
Okay, let's do that. How many Hall of Famers has KD played with?
You want me to go down the list because it's double.
Go ahead.
It's double.
Of course you Google it. I want to know.
It's double.
Go ahead.
What do you want me to let?
Yes, please. No, go. No, start with Kevin Durant, please. Yes.
Start with KD?
Yes.
Russ.
Okay.
Is Ibaka Hall of Famer?
No.
All right, for sure. James Harden.
Russ James. Okay.
Twice. Okay. No, you better put it on the list twice.
That's shut the hell up, Ron.
No, he did it. Ron,
shut up, Ron. Ron, listen, you moron. This is why you're a moron. You can't put. You can't put OKC. You cannot put OKC James Harden because OKC James Harden is not a Hall of Famer. OKC James Harden is not a Hall of Famer.
He's a Hall of Famer. What are you talking about?
So how could you put him twice, Ron? Are you an idiot?
It doesn't matter.
Shaq, get to me.
Kevin Durant technically is in the Hall of Fame now. What are we talking about?
This is my childhood friend against my other friend that I've known for the better part of 10 years, and I'm actually enjoying this. This is a three-way call that we always have, and I'm enjoying it.
Listen, Ron, go ahead. You got James, Russ, continue.
Twice, James.
No, you're an idiot.
All right, look, Steph.
Steph, yes, 3.
Draymond.
Okay.
Clay.
Okay, 5.
Andre Iguodala.
I'm not putting Andre up there.
Oh,
I'm not putting Andre up there. I'm sorry. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that.
Now I gotta refix my whole. Hey, I gotta refix my whole shit. Can y'all hear me?
This man said I'm not putting Andre Iguodala in the Hall of Fame. I'm sorry. I'm not doing that. That's not happening. That's not happening. I'm sorry. It's not.
No way. No way. Iggy's a Hall of Famer. Like, come on, Iggy's a Hall of Famer.
I'm not doing that, bro. Listen, let me ask you a question, Shaq. Has Chauncey Billups made the Hall of Fame yet?
He doesn't. Well, based off that one championship, he should go.
Keep going. So if you're gonna
no, but for what Iggy did in Philly, he deserves to be.
What did he do in Philly? Make the All-Star team once?
He was cooking in Philly. He was cooking in Philly. I don't know the numbers. I'm not a notes guy, but he was cooking in Philly for 3-4 years straight. And it was like crazy cooking.
Chauncey Billups is blasphemy.
Iggy ran ESPN for like 3 years straight, 2.5, maybe 1.5. A solid 365, but Iggy was running ESPN for a minute. I remember it. Can we please get on to the next topic, please?
No.
JD, can you put a poll up for who won the first round? Thank you.
Yo, what happened? I'm at 5. I'm at 5, Ron.
Andre Iguodala. No. Look, Andre Iguodala's on that list. You don't gotta add him. I'm adding him. That's 6.
Okay, that's 5.
Kyrie Irving.
6. Possibly, you know.
No.
I'm saying possibly because you know they hate him. That's
a Hall of Famer. Do you know everybody makes the Hall of Fame? What are we talking about?
Not
We're talking
Iggy.
about the Hall of Fame.
Not Iggy. That's 6.
Top 75.
That's 6. That's 6.
DeMarcus Cousins.
Okay.
So DeMarcus Cousins isn't a Hall of Famer.
Yo, Ron.
DeMarcus Cousins isn't a Hall of Famer.
Ron, stop.
He played with them. He played with them.
Ron,
keep going, Ron.
I know, but Ron, really cut it out.
Let him finish.
Cut it out. Like, Ron, really, cut it out.
You said KD played with more Hall of Famers than him.
Come on,
That's 6.
Ron, be serious, Ron. Come on. Let's get back serious.
7, sure. Whatever. Go ahead. Who else?
Okay. Ben Simmons. Okay. All right. Hey, look, and check this out though. Check this out.
Yo!
Check this out. Check this out. Not to mention, KD about to leave the Nets and go play with another team.
Listen, now you bringing up his future
KD about
teams.
to leave the Nets and go play with another team. So
Now
we
you
gotta add those
yo,
Hall of Famers too.
Okay, yo, listen. So you got six.
No. Let's fast forward in 10 years.
No,
Let's fast forward.
Let's fast forward.
When Ben Simmons makes the Hall of Fame 2 years from now, I don't want to hear
Am I hosting this? Ron, what are we talking about? All right, Ron, can we please move on?
No, wait,
Ben
we
Simmons
can't,
was
Shaq.
the wildest thing I heard
Let's stop,
all night.
Shaq. So you said that's seven. That's seven included Ben Simmons and Iggy. So you had 7, right? Including Ben and Iggy, you're at 7. Larry Bird has played with 8 Hall of Famers that's already in the Hall of Famers right now. Google it. That's your friend. You'll find out.
Wait, was there any
not
people
8.
past Ben Simmons, Ron? Was that your last hill to die
He
on?
has more. He has more.
Bill Simmons.
No,
Ben Simmons is a Hall of Famer, Ron.
I can say Marcus Aldridge, but you guys is gonna be like,
Okay, but
he played with them.
Okay.
And they were in Brooklyn getting their asses packed up.
You know
but
what's
you
crazy?
don't want to count that.
You should have said LaMarcus before Boogie. I might have.
It doesn't matter. He played with Boogie.
Okay.
I don't know what the fuck you want me to say. He played with the nigga.
Ron, can we?
Shaq, like I told you,
he's tight now. No, he's tight. Sorry, Ron. Sorry.
Had Andre Iguodala a Finals MVP?
Just like Chauncey. Is Andre career better than Chauncey Billups? Is Andre career better than Chauncey Billups?
It doesn't matter about that. They both can make the Hall of Fame. It doesn't matter whose career is better.
But Chauncey's not in yet, and he's been retired.
Because you got to wait some time. He might just because he's not a first ballot doesn't mean he's not going to be the next ballot.
Sure, or the next.
Okay, we're moving on because we have we're on time restraints.
Larry played with 8. Ron
No,
solidified.
I'm gonna get a vote. I'm gonna get a vote. Say
he played with 6.
Larry played with 8. I just googled it.
Next
and you see
okay.
it. Exactly.
We're about to get a.
KD's at around 11, 12.
We're about to. You guys, it's one more topic, and you guys can choose which one. It's either MJ versus Kareem or Luka versus Giannis. I personally want to hear Luka versus Giannis. I don't want to hear MJ versus.
Yeah, we could do whatever, bro. I
versus
told you I'm disgruntled, so whatever Ron wants to pick. Because after I hang up, Ron still has to be here to atone for himself. So whatever you want, Ron.
I'm not really tripping.
Let's do
Luka
Luka
about the topic, so you choose.
Oh, look, we could do Luka. Let's do Luka. What was it? Impact, Ron?
Yeah, impact on who has the most impact on their team.
Yeah.
If I missed your super chats, I'm extremely sorry. The chat is going so crazy and it's so fast, so I'm sorry. I'm gonna try to get to all of them and put them up on the screen. So Ron, you can go first once again.
Luka and Giannis, who has the most impact on their team? I'm just gonna start by saying this: if you take Giannis off that team, they're playing, right? Maybe not even playoff team. That's no debate. Now, what happens if you put Luka on that team? Do they automatically become championship favorites? I don't know about that. There's still things that they got to figure out on there. Now, you put Giannis on that team, as you know right now, clearly no debating. Everybody has the Bucks as the best team in the league. So right there alone shows you Giannis's impact. Now, you take Giannis and you put him on other teams in the league, they're a championship favorite. You take Luka and put him on championship teams or on other teams, it's but let's come back to the Bucks with Giannis. Now you got to factor in Giannis elevates that team all around the board, not just on one side of the floor. Defense, he makes them one of the top 5 defenses in the league. Offense, he makes them one of the top 5 offenses in the league. So the ceiling raising that Giannis does for them is incredible. You got it, Dale.
Oh, that was it? Yo, why are you putting Giannis on other team when I want to know about his impacts on the Milwaukee Bucks? That's what I was.
Okay, and what would Luka's impact on the Milwaukee Bucks be?
I don't care. He plays for the Mavs, so I'm going to tell you about his impacts. I don't care. I'm going to tell you about his impact on the Mavs.
Go ahead.
If Luka Doncic is not on Dallas Mavericks, they're God knows who's right now. He's the favorite right now for MVP the way he's been playing. He's literally everything to that team. Like he's the heartbeat. He's the pulse. He's literally every single thing for that basketball team. Everything. Like without him, it's like it won't be Dallas Mav. They'll just be like Dallas. like he's literally every single thing for that team. If you take Giannis off, you still have Drew Holiday. You still, when you have a healthy Chris Middleton back. When you take Luka Doncic off the Dallas Mavericks, they're non-existent in anything they do. They run last year. It's just based off his sure talent, what he did. Everything they do this year is just based on everything he's doing. He controls every aspect of that basketball team. It's not even unfair to compare anybody in the NBA to their impact on the squad compared to Luka Doncic right now, because it's like LeBron James on Cleveland type flow, where boom, this is your world and everything around you revolves around you. Without Luka in Dallas, nothing is possible. Literally nothing.
Okay, now we're saying this because one team is good and the other team is shaky, right? We can't deny that the Mavs really aren't that good of a team. But check this out, though. Now you're saying, what would the Mavs be without? What would the Mavs be without? Yo, let me go. Let me go. Let me go. I'm gonna get to my point. Can I get to my point? What would the Mavs be without Luka? They wouldn't be nothing. They would be a lottery team. Do you guys remember last year in the first round? I recall Luka was injured the first 3 games against the Utah Jazz. They were a number 1 seed last year, right? What happened? Utah won game 1.
Where's Utah now, Ron?
Utah
what are you talking
won game
about?
1. Hold on. Wait. Utah won game 1. The Mavericks won game 2 without Luka, bozo. Jalen Brunson went for 41 and 8.
Okay.
Who won game 3?
Okay.
Who won game 3?
Okay,
the
Ron.
Mavericks won game 3.
Okay.
Moron.
Okay.
Hey, Jalen Brunson went for 31 and 6 without Luka. So they were up on a number 1 seed 2-1 without Luka.
Okay. You done?
So that's my point. They need Luka.
What round was this? What round was this?
Round 1 against the number 1 seed.
So the Mavs. So the
Mavs 2-1 without him.
So the Mavs. So the Mavs was the 8th seed last year. The Mavs was the 8th seed last year.
Playoffs.
The Mavs was the 8th seed last year.
No. It was the 4 or 5 seed. It was the 4 or 5 seed.
So you were
It
wrong.
was the 4 or 5 seed.
Okay, I'm sorry.
It was the 4. It doesn't matter. You said without Luka they wouldn't be anything. They were up in the playoff series. They were on pace to win.
Ron,
right?
when Memphis are winning, winning without Ja Morant, when
the Bucks go up 2-1 against anybody without Giannis?
Yes, they can. What are you talking about? They have 2 legitimate all-star players on that.
No. Who was the 4 seed last year? Who was the 5 seed?
No, I don't care. Ron, listen.
Let's take a look at who was the 5 seed last year, and let's see if they would have beat them.
No.
Why don't you want to do that?
Because Luka's impact on the Mavs is better.
It's done. It's over in Milwaukee.
The Bucks could still make the playoffs in the East without Giannis.
And do what?
So what if they lose? They could still be a contending playoff team.
I bet they get swept. I bet they don't go up 2-1. I bet they don't go up 2-1.
The Mavs is not making the playoffs without Luka Doncic at all. At all. It's not even close.
Mm-hmm.
It's not even close. They're just not, and you know that.
I don't understand why I'm getting L host for this is PC style because we have to move on to the next battle. This is Ron and Dale and Shaq shooting the shits.
Lastly,
you don't have to explain yourself.
Thank you, Dale.
You're welcome, bro.
On the offensive end,
oh my God,
Luka is incredible.
Oh God.
But he only impacts the Mavs on one side of the ball. Giannis impacts off the scoring.
Shaq, while he's talking, Shaq, I don't know.
Scores just as much, if not more, than Luka.
Shaq, do a question.
Just as much, if not more, than Luka.
Rebounds.
Controls rebounds more than Luka. Playmakes.
Can you tell me,
Ron? Can Dale talk, please?
No, I want you to continue. I just want to ask a question. Can you let me know like the top defensive teams in the league? I want to know how much higher is the Bucks over the Mavs. I really don't know. Ron, you can tell me.
Can somebody in the chat get that, preferably Marz?
You should have listened to Ticket. You should have brought your notes.
I don't need Ron.
Hey, look, check this out.
Ron, listen.
Because I ain't gonna lie. I ain't listened to Ticket. I brought notes. I brought quotes. I brought smoke. And I brought rope to hog tie your big ass up. Hey,
Ron,
and make luau style pig, boy.
Ron, listen.
It's
Ron,
over. Bring in Ticketed Marz. Wrap it
Ron,
up.
Ron, listen.
Wrap it up.
Ron, like, come on, Ron.
Hey, look. Hey, from here on out, this ain't Friday anymore. It's Friday.
Right.
It's
like,
Friday.
Ron, come on.
Notes, smoke, quotes, woke, and I
do you
brought
see
some
why
jokes.
this has been my best friend for like 15 years? Can you see it?
I didn't bring anything. I brought myself and my new hat. I got this from Forever 21.
Well, you ain't bring anything, but you're leaving with something.
Did anybody find the defense matchup?
It's nothing that we need to look at. Giannis is he's one defensive player how many times?
No,
Ron, so that right there just show Luka is non-existent on the defensive
team.
This is non-existent.
Ron, this is what I'm talking about, Ron. You're not listening. Listen, we're not asking if Luka is a better defender than Giannis. That's not what I'm asking you. Like that's what I'm asking you.
So time out.
So you telling me
is Luka a good defender? Yes or no?
He's not. I don't think Luka's a good defender.
Okay, so if Luka's not a good defender, if they're a good defensive team without Luka, it's because it's the other four players on the court.
Are you an
Luka
idiot?
has nothing to do with that. Luka has nothing to do with that.
So they're playing. So they're playing 5 and 4.
No, they might as well be with Luka on the floor. It might as well be.
Listen, Ron, that makes no sense. You know why?
Why doesn't it?
Because it's the freaking NBA. They will try to find mismatch. You can't be a top 5 defensive team in the NBA top 6 if someone is just so non-existent.
So does Luka add to that defense, yes or no?
He does. Yes, you know why? Because he can rebound the basketball. And what is a defensive rebound called?
He can rebound defensive. Now you want to talk about rebounds. Now you want to talk about rebounds. It's the first day I came on this show. You have not wanted to talk about rebounds until this day.
Because you asked me a defensive question for Luka Doncic.
Till this day.
You asked me a defensive.
Till this day.
Why are you grinning your teeth? Why are you grinning your teeth? Listen to me and listen well.
JD, can you chime in? Sorry, JD, can you chime in with the poll?
I need someone
with the poll.
All right,
yeah,
fellas.
We're
got
waiting for your camera
round.
to pop up.
Yeah, I got you. It takes a little time here. Here we go. Here's that beautiful man. We got round 1 goes to this bozo.
Nice.
Ronald. Round 2 also goes to Ron. Congratulations, Ron.
Nice, Ron. I love it, bro. Congrats to you.
Okay. Yo, this is one on the rewatch. We'll pick you, but Ron's energy was.
But I loved Ron's energy. I loved how amped he was for it. It was amazing. I had a great time.
Yeah, Dale, who would you like on the next card?
You, Shaq. It has to be. For the culture.
I've cooked Dale for many years, but if we want to keep it going, I can continue this tradition.
Honestly, from now on, I'm gonna wait until y'all say, "Hey, Dale, you're doing this," and then I'm gonna look, because up until last Thursday, I was battling Ron. I was battling Shaq, and then Ron just swooped in and did his little 1-2 number. I wasn't like as enthused as I probably should have been. And Ron, I commend you on the hierarchy of panelists. You're ranked the exact same place you were before. And I'm at the exact place I was after it.
Ron's offended.
so I'm happy for you. I'm going to laugh about it. I'm going to watch this on my drive or listen to it and have a great time with it. But it's amazing. Oh, I would battle Fluent. I would love
Fluent.
I would love to battle. Really,
all right, I'm back
Fluent.
out. I'm tapped into this Ticket Marz debate.
I would really love to debate Fluent.
I kind of like that matchup.
I would love to debate Fluent. Like, it would just be like, I can't debate Ron. I freaking play poker and turkey with Ron. It's like, look what you think this was. This wasn't. But
this was fun for me. Extremely fun.
I would debate a back and forth with Fluent, because Fluent biggest thing today, he said, "Oh, in this year's hierarchy, everyone has a superstar, but 4 months ago, Kevin Durant wasn't a superstar." Fluent. So why does every team has a superstar now?
Fluent would have to log in to attest to these claims.
like that was the grossest thing I heard. Every team now has a superstar. That's why this era is better. The other day you named only 4 or 5. And I was like, oh, Fluent. I would love to debate Fluent. And they robbed my man Dub. They robbed him.
All right, Dale. Thanks for tapping in, my brother. Love you. Talk to
I'll
you
be
soon.
here. Love y'all. Ron, love you. Send me
bro.
that hat.
Oh man, Ron, deep breath. Let's
Cool.
move along.
I got my champagne. I'm gonna be able to, chill with this.
I had you winning, Ron. If that makes you feel any better,
Nah,
I did have you winning.
You tried to save that nigga. You did your best. You did everything in your power.
On the watch
Shaq
back,
Donahue
Dale won.
to
In
save
the
him.
moment, it was tough. On the watch back, you got smoked, but in the moment, I'm gonna give you that. All right. We're waiting for Ticket was just in here. We're waiting for Ticket to tap back in. Paging Ticket. Paging Ticket. Let's get Marz in here. We can talk about it. Marz, how you feeling?
Hi. I'm all right.
We missed you, Marz.
You saw me like a couple days ago.
Yeah, I know. Just missed it. Been up here for 3 hours and haven't heard from you. How you doing?
I'm good. England's are drawing with the USA right now. I'm trying to keep up with the score, but yeah, I'm good.
Who's winning?
It's 0-0.
Oh, so you're multitasking.
I mean, I'm just checking the score. I'm not actually watching the game, but
Damn, it sounds to me like you're not even worried about Ticket.
I'm not.
Well, let's see. Let's see what's. Hi, Ticket.
Finally, the Ticket has come back to the player's choice. You jabronis, you jabronis have been wasting my time. My time is very precious. So let me cook this bum. Let the whole chat cheat me and rob me of a victory because they hate me, and let me be about my way.
I will say this, Ticket, because I feel like Marz maybe needs to learn a lesson early on in his career. I would like the chat to be unbiased. If Ticket is cooking, let him cook, and if Marz is cooking, let him cook.
That's impossible. Let's go.
Can you speak on his condescending manner really quick?
No, he's a peon. He's a blemish on the Rock's buttocks. And today, I'm going to put bleach on that.
All right, Ron, you got it from here. You got it from here.
All right, so you ready to get into it? Who wants to go first? I need to know
Go
who
ahead,
wants to
Marz.
go first.
Let him go first.
Okay, I'll go first.
All right, Marz is going first. Marz, since you're going first, you get to choose the topic you want to do first.
What are they?
We got KD versus Dominique Wilkins, Wilt versus Jokic, and Draymond versus Ben Wallace.
I would like to hear Wilt versus Jokic.
We're going to do that first. And this is in today's game.
We can get a poll, actually. We can get a poll if JD's still here. Because I don't want there to be like any type of.
We can do Wilt and Jokic. I don't mind.
Let's do it. Yeah, because we on time constraints right now. So let's go. Marz, you are first. Wilt versus Jokic, and Marz is taking Jokic.
Okay, we're doing in today's game, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so the reason why I'm gonna take Nikola Jokic is for the simple reason. Offensively, I think he is maybe at worst the third best player in the NBA completely. I don't think Wilt Chamberlain holds a candle to Jokic offensively. I think Jokic being the best playmaking big man we've ever seen, one of the best passers we've ever seen, period. By far the best passing big man we've ever seen. His impact on the offense without having to dominate the ball is something Wilt Chamberlain could never accomplish. He was always someone who needed the ball to dominate the ball, couldn't get his teammates involved at a very high level in terms of he needed the ball to be dominant. You look at Jokic's time of possession is one of the lowest in the league in terms of how often he holds the ball. He gets the ball a lot of touches, probably leads the league in touches, where he's able to get everyone involved, keep the offense flowing, leads one of the best offenses in the league every single year. You look at Wilt Chamberlain when he was playing, the offenses he was leading weren't that good for the majority of his career. They kind of scaled up a little bit towards the end when he finally started to stop trying to be so score dominant, but he still didn't match Jokic's offensive output to me. Wilt Chamberlain to me would be the much better defender in terms of he was better back then, but also you look at the amount of coverages he's going to have to do. Did get a lot of goaltends that weren't called back in the day due to the fact that the goaltend rule wasn't even around, and he used to just hunt a lot of blocks, kind of the Hassan Whiteside effects, but obviously he'd be better defender than Hassan Whiteside. But I'm looking at Jokic's offensive output. To me, the best offensive big man since Shaq. Him and Shaq are 1A, 1B, whichever one you want to go. But those two are so far ahead of the rest of the pack that I'm going to take Jokic in today's game.
All right, bet. Ticket, the time is on you with the rebuttal.
Marz style. I'm going to do a Marz style. Let me cook this jabroni. Check it out. Not only was Marz wrong about Wilt Chamberlain's ability to pass the ball, Wilt Chamberlain was a good passer. He's a very good passer off the post, which is what made him as dominant as he was. It helped him become dominant because Wilt Chamberlain was a great scorer inside the post, which is why he had more of a possession of time than Jokic, because he was more dominant than Jokic. And Wilt Chamberlain been able to easily dominate in this game today because, one, the big men weren't as strong as he were. Two, he was just as skilled as those big men as far as shooting the ball and as far as getting his teammates involved. Three, he was an all-world athlete. He was a star in track and a star in all jumping, long jump, high jump, all that. He broke records, bro. So to think that he wouldn't dominate the same way all those dudes would is absolute ludicrousy. And again, we're talking about a dude that averaged 50 and 30 in a season. There's nothing to talk about. None of those numbers that Jokic averaged in this era, that's child's play for Wilt Chamberlain. Wilt Chamberlain would average, if he had the shooters around him that Jokic has around him right now, Wilt Chamberlain would probably average around 15, 18 assists easy a game too. Because now you have to pick your poison with the shooting they have in the league now. Now, if you put Jokic in the game back in the day, in Wilt's era, where guys wasn't as great of snipers as they are today, now you can key in on Jokic, double Jokic, make Jokic give up the ball, and he would be a little less effective. Not a lot, a little less effective. Plus, for some of that era, you take away the three ball from Jokic, you're taking away about 30% of his points, which actually dips him down a little bit. So Wilt Chamberlain's son was not only, you understand, just a dude that was playing against a bunch of nobody. He was a skilled, athletic, big finesse dude that could be strong because, like I said, Wilt Chamberlain was the strongest man in the NBA at that time. So do your homework. And like I said, when you come to the class, make sure you take notes today for me. Don't bring no notes. You take notes. Go ahead.
Perfect time and ticket ended right at 2 minutes. Marz, you have your rebuttal.
I do agree Wilt Chamberlain was a capable passer later on in his career. I do think his passing gets very overstated due to the fact he led the league in assists because there wasn't turnover numbers back then. But if you look at the amount of passes he was actually missing, he missed quite a few. He was a bit reckless. His delivery wasn't that great. Jokic benefiting from the three-point line. He doesn't make that many threes, to be honest. I think he only takes about 3 a game. I don't know. I could check, but let me not use notes. When we're also looking at Jokic's passing, he doesn't benefit from the three-point line to the degree you're saying he does. He, of course, benefits from outside shooters, but he doesn't benefit from the degree you say he does. He's probably the best passer when it comes to finding layups and finding cutters that there is in the league. That's why if you look at the Denver Nuggets offense, he's always finding guys cutting towards the rim. So he actually benefits from a more inside game, I would argue. But and back in the 60s, there was a lot more off-ball movement due to the dribbling handicaps, and Jokic is so great with a live dribble, not even having to put the ball on the floor. So he would also benefit there. I do agree with Chamberlain, one of the most athletic players of all time. I do agree that his shooting is up in the air. He had a solid fadeaway for his time. Couldn't make free throws, which is a big problem. Also, he just wasn't that versatile as a scorer compared to Jokic. He still had a scoring game, but I'm talking about his scoring when he was dominant, 50 and 30. Like obviously we could adjust for pace, and that scoring comes right to about 29 per 75 possessions, which is right in line with Jokic, to be honest, not to mention the fact that Jokic clears him as a passer. The 30 rebounds, you bring that down, that's about 12, 13 rebounds a game, which is right in line with about what Jokic is averaging. So there is quite a lot of context that needs to be added with the possessions that Wilt Chamberlain was playing, because 130 possessions compared to what Jokic is playing, it's not even comparable. So the numbers are a bit inflated.
Y'all tell this boy don't bring a knife to a gunfight. Boy. First of all, you brought free throws up. Let me ask you a question, you little jabroni. Did Shaq need free throws to be the most dominant player in the NBA?
No, I said he was the. I said he was 1A, 1B.
You brought up free throws. Did Shaquille O'Neal need free throws to be the most dominant player in the NBA.
No, that's
Well,
why I
let me
said
tell you
Shaq was
something.
1A,
Well, let me
1B.
tell you something.
Yes.
Well, let me
Okay.
tell you
Never
something.
mind.
Not only was Wilt stronger than Shaq, but Wilt had more skills than Shaquille O'Neal, regardless of what you think or what you may have heard, right? So, once again, you have to look at errors. In this era, Jokic does benefit from the three, unlike the lie you told. Because
I said he does. I said he doesn't.
And you said he don't benefit as much from the three. I'm saying he does, Jabroni, and I'm going to tell you why. This is where you would know if you actually played basketball instead of sitting up there playing footy all day, right? Now, let's get to the point, right? Because your ass going to go back to soccer after this whooping. Bro, when you look at a guy like Wilt Chamberlain, brother, right? And Shaq, stop laughing, man, because this boy need this beating bad. I'll pull the whole belt off on this fool. When you look at a guy like Wilt Chamberlain, Marz, and you talk this stuff about, Jokic benefits from the three, because when you're a big man and you have the ability to shoot the three, what it does is it stretches out the defense. So the defense knows they should have the capability of shooting the three and spreading them out. So now when you game plan, you have to game plan differently for a big that can shoot a three versus a big that can just play around a post area. So not only was it harder for Wilt because they didn't have to game plan for Wilt shooting threes, but if they had a three-point line for most of Wilt's career, then Wilt would have probably benefited from that because Wilt had great touch and most of his points came off fadeaways. And I know you didn't know that. So you need to go pick up your notes. You need to pick up your notes. No, the point is that his points came off fadeaways and not just dunking on cats, because you need to understand that this dude actually had great touch. He could shoot the ball, meaning that if he had skill and focus as they do in this era with big men shooting threes, Wilt would have probably been able to master that too, which would have made this game even more impeccable. You young, dumb son of a bitch. Now, like I said, boy, don't you never bring your ass into the arena with me unless you're ready, because I'm going to iron you, start you, leave you stiff like the cleaners.
Yo, next. Marz, it's on you. Your last rebuttal, and then you guys get to go.
Marz, don't take this shit.
I did say Wilt. I did say Wilt had a
I don't listen. I got me and my homies. Shout out to my boy Showtime in the chat. Me and my homies, we go at it and have real beefs over arguments on basketball. So I ain't gonna let no little Bugs Bunny come in here, silly rabbit, with his cup of tea and act like he gonna run over the big dog. No, you gonna get your ass stumped. I'm doing this for Elder too. They cheated Elder. I'm gonna make sure this ain't close so they can cheat me. And Chilltown, if your capping ass wants some next, you can come get some, and that big ass low can come get some too. As soon as I get off this flight, let's go.
Yo, Marz, it's on you.
Playing with me, nigga.
I did say Wilt had a
shout out to Showtime, nigga. Playing with me, nigga.
The reason I said Jokic doesn't benefit from the 3-point line as much as you were saying, I didn't say he didn't benefit from it. I even specified that he does benefit from it. I said just not to the degree you're saying, because you brought it up when it was talking about his teammates being able to shoot the ball. I said
you think he was a poor free throw shooter.
I did say he was a poor free throw shooter. I did say that. I'm admitting I said that.
Okay, so that means that you using that as a knock against him.
Yes, it is a knock against him.
Okay, so, and I'm saying, and I asked you, and I said, okay, well, was Shaq
it's also a knock against Shaq.
Hold on. Was Shaquille O'Neal?
Yes, he was a poor free throw.
Now, was Shaquille O'Neal still the most dominant player in basketball?
Yes.
Okay, well, shut the hell up.
Okay, first of all, I don't understand how having a weakness means automatically you can't be the most dominant. Shaq would have been more dominant if he could have made free throws. So you saying that doesn't refute anything. Shaq to me is the one or two best offensive players. I'm not finished talking. I'm not finished. He would have had more success if he could have made free throws. What my point is Wilt Chamberlain struggling with free throws is a knock against him. I have Shaq as one or two best offensive big men of all time. He would be clearly the number one if he can make 80% of his free throws. So him being a bad free throw shooter limits him in that conversation. It doesn't mean that he's not the best offensive big of his time. It doesn't mean he wasn't dominant. Someone having a weakness doesn't mean that they're automatically disqualified from a conversation. Wilt Chamberlain being a poor free throw shooter hurts him in this conversation. It doesn't mean he's disqualified from it. That was my whole point. So you trying to just jump off a cliff, strawman my argument, make it seem like I said something I didn't. I didn't say Wilt Chamberlain was disqualified because of free throws. I said it would be a weakness against him. I said Jokic was a much better passer. You said you think Wilt Chamberlain was just as good or maybe equal as a passer. I don't know what you want to say, what you actually said. I don't want to misquote you. But you spoke about how he was a very good passer out of the post. I agree. Well, I don't agree with very good, but I think he was a solid passer out the post. I do think he struggled with some passing reads, although that could be due to the clogged lane. So maybe in today's game, maybe it would be a bit better. But from what I saw, he missed a lot of passes. When he was averaging the 50 points a game you spoke about, he was actually a terrible passer in the NBA. Very rarely got his teammates involved, and that's why his team's offenses struggle. and people like to use that to say that he didn't have much help, but really and truly just didn't get his teammates involved. So there is something to be spoken about with that. His offensive game was actually much more impactful when he scored less points. So you bringing up the 50 points a game kind of doesn't help the argument. But I do think overall Jokic's offensive impact will trump what Wilt Chamberlain can bring on both ends of the ball, because I think Jokic is so superior offensively, kind of like how I would have Shaq over Wilt Chamberlain for the same reason.
First of all, you're wrong, because when you put Jokic around the guys that Wilt had shooting around him, he wouldn't have as many assists, boy. And secondly,
I never spoke about assists.
Let me ask you a question, boy. Who do you think is the most dominant player between Shaq and Jokic?
Shaq's more dominant.
Who do you think had a better career between Shaq and Jokic? From the time they've been in the league, from those first 8 years that Shaq was in the league, for the first years that Jokic been in the league.
So 1992 to 2000.
Yeah, no, I'm saying for the first 8 years of both of their careers.
Shaq's first 8 years, he was a better player than Jokic's first.
Okay, well, shut your ass up then. I just eat your stupid ass. No, let me tell you why. Because you keep bringing all these skill things into the argument. But I'm telling you, Wilt Chamberlain was on steroids with everything that I told you Shaq was doing. And you just said through the first 8 years, Shaq was better than Jokic. So what the hell? Really cool candy ass thing that Wilt Chamberlain would have been compared to Jokic.
Do you remember what Jokic was in 2017?
Once again, if you put Jokic with the dudes in that era who weren't as good shooting threes with Wilt Chamberlain and son, they were passing with the ball every time for a reason, because he was the most dominant player in the world, Craig. That's why when you see the most dominant player in the world, you give him the ball. That's why Phil Jackson said, Kobe, you're great, direct entry to Shaq. You big dumb motherfucker. Man, stop playing. Hey, Shaq, y'all bring these little kids to the arena with me, man. You better bring his Pampers, and you better bring a daycare sitter. Because I'm going to tell you right now, it's going to be doo-doo everywhere.
All right, y'all.
Marz,
you
we're
have
about to take it to the poll.
Okay.
We're about to take it to the poll because we have to keep moving along. Ron, who do you have in that first round?
Man, that first round, it was back and forth.
Stop lying.
I don't know.
Stop lying, man. Stop lying.
Ticket, I got Marz. I got Marz. I'm not gonna lie. I got Marz.
Hold on. You really think Jokic should have been more dominant than Wilt Chamberlain?
I don't like Wilt Chamberlain. I don't like Wilt Chamberlain's competition against what's happening today.
And guess what? I don't like Jokic's competition. How many big men he got to play against? Really, 3, 2, and sometimes he don't get to play against them because Embiid's always hurt. And half the good big men are out the league. Keep it real. Don't do this with me. I told you anybody can get it.
Yeah,
Ain't nobody safe. Maybe
Ticket.
Even you, Shaq.
Ticket, you edged them, Ticket. But if you would have came with a little more,
ain't no edge here. Listen.
We're not gonna
do this.
Ticket, I'm a different problem. I'm a very different problem.
Hey, listen, I want any problems out there.
I'm a very different problem.
I got heavy artillery.
I'm a very different problem.
Artillery.
I believe you.
I got unlimited clips.
I believe you. I believe you,
so,
but I'm a very different problem.
Like I said to you, hold on. Like I said to you,
I sent Marz to come get you up out of here. I'm a very different problem.
From a basketball perspective,
promise you.
If you put Wilt Chamberlain, Shaq, I'm gonna ask you one question, my brother. If you put Wilt around the shooters that they have in this era, Shaq, let's be honest. How much more lethal would Wilt Chamberlain be?
I wouldn't even be arguing this.
I'm not saying no. I'm not saying. But Shaq, I'm just asking you personally as a question. If you put Wilt,
it could go either ways. It could go either way. So I'm just letting you know I'm a very different problem. I'm not Marz. I'm not Chill. I'm not Low. I'm not OG. I'm Shaq.
It sounds like Shaq got work.
It was built on my back. I'm a different problem. That's all that I'm saying.
The one thing about me, Shaq.
Ticket, we know what's up.
Shaq,
I respect you. I respect you.
I'm the problem solver, baby. So look, after this, Shaq, after this, we can get the kiddie play out the way. And we can get to the real main event the next time we come on here, right?
That's a fact. That's a fact.
I'll let you go one-on-one. I'll let you go one-on-one with the great one.
That's a fact.
So
that's
we can get
Ticket. No, this is different, Ticket. This is different, Ticket. It's different. It's different. You context bin, I context bin.
Look, hold on. Let me say this. We can get Tiger out the building. We ain't got to worry about him. I can get right to Birdman.
All right, yo. Let's reel it back in. We got to get to topic 2. Yo, Marz,
That's the ticket I like.
Marz, he called you Tiger. You better turn up on him round 2. Round 2, we got Dominique Wilkins with Ticket versus KD with Marz. Now, Marz, you went first round. So, Ticket, it's on you this round.
Easy work. Dominique Wilkins led a team. You tell me who was Dominique Wilkins' second best player all those years playing in Atlanta. Every team he lost to were all-time greats. The man either lost to the Celtics with Larry Bird and those guys, he either lost to Michael Jordan and the Bulls, or he lost to Isaiah and the Pistons. That's who he was losing to. Other than that, he was going at it with everybody in the Eastern Conference. And who was the second best player? And guess what? Dominique, even though he didn't have the ball handles KD had, he had the jumper KD had, he damn near put up the same numbers KD put up. And not only that, he never cried about his teammates. He just went out there and played to whoever the hand he was dealt. He never tried to go to a super team to team up and prove his greatness. He didn't do any of that. And he played against way better competition than KD played against. He's playing against Mike, Isaiah, Larry, and the list goes on. So like I said, this is short and easy work. A caveman can do it.
Marz, it is on you. You have 2 minutes to spill off your argument about KD.
I think KD is a better player than Dominique Wilkins for the simple fact I think KD is a better scorer than Dominique Wilkins. You look at him in the regular season, one of the most efficient regular season scorers we've ever seen. The volume he scores at is around like 28, 29 per 75, like +9 efficiency, something crazy like that. In the playoffs, it tells off a little bit when you look at his years in OKC and partially in Brooklyn. You look at what he was doing in Golden State. Yes, people like to put an asterisk beyond that because of who he had around him. But him being able to put up the scoring at the efficiency he was able to do it throughout his career, to me, makes him a top 5, top 6 scorer of all time. That's a category I'm not willing to put Dominique in, simply due to the fact that maybe due to the pieces around him, but in the playoffs, the efficiency tailed off. He was always around a +2 or +3 efficiency level guy. So even if the volume is comparable, KD was so much more efficient. I'm going to say that he was a much better scorer. As a playmaker, I think Dominique always had limitations in that area. I don't think he was as much of a, even though I think KD's passing has issues, especially in traffic, I think Dominique was always just a much more inferior passer, and that's why he wasn't on the level of the best offensive players in the game in the 80s, like a Magic, like a Bird, like an Isaiah Thomas, for example. I think his passing always let him down in that department. I think they were both very solid rebounders. I do think Dominique gets mistreated like by my generation, I guess, because people just look at him as a dunker. He had much more than that. He had a good mid-range game. He could stretch the floor a little bit. His handle was much better than people like to give him credit for. He wasn't just, I know his nickname is a human highlight reel, but he was a very good player in general. But I think KD was better for the simple fact his playmaking was better. I think he was a much better scorer. And I think defensively, if you want to say Dominique's better, I don't know if I agree with that, but I'd say at worst they're equal on that end. So I'm going to say KD's a better player.
So why would KD, if KD's such a better player, why you had to go get Steph Curry to win championship?
Because he
was so great.
He didn't think
hold
he could
on,
win.
hold on. And I love KD, right? I love KD. But then, like I said, once I seen Giannis stay with his own team, go through the fire, lose, get criticized by the world, don't run and duck the smoke, then come back, beat KD when I thought KD was the best player in the world, go to the NBA Finals, drop a 50-piece, and stand on top of the world. Meanwhile, KD don't ran and switch team. How in the hell do we give a guy credit who all he's done whenever he hit adversity was go jump on teams? The man went to the Golden State Warriors that won 73 games. He went to go play with a 2-time back-to-back MVP. That was the only unanimous MVP in NBA history. He went to go play with the immortal Klay Thompson. So he get a cookie just because he's efficient and effective? No. Dominique Wilkins went through the grind. He ran into Michael Jeffrey Jordan. He ran into Isaiah Lord Thomas. He ran into Larry Joe Bird. He ran into Mikhail and all those other dudes. And I don't give a damn if all of your little computer geek freaks are in the chat room cheering for you and saying you won, and your heart, boy, you know you lost. So Shaq, Ron, Don, Corleone, or whoever the hell want to can cap for your little ass, boy. But they can't take my foot out the crack of your ass. Because everybody who know basketball know I'm telling the truth. And the truth's a check. Your little punk ass free. And like I said before, Dominique Wilkins never cried about his opponents or his teammates. He never cried about his opponents. KD just quit. And he just went on TV last week talking about, hey, man, my team ain't that good, man. You put the team together, asshole, like. Ain't you the greatest shooter? Aren't you the most efficient? Aren't you a great passer? Aren't you all of this stuff Marz said you was? So if you are, go get it done. If not, sit down, shut the hell up, and let Giannis Antetokounmpo continue to whoop your monkey ass. Period. The hell wrong with you?
All right, Ticket. Time's up. Time's up. Marz, it's on you. Rebuttal that debate.
I never discredited Dominique for losing. I don't even think I brought up him losing because when we're talking about who's a better player, I'm not talking about if you want.
Okay, so hold on. So why you guys? Okay, so let's say this. So you're only basing KD just off his scoring and that type of thing. Right?
I'm basing him off his ability to play the game of basketball.
Okay, so hold on. So right, but we had other dudes in NBA history that were great players that never got that type of credit. Right or wrong?
Like who?
Bro, Tracy McGrady, Vince Carter, guys like Carmelo Anthony. Carmelo Anthony's 9 all-time scoring. KD just passed 18. He's been in the league 16 years. Carmelo Anthony.
Ticket, I'm being told to stop you. I'm being told I'm an L host. Marz, it's on you. You're 2 minutes.
How you an L host when it's time for both of us now?
No, it's not yet. Y'all got one more round.
Hold on. I went.
Y'all got one more round.
Hold on. I went. He went. Then it's open, right?
No, y'all got one more round.
No, I'm saying I'm saying for this topic.
You went, then I went, then you went again, and then it's my turn.
No, it's open. No, I'm saying I went, then you just went. So then it's open. That's how they been doing it.
He hasn't went twice. This is his second time.
Oh, we going twice?
Yeah.
Oh, well, say whatever you gotta say then, Jabroni.
Okay, so when I was talking about his ability to play basketball, I never spoke about who he lost to. I was just speaking about the fact that his efficiency didn't match up to KD at any point in the playoffs. His efficiency dropped off. He was actually negative in efficiency in the playoffs, like damn near his whole prime. So he was actually scoring at a below average clip from what you would expect based on the teams he was playing against. So even though KD's efficiency drops, he was always still above the average of the team he was playing against, which is why I think he was a much better scorer. I never said KD was a great passer. I said he was a good passer. Well, I said he was borderline good, but he was better than Dominique. Then I said defensively, you could say they were equal, but I still think I'd give the edge to KD due to the fact that I think he provided extra rim protection that Dominique Wilkins didn't provide to that level. And then when we're talking about if they won or not, which is something I don't really care about because I don't really need to bring up Golden State because I think you can look at OKC, KD. To me, OKC Kevin Durant is better than whatever version of Dominique Wilkins you want to put up. Brooklyn Nets Kevin Durant is better than whatever version of Dominique Wilkins you want to put up. So you can talk about him jumping from teams. He left as a free agent after 8 years of service, made it to the finals, was consistently in the conference finals. He was still achieving. He just didn't win. So
okay, your time is up, boy. First of all, you talking that bullshit, right? So do you think that KD on the
Go ahead, Marz.
Do you think KD, his time is up?
Nah, he still got a minute. Go ahead, Marz.
No, he can ask what he wants. I don't care.
Do you think that KD on the same team that Dominique was on could beat Mike, Larry, or Isaiah Thomas? Yes or no?
Probably not.
Okay, probably not. Right? No. We know he couldn't. You know why? Because his monkey ass got swept by Jason Tatum. You jabroni. So when you come in here and you talk this monkey shit about, winning doesn't matter. Winning is everything. It's the only thing. You understand what I'm saying, boy? See, that's the problem with you little young dumb motherfucker. You little punks don't value dudes who go get it done at the highest level. You value losing. You value guys who look good, getting there, and don't get it done at the highest levels. You understand what I'm saying? When they drive in the bus, period, right? So like I said again, to you, young boy, Dominique Wilkins led his own teams. He didn't have, is this true or false? Did Dominique Wilkins have half the talent on his team that KD had all those years in OKC?
I wouldn't say so.
Okay, well, you there right there. You killed yourself. They need to go ahead and get the paramedics for you. Pick this boy up. It's a dead body in this bitch. Pick him up. It's over with. He just closed the casket on himself. He just admitted.
But he lost.
Hold on. You just admitted that all those years, Dominique Wilkins didn't even have half the team that KD had. And Dominique Wilkins was still going to war with all them dudes not getting swept. KD he picked his own team. Not once, not twice, but 3 times. He picked his own team, and the man's up here crying after him and Kyrie got swept by the Boston Celtics without Larry Bird, without Kevin McHale and the rest of the crew. They got swept by Jason Tatum and them boys. The same team that Giannis Antetokounmpo, the Greek freak, took 7 without Chris Middleton. Now, shut your little ass up, go get some tea, calm down, and just wait. And just wait. And just wait. Until that thing that's in front of your face, boy, that look like a light, that you think is the light, it's a freight train about to hit your punk ass, boy.
Marz,
Marz, are you?
I don't understand the point of talking about one person never got it done. When
The point is, we judge everything off winning. Hold on, chat. This is easy, Ron. This is easy. If LeBron James has 0 championships, where do we rank LeBron James?
I don't know.
If LeBron James has 0 championships, do we hold him in the regard that we hold him? If KD won 0 championships, he never went to Golden State. He won 0 championships. Are we really saying KD is better than Dominique Wilkins?
I don't know.
I'm just saying, based off all the help KD had, based off the lack of help that Dominique had, that he was going to war in the Eastern Conference. Look it up. The only people he was losing to was Mike, Larry, and Isaiah. That's it. Who was his second best player all those years on the Atlanta Hawks? You can't name them. KD had top 75 all-time dudes. Cut it out, bro. Play.
Yo, Marz, close an argument. Close an argument.
I think KD plays basketball to a higher level than Dominique Wilkins for all the reasons I said. Better playmaker, better passer, better scorer, equal at worst on defense. I mean, it's pretty self-explanatory why I think KD's better at basketball than Dominique Wilkins.
Y'all dudes praise losing, man. And like I said before, when you look at it, all you got to do is, and I don't care what none of your little minions say in the comment section, Mark, they can hype you up. But in your heart tonight, when you go to sleep, boy, and that heart pounding in your chest, you understand what I'm saying, dog? You just gonna remember that it was Ticket that put this ass whooping on you, boy. And I'm gonna tell you again, don't praise losing, bro. Don't praise losing. Because there were a lot of all-time greats, Marz, that didn't win, that didn't get the glory and the respect that they should have got. But they didn't get it because they didn't win. Which is why cowards like KD, who we all thought was great, I did too, had to keep forming super team after super team after super team to try to win. So let's cut it out.
Yo, JD, post a poll. Did Ticket put his foot up the crack of Marz's ass? Place that poll up and let's see what they think about round 2. Now, moving on to the final topic, we got Marz with Draymond Green, Ticket with Ben Wallace. Who had more impact on their championship team during those years? Was it Ben Wallace or KD? Marz, we're going to start with you.
I'm gonna go with Draymond Green because I think, as I've said before, I think he's the best defensive player of this modern era. I think Ben Wallace, in his own right, one of the best defenders we've ever seen. That Detroit team needed his defense, but we look at Golden State consistently having one of the best defenses in the playoffs, and we always talk about how a lot of people say KD's not a great defender. A lot of people say Steph Curry's a liability. Then you got Klay Thompson, Zaza Pachulia, JaVale McGee, Kevon Looney, Andre Iguodala on his last legs, kind of. And then that's the team he's leading to a great playoff defense in the regular season. They were always a very good defense for the most part. There was a couple of years where they were down. Even look at 2021, the year where Klay Thompson wasn't there. The only reason the Warriors were even in the play-in or even competing to make the playoffs is because of the defense Draymond Green was anchoring. The offense was actually kind of mid that year. So the fact that we were able to be a top 5 defense that year, if I remember correctly, that's all due to Draymond Green's impact on that end of the ball. And that's where Ben Wallace brings all of his impacts, because we know offensively he was just a clear negative. We look at Draymond Green in his peak, he was actually an offensive positive due to the fact he was a very good passer. He was a great passer, to be honest. He could shoot the ball in 2015, 2016. He could actually shoot the ball. He was a very good player in transition. He could handle the ball, take responsibility away from guys like Klay Thompson, who struggled to handle the ball. So him being able to provide offensive positivity in a way that Ben Wallace couldn't, due to the fact his main value came from offensive rebounds and screen setting. And his offensive rebounding had limited values due to his actually lack of ability to finish around the rim comfortably. And then we talk about Draymond Green as a screen setter. I mean, we talk about Golden State, their high pick and roll with Steph Curry and Draymond Green. Draymond Green is a key part of that pick and roll, his ability to play out of the short roll. So even offensively, he's providing value in that aspect. And then we look at defensively, his ability to play the pick and roll. He can switch basically 1 through 5 throughout for the last 7 years. One of the best team defenders you've ever seen. His ability to play the lob and the ball handler, play drop coverage. You can switch, you can hedge the screen, you can do whatever you want on that side of the ball. So I think him bringing that on defense and being a clear positive on offense in his peak, and at least now maybe being a neutral, you could argue negative now, which is past his peak, is something Ben Wallace wasn't able to do. Plus, you look at Ben Wallace outside of Detroit, it's been a bit shaky.
All right, Ticket, it's on you.
Boy, it's a goddamn. First of all, what was Draymond Green's best game with Golden State with?
Most people would say the Game 7,
Game
2016.
7. And what happened?
Warriors lost by 4.
Shut your stupid ass up, man. Once again, when Draymond Green was at his best, the team lost, you dumb son of a bitch. Now, last year, when Draymond Green, they sat his ass on the bench. What happened to the Warriors team, Marz?
In that game, or
when Draymond Green got
they won that game.
When Draymond Green got benched and his mom came out and said, I don't know what the hell is going on with him. What happened, sucker?
They won that game.
The Golden State Warriors went on an immaculate run and ran their ass out of the building, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, then. So now let me break this down to you in layman's terms, right? The first time the Golden State Warriors won a championship, Marz, who was the finals MVP?
Andre Iguodala.
And why did Andre Iguodala win the finals MVP?
Because people believe he shut down LeBron James.
Okay, no. People believe he played great enough defense on LeBron James and along with the offensive production that he provided, because the series changed when he defensively got moved to the starting lineup and put on LeBron James. Wasn't about Draymond Green, sucker. Now, again, when they lost the championship, right? They lost because this fool got ejected and hurt his own team. That's the facts. That's why they got walked down. But if he was so great, why didn't they run it back with the same team? Why did he have to go run, whining like a little baby, and go get KD? If great Draymond Green was $100 million man, if he was so great, why didn't they run it back with their same squad? They just won 73 games, boy. Why didn't they run it back with the same team? LeBron James came back with the same team. So why they had to go run and get KD? They were so great. LeBron James came back with the same squad. This fool went and got his big brother, right? So now we're showing you that his impact wasn't what you say it is, clown. Because when he played at his highest level, they lost. Now, in this last finals with Steph Curry and those guys, who was it?
It's back on you, Marz. Hey, Ticket, your time's up. It's back on you, Marz. Go ahead.
He didn't speak about Ben Wallace, but okay. The reason why I
don't have to speak about Ben Wallace.
That's who you're debating.
Four Defensive Player of the Year awards.
Okay. Draymond Green, everything I said about Draymond Green, 2015, you can look at, I guess you could look up the defense that Andre Iguodala played on LeBron that changed the series. Draymond Green actually held LeBron to a low percentage that series. He was also the best defensive player on the court that series, but Andre Iguodala won the Finals MVP. But you only have to do is watch the game to actually see that unfold instead of just following ESPN narratives or whatever you want to look at. Then we look at 2016. Yes, they lost in the Finals, but Draymond Green being the best player on the team in the Finals is something you could argue Ben Wallace has never done. So that actually hurts your point more than it makes it, because Ben Wallace has never been, for most people, the best player on the team that played in the Finals and went 7 games and lost the game by 1 possession. Draymond Green was the best player in the Golden State Warriors in that series. You can also look at in the playoff run when Steph Curry was out and it was Draymond Green and Klay Thompson. Draymond Green was the best player on the team that was winning games without Steph Curry, their unanimous MVP. You can also look at 2019 when KD went down. Draymond Green was by far the second best player in the Golden State Warriors in that playoff run as well. You look against Portland Trailblazers, Draymond Green was excellent. You look against Houston, he was excellent. Then you look against the Raptors, it was Klay Thompson. That's fine. But Draymond Green and Steph Curry throughout all of those runs, that's been the most impactful duo we've seen in the playoffs, arguably since Shaq and Kobe. So to talk about Draymond Green's impact and minimize it based on the fact that he got suspended shows how impactful he was, because you said they lost the series because he got suspended, which means you believe if he was there, they would have won, which is also speaking to how impactful Draymond Green is, because Steph Curry was still there, Klay Thompson was still there, but you agree they couldn't have won without Draymond Green. So you're speaking to his impact once more. I think Draymond Green's impact, you can talk about in the 2022 finals, this is past his peak. That's like me bringing up Chicago, Ben Wallace, kind of disingenuous, but you can do that if you want. So Draymond Green passed his prime. He got subbed out. That's fine. But he also got subbed out for about 6 minutes in a fourth quarter when they were going offense, defense, and Draymond Green's offensive game wasn't being utilized in the finals very.
All right, Marz, your time's up. Ticket, it's back on you.
You made it seem like Draymond's such a great defensive player. He's a walking triple single for his whole entire career every year. He's basically been a triple single. His best year statistically was what, 13, 14 points per game?
What's that going to do with defense? What's that going to do with defense?
1 year?
What's that going to do with defense?
And the reason why I didn't say anything about Ben Wallace, his resume speaks for itself. He has four Defensive Player of the Year awards and should have got 5. He should have won the year that they gave it to Ron Artest. He should have 5 straight Defensive Player of the Year awards. This is not even a question. He single-handedly, his defense, led the whole charge, as Larry Brown, as all his teammates, to turn around that whole Detroit franchise. He was real for real with it. And you said, oh, Ben Wallace didn't have an effect on offense. This let me know you don't watch the games. Because when you play great defense, that affects your offense, boy. So when Ben Wallace is getting blocks, getting rebounds, and getting the ball outletted to his guys, that is initiating the offense, you young, dumb son of a bitch. Now, let me finish with your stupid ass. Back to Draymond. Again, Draymond Green, if he was all these things you said he was, why did Draymond himself go on the All the Smoke podcast and say that the Golden State Warriors said you can walk? We're keeping KD. He was all these things. He was the most important and valuable player to the team. Draymond said out his own mouth that Bob Myers came to him and said, hey, man, which team you want to get traded to? We're keeping KD. That's exactly what he said. And then let's go to the next thing, because KD's not here now, right? Why the hell didn't the Golden State Warriors want to extend him? They wasn't trying to extend him even before he punched Jordan Poole. Because you know why? Because he wasn't everything you said he was. And these other clowns say he is, right? Now, let's be honest about that. They don't want to pay him because he's 31, 32 years old. He has 1 Defensive Player of the Year award that he begged for. He said he was the best player in the world defensively and got cooked by Pascal Siakam the entire series. Those are facts. He said, I'm the best defensive player in the world. Next game, Pascal Siakam get his clown 36 and cooks him the whole series barbecue chicken.
All right, hold up, Ticket. Hold up. That was the end of round 2. Now, this round, I'm going to get the hell up out y'all here, and I'm going to just let y'all go. Hey, Marz, guard your grill. Your Ticket. Let him talk. I'm out. It's on y'all.
I got to go, Ryan. I got to go. Come on.
So you talking about Ben Wallace being able to lead the offense with defense. I mean, I can agree with that. Defensive rebounding starts the offense, blocking shots. If it goes to a team, that helps the offense. But the Detroit Pistons, fact of the matter is, they had a bad offense. So Ben Wallace helping offensively to make the offense less bad. I mean, I don't really care. The offense was negative that whole time.
You're less bad, but you got the 6. You're less bad, but you got the 6 Eastern Conference Finals with the guy on the team.
Because the defense was great, and Ben Wallace was a
I'm saying, right. But who was the leader in that?
Yeah, Ben Wallace was great.
Okay, so and they went to 2 NBA Finals, right?
04 and 05. Yep.
Come on, they went to NBA Finals.
04 and 05, yes.
Right. Okay, so and without KD, the Warriors would have basically went to 2 NBA Finals and 1. Or 3. They would have went to 3 and 1 too.
And Ben Wallace went to 2 and 1.
Okay, so
how does that help?
Okay, so hold on. So basically the percentages are right even then with those 2 guys. So now we
two out of 3 is 66%, 1 out of 2 is 50%.
I want to say this to you. I want to say this to you.
That's not comparable.
Let me ask you this question.
Okay.
Do you think that Draymond would have been able to do the same thing that Ben did with the Pistons, with the Detroit Pistons?
No, because he's not the rim protector that Ben Wallace was.
Okay, so hold on. So you putting Draymond with the 2 greatest shooters that ever played the game of basketball, and then with KD 2 years or 3 years with one of the greatest offensive players that ever played the game of basketball. Is it that hard to have a 7 assist playing with Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, and KD?
I never spoke about assists.
No. But you're saying no. But you were saying, oh, he can handle the ball, facilitate the offense, all this other stuff. Bro, you pushing the ball up the court don't mean you can handle the basketball. You act like Draymond Green was out there putting dudes in a blender, crossing over, and all this other stuff. Only thing he did is get the rebound and push the ball up the court. That's it.
Yeah, taking the ball out of Klay Thompson's hands because we know
a lot of guys do that. A lot of guys do that. So, like I said before, and whoever says debate without being disrespectful, shut the hell up. You're watching. So shut up and be entertained on Black Friday. Marz.
Okay. Anyway, handling the ball doesn't mean doing fancy crossovers. It means being able to run an offense coherently. That's what Draymond Green could do.
The bottom line is this. All your little minions can agree with you in the chat. They can vote against me. I already know what they're going to do. It's cool. I ain't worried about it. But you know in your heart, and I know, and every other NBA player who have played the game, you can go ask them who they think was a better defensive player and had better impact on the game defensively for their team. And everybody will tell you Big Ben Wallace, and it ain't close. So cut the crap, bro. All right? I know you like Draymond Green. I know you like the $100 million man stigma, and I didn't say that they lost that one final just because, he got suspended. No, because something else happened in that series too. They lost their big man Bogut, who was a rim protector. And that opened up the lane for LeBron and all those guys. So that really hurt them. But I'm saying he's done more negative for that team than he's done positive, because he did run KD off, they'd have probably won more championships.
Okay.
Yeah. So listen, here's the bottom line, Marz, right? Let me tell you something, dog. I'm gonna be very honest with you, right? Because I gotta get ready to go. I respect you, dog. I appreciate, you know what I'm saying, battling against you. Everybody think I hate you. I talk with you behind the scenes. These cats don't even know I talk with Marz behind the scenes. I think Marz will be a superstar. You know what I'm saying? I like Marz. I want y'all to know that. There ain't no real disrespect. We just talking shit, talking basketball. It's you guys in the comment section that get offended and get your panties all in a bunch about this stuff. You know what I'm saying? Me, Shaq, Ron, all the dudes is cool, bro. You understand? Y'all think this because just how we talk. But if you was ever be in a barbershop and hear how we talk, you guys, some of y'all just soft like that, man. You got to just toughen up a little bit, you know? So this is what I got to do to Marz, bro. He got to go through this, because if Marz want to be what we all know he can be, he have to be able to get through this type of stuff, bro. If he can't get through this, that's why I wanted to battle Marz. Not because I thought Marz is easy looking, nothing like that. It's because I know he's a good person. I know he's a good dude. I know he got a good mind. But he need to go through this to to be more sharper, iron sharpen iron. So he good, he great in what he do, and I'm great in what I do. But what I'm gonna say, what I said to him is, what them guys are not gonna do is disrespect the OGs and up this era and not put the proper respect on the dudes that came before them, because they wasn't privy to the same medicine, the same coaching, the same sport. And when I say coaching, I mean they wasn't privileged to all of this new science and technology that these guys have now to recover and do all this stuff. And them dudes was doing more. They was playing more games and doing more. These dudes are the top science in the world. And you see Kawhi, Paul George, them dudes hurt every game. So this is what I'm saying. We can't take respect off Wilt. We can't take respect off Hakeem. We can't take respect off Larry, Magic, Isaiah, Bird, Jordan. We have to put respect on those guys' names, because those guys was really going through the grind and they didn't have the same technology. They wasn't getting paid the same money. So that's why when I say this stuff to Marz and I talk the way I talk to him, is because I want those dudes to put more respect on them OGs' names that paved the way, because they went through blood, sweat, and tears, so that the guys who play now can have the fortune and the benefits that they have, bro. And if you don't pay respect to them, you won't respect nobody. And guess what? When LeBron and Draymond and all these dudes get old, the next generation will do the same thing Marz and them do to the old generation. They won't respect them. Marz, I love you, boy. Real talk. Great debate, man. You did a great job. You know what I'm saying? I don't care. They can say you win. You can have it, dog, because I got love for you, man. And I appreciate the battle with you, dog. I'm a real dude, man. And like I said, I think you a star and you coming up big. You feel me? I seen it. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if Shaq and them probably seen it in you too, because you on, but I seen it. That's why I always be messing with you, dog, because I know you got it in you, dog.
With that being said, we just wrapped up the final poll, and round one went to Marz. 51%. He took that many of the votes, 51 to 48. Now, round two, Marz won 62% of the votes to Tickets 37. And round three, Marz took that one as well, 62% to 37.
Here's
Marz?
here's the thing. Here's the thing, Ticket. You know I love you. you know I love you. We done had many conversations. Marz as well, you know that I love you. I hope that this is a moment because I do feel like Marz is next up and coming. Like I look at like the Legend of Winnings or the OGDABEAST and I'm like, Marz is that next guy. He's that next, or the Chill Town. I'm like, he's that, or the Tickets. I'm like, he's that next guy. But he got to get his feathers ruffled a bit, and this was the perfect scenario. So I love it, Ticket. Thank you, bro. Thank you. I know your chat coming through, and they probably a little bit disgruntled, feeling like it's biased. If we was on your platform, it'd probably go a little different. But
It'd be different. When you come into the Lions Den and chat, that's what everybody need to understand. That's why when me and you first linked up, that's why I came over here, because I seen there was a bunch of guys that thought differently than me. You know what I'm saying? And I knew that what I bring to the show is something different, and that everybody will want to watch and more people want to see, because you have more of a difference of opinion, a stark difference of opinion on the history of the game of basketball and on the current things in the game of basketball. So now, even though this is y'all's crowd over here, I don't have no problem going on the road. You know what I'm saying? I know I won. Marz know I won. But his people gonna say he won. That's cool. We can have it. It's all great, because guess what? At the end of the day, I'm still winning. I'm still gonna go home and get the happy ending. So I'm gonna holler at y'all. I gotta go catch a flight. Much love, much respect. You know what it is. And to everybody say that's fake love, y'all don't even know what love is.
That's not fake. That's not fake love. That's not fake love.
So they probably was never even together. So, yeah.
That's not fake love. Real recognize real.
Yeah,
trust me. Ticket is a ticket of genius. Trust me.
Marz,
congrats.
Closing words. War Machine back in action.
I told you guys he was the GOAT.
I enjoyed talking basketball. It was fun. I enjoyed the other
Marz a pack up low too. Low in the waiting room, reacting right now. I'm like, hold up, let's get him up here. Marz a pack up low too.
Marz and I agree on like too many things for him to try to pack me up. So
that's a fact, but the things you guys disagree on, Marz
it's not much. It's not.
Polo low is a different low.
It's a different
Polo
one,
low
man.
is
It's a different one. I had to put the button up on, man. Had to wrap him up. I gotta. This is gonna actually. I ain't gonna lie. This is gonna be really, really like. I'm not even trying to be funny. This is gonna be like crazy, like tough.
Oh, you have Marz. Who you got before you dip out of here? Who you got, Low or OG?
From what I saw in the face-off, I'm gonna go with Low, but I don't think it's gonna be as easy as Low's saying. But I'm gonna go with it.
No, it will be easy. It's gonna be tough for that boy.
Most definitely. Hey, Marz, appreciate you for coming in. You did your thing. You left victorious. How does it feel to slay the big bad ticket on your way out?
The chat's kind of biased. I don't really care about it. But yeah, thank you for voting for me. I'm not going to disrespect the people who voted, so thank you. But I don't really care.
Low, is Marz next up? He needs to hear this.
I've already had a conversation with him too. What?
Everyone just be having conversations with me.
Yeah, just behind the scenes, man. Just behind the scene convos, man. Behind the scene convos.
All right, Marz. Thanks for sliding through. Let's get OG in here.
So they
OG,
say light
good,
work.
brother?
They say light work, huh?
This will be light work.
Confidence. I like that confidence in you.
This will be light work.
Yeah, I could tell by the look in your eyes you've been doing some research.
Oh, wow.
I could tell you like to look to your left a lot. That must be where your research at, huh?
No, this is just the screen and this is just the light.
So
right
they
here.
say, but hey, you know, you want to know how light I take it?
What's that?
I didn't do a lick of research. I took a nap before this. I'm well rested.
Oh.
I didn't do a lick of research. You know why? It's all right here. You don't have to research what you already know. You
we'll see. We'll see.
I told you in the face-off I gave away too much ammo. So now you didn't have time to rebuttal. There you go, look into your left again. What's down there?
My hand. Come on,
is it my hand? You see?
Yeah, my hand. Ain't I down there,
look
man?
me in the eyes, Terry.
You say he writing notes on his palm?
Yeah, he writing notes on his palm.
Ain't on the palm, man. Ain't no trickery. It's gonna be just real facts. Ain't
OG,
that's all I look for.
OG, you feel like he shouldn't be able to go from no notes?
I feel like look, we talking ball.
Is Low a bot?
This is what
This
we do.
logo bot is
Look,
crazy.
who said that? Is that a question or are you reading the comment?
I'm asking you, OG. Do you feel like Low is a bot?
Hell nah. Look. Everybody on this panel knows ball, man. I'm not here to disrespect anybody. I ain't gonna be on my ticket shit. You know what I'm saying? Even though it's all love, Marz and ticket, they was going at it. It was fun to watch, but I ain't disrespectful. You know what I'm saying? Like that ain't. I ain't got to be disrespectful. You know what I'm saying? That's just. I let the game speak for itself.
This will be respectful, man. It's gonna be real respectful, man.
Yeah, I mean, ain't nothing wrong with getting loud. Ain't nothing wrong with
No. That's fine.
Emphasis
too,
on your point, but
that's fine too, man.
We talking
ball. You know,
low key though.
You know this battle is about to be fire when they get the niceties out the way at first. You know what I mean? But, real quick though, I had to show my face. Appreciate everybody, tapping in. But I want to introduce my guy, my bro, King Desire 54, man, the basketball Twitter world, the basketball world in general, man. Y'all know who he is, man. King of NBA Twitter. Obviously, we had to make sure that we bring somebody on as a guest host to kind of match the energy of this battle that we got going on. We got a TikTok juggernaut and OGDABEAST. Everybody knows him, of course, not just on TikTok, but, the knowledge is impeccable, obviously. Low, man, he's been on Player's Choice for quite some time. And obviously, he's doing his own thing, been doing his own thing. He is a heavyweight in his own right. So, King Desire 54, man. What's good, Joe? Appreciate you tapping in with us, man. How's it going?
I appreciate y'all having me. I'm excited to check out this battle. We got two legends in the building ready to go at it. Gloves already off. I want y'all, before we start, man, keep this shit respectful. Go ahead, touch gloves over the screens. Let's get this thing going. Let's get this thing going. But man, I appreciate y'all having me on, man. I'm excited to jump in this thing. I know we got the heavyweight battle. Put a button on this Black Friday Players' Choice battle. So let's get this thing moving and shaking.
Yes, sir, man. Again, man, appreciate you for your time, man. I know you're a busy man and whatnot. You got obviously, the podcast No Chill with Gilbert Arenas on Football Sports. So everybody who's tapping in, make sure y'all tap in with King Josiah 54 and Gilbert Arenas. Check out their podcast. And yeah, man, I'm out. I just wanted to show my face real quick. Say what's up to the PC fam. Appreciate everybody tapping in. I'm out, man. Ron, you got it.
All right, Euro.
Yes, sir.
I'm up here with 3 GOATs right now. Hey, it's an honor. I'm honored right now. First topic we gonna get into. Josiah, you want to go ahead and take over?
Yeah, I got you. All right, we getting this thing started. We got 3 rounds. So this first topic, y'all get a minute each. We're gonna start with you, Lo. I need to hear your top 10 list all-time players.
And hold on, before you go, I'm gonna go ahead and put this list on the screen for you.
All right, brother.
Yeah, do that too. Yeah.
We doing all time, right?
Yeah,
all time.
All right. I got you right now. Here we go.
All right, bet. Say less. Tell me when I'm ready to go. Tell me when I'm ready to go, man.
All right, your clock starts right now.
So, top 10, in my opinion, is fairly self-explanatory for the most part. Jordan, LeBron, Kareem, Magic at 4. Duncan, number 5, is the one that I think is going to ruffle a lot of feathers because, as you clearly see on OGs, Duncan is at number 10. That's just blasphemous, ridiculous. Russell at 6. OG don't even have Russell on his, which is also blasphemous. But then the rest are like fairly Kobe, Hakeem, Shaq, Curry. I think all that stuff is very self-explanatory. The one though that if you saw the preview, OG and I was getting back and forth on was Tim Duncan, and it's crazy that I even had to sit here and waste time explaining to you why Tim Duncan should be the top 5 player all the time. But look, we can go ahead and get into some of the just very brief generalities here with Duncan. Duncan top 15 all-star appearances, 15 all-NBAs, 15 all-defensive teams. That is a record that I do not believe anybody will ever break, 15 all-defensive teams, because that more than likely means not only you have to play 16 seasons in the NBA, but you have to do so at an elite level on the defensive side of the floor. Don't think that's ever going to get broken in NBA history. But Duncan also 2 league MVPs, 5 championships, 3 finals MVPs. He holds the record for the most blocks in postseason history. Another record I do not believe will get broken because the next player next up to him is Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. He holds that record by, I think, 92 or 93 blocks from Kareem. Don't think nobody's going to break that. The active player that's next up is Serge Ibaka, and he's off by like a few hundred. So he holds that record as well, most blocks of all time. But the thing that I think a lot of people misrepresent with Duncan is the amount of quote-unquote help that he had on his roster. Yes, sure, some of the names definitely stick out to you: David Robinson, Kawhi Leonard, Popovich, Tony Parker, Manu Ginobili. However, the context is what's severely lacking here. Both Popovich and Popovich was young when he was coaching them in the early stages of his career. Not that much experience, if any, when he first stepped in. If you go back and rewatch a lot of those games early on in the early 2000s, they were just running post-ups with Duncan routinely. Manu Ginobili and Tony Parker were rookie and sophomores when they won their first championship, and David Robinson was aging severely post-97 because of the back injury. So those are the teammates that he had in the first 10 years of his career. And within those first 10 years of his career, won 4 championships and, again, 2 MVPs, anchoring some of the greatest defensive units in the past 20 to 30 years. And then went on to win another one with Kawhi Leonard, who was, I want to say, in his third year in the league. Not like, these are not prime versions of David Robinson and Kawhi. The only prime version that he had was Tony Parker and Manu Ginobili. Ginobili was consistently in and out with injuries, as Tony Parker, as great as he was, still was nowhere near close to the level of talent and help that a lot of these other players have on this, that both he and I have on these lists. And yet somehow, some way, Duncan is not only as accomplished, if not more accomplished than all of them. His impact on the game on both sides of the floor is just as great as many of them as well. So the fact that Duncan is barely a top 10 player on this list is an egregious take. I think that's by far the worst thing. If you want to say Russell's not up there, because I know how some people feel about 50s and 60s players, that's fair enough. But Tim Duncan not being a top 5 or barely being a top 10 player, that to me is the most ridiculous thing. That to me is the thing that don't make no sense at all on this list.
All right, we got to stop you right there. We got to stop you right there.
All right, cool.
I gave you a hood minute. We're gonna extend. We're gonna give y'all a little bit more time on that thing. OG, all right, I got to hear your top 10 list, and then after that, we're gonna let y'all really get into it.
Well, if you're looking at my top 10, it's not too far off from Lowe's. You know what I'm saying? With the exception of the Tim Duncan, he's got Curry at 10. I got Curry at 8. You know, Jordan, LeBron, Kareem, that should be consensus, right? I got Shaq a little bit higher than most people, right? That may be to my bias. Whatever. Kobe as well. Some people don't even have Kobe in their top 10, which I think is blasphemy. But he does have Kobe, save face. He does have Kobe in his top 10, right? But I think, like he mentioned, the biggest discrepancy was Tim Duncan. I don't have Tim Duncan as high as he does. I have him at 10. The biggest reason I think Tim Duncan is slightly overrated, especially when you comparing him to these other 9 guys I have up here, right? He's basically what Lowe named off was all longevity shit. Everything was longevity, which is fine. That's cool. But can we agree outside of Stephen Curry, Tim Duncan probably had the shortest prime out of all the other 8 players on this list outside of Steph, because he just ingratiated himself into the top 10. Let's be honest, though. Tim Duncan has probably had the shortest prime out of all of these guys. What's his prime? Probably 8 years, right? At best. Tim Duncan had a stretch during the entire back half of his career. We're talking 10 years where he averaged 16 and 9. What player on this list can average 16 and 9 and not only still win championships, but win 50 plus games as the respective best player on their roster, right? Now, we're not going to debate what type of stretch Tim Duncan had early in his career. Those first 8 years, I would say, probably his prime. We're not going to debate that because what's understood don't need to be explained. That's why he's sitting at the table with these guys. But the problem that I have with it is, yes, can he sit at the table? Of course he can. But when you put him 5, that means you're sitting him at the table with Kareem. That means you're sitting him at the table with Jordan, with LeBron, and with Kobe, if you leave it to me, right? He's got him up there with Magic. Can we compare the primes of Magic, LeBron, Kobe, Jordan to the prime of Tim Duncan? It's uncomparable. Uncomparable. It's almost laughable to have Tim Duncan sitting at the same table with these guys. Like, it's to me, it's not even a debate, right? Like I said, we can chop all day long about the longevity stats, the block list, and all of that. You know, the top 5 and 2 out of the 5 major statistical categories for Tim Duncan. We could discuss all of that. But when we talk about a back half of his career where he was able to coast, and not only coast, you allowed in your prime, we talked about this. Tim Duncan is the only player in NBA history that we could legitimately say, in the middle of his prime, he conceded a finals MVP to a non-top 75 player. on his squad. He got outplayed by a guy that's a non-top 75 player. It's never happened in the history of the game while being in your prime. 2007, he conceded the finals MVP to Tony Parker, a guy who most would say is probably not even Russell Westbrook, right? So let's just keep it plain and simple. To sit a guy like that averaged 16-9 for an entire decade and still able to win 50-plus games, what are we saying about a Kobe Bryant if Kobe says, you know what? I'm going to come out here and get you 16-9 and we still going to win 50-plus games. Are you buying that? What if MJ said, I'm going to come out here and get 16-9 and we still going to win 50-plus? You buying that? So what does that mean when I look at a Tim Duncan and I say, hey, I can coast, which the other 9 players didn't have that luxury. I can sit back. I can coast, give you 16-9 for upwards of a decade. We're still going to win 50-plus games. We're still going to make it to the NBA Finals, and we're still going to be productive. Can Kobe say that? No. Hold on.
I gotta get in.
Can Jordan say that? No. None of these guys that he's got him at the table can say that. So for that reason, I have Tim Duncan slightly overrated.
All right, Lo, I'm gonna give you a minute to retort, and then OG, I'm gonna give you a minute to retort after that retort.
No doubt.
First and foremost, let's get something clear about Tim Duncan's prime. Tim Duncan went from the beginning of his career, 98 to 2007, finishing top 5 in the MVP race every single year except for one of those seasons, which was 2006, if I believe. You sat there and openly admitted that Tim Duncan was still in his prime. Am I still?
Yeah, you rolling. You good.
Yeah, we can see you.
You good.
You can see me. I'm good. Okay.
Yeah, you rolling.
You sat there and said that Tim Duncan was only his prime was short and it was only 8 years. But then you said that he was still in his prime in 2007. So that would mean that would have to be a 10-year prime. So you openly admitted it was 10 years. So then if you said there's nobody else on that list that's 10 years, not only does Curry only have 10-year prime,
I
but
said
also,
outside of Curry.
I'm going to name another one. Bird also has a 10-year prime, correct? Bird only has 10 on the NBA team, so that's another player only has.
The difference
10,
is the difference is you could use that argument as an argument, a legit one, might I add, if Larry Bird played 19 seasons like Tim Duncan did. He did.
Well, we can go.
His
to
prime
Kareem.
was as long as his career, pretty much.
We can go to Kareem. Kareem then, if from 82 to 89, he's another player who had the luxury to sit there and be on a team that was uber talented. Not only 50 win seasons, but also win championships in the last 8 years of his career.
But he conceded that.
And his ass.
To top 75 players.
And that's fair. But if Tim Duncan had several top 75 players on his team, like Kareem did, he actually would have won more championships. That's actually further proof. The fact that Tim Duncan, when he took a step back, when from 08 to 2014, when he took a step back and allowed Tony Parker and Manu Ginobili to run the show, it never amounted in any championships. Whereas Kareem, he could take a step back. He had the luxury to sit there and say, hey, Magic Johnson, James Worthy, you all run the show, and I'll sit back and I'll run up and down the court.
So they didn't
and that's
win
how
in
I'm gonna get my 14. Oh,
right.
2014? They didn't win in 2014?
Yes.
OG, you got a minute to retort.
Else. Go ahead, go.
OG, you got a minute.
You saying that they didn't have I like how you say he took a step back, right? Hey, must be nice to take a step back, right? Tell that shit to Kobe. Kobe, you're going to take a step back and we still going to win 50-plus games. Tell that shit to Mike. Mike, take a step back. We still going to win 50-plus games in the chip. Tell that shit to anybody that's on that table that you got that man sitting next to. He looks to his right. He see Kobe and LeBron. He looks to his left. He see Mike. He see Kareem. Look, Kareem conceded that to another top 75 player in Magic Johnson. So, yes, while he was aging, he was able to still be productive because he had another top 75 player on your team. Now, you telling me young Kawhi is equated with that? No, we're not counting him, right? But they were still able to win a championship in 2013, right? Not on the watch of Tim Duncan. What do you want to talk about? Defense? That's an add-on. Yes, defense is a thing.
Defense
I love
is
defense.
An add-on?
Listen.
Defense is an add-on.
Defense is a thing. Yes, I love defense. But let's be honest. Normally, guys, where they're better defenders than they are offensive players, we look at those guys and we kind of scoff at them. You know why? There's a reason why scoring is the number one stat line on the stat sheet. When you look at the stat sheet, the first shit you see is scoring. It's above all, right?
That's a casual take. Oh, man, that's a
Putting the ball in the hoop is above all. I don't give a damn how much defense you play. You play great defense, that's cool. We got a slide for you. But we need that O from you, right? Tim Duncan wasn't providing that on the level of the guys that you have sitting at that table with him. Tell that shit to LeBron, who's in his 20th season. Yeah, his shooting splits is down, but he's still giving you 25, 7, and 8. In his 20th season, it's the table you got him sitting at.
All right.
Yeah, Jordan.
All right. All right, that's the minute. That's the minute.
Yeah, we can retort. Yeah, first of all, that was terrible. It's a casual take to sit there and say, "Yeah, points is okay. That's cool." Bro, we are talking about somebody who was not just a great defender. He was anchoring literally some of the greatest defensive units in the NBA in the past 30 years. He just wasn't a good defender. He was an all-time great defender.
No doubt.
While in his prime, still giving you 20 to 24 points per game on one of the slowest paced teams in the slowest era in NBA history, and then was able to sustain that into the postseason as well, and then do that against all-time great players throughout a postseason run also. The argument that you're making right now is that on the back end of his career is that he regressed and he allowed two other players to handle the team. You sat there and said nobody else could do it. Kobe did it in the beginning of his career. He didn't have to step up year one to win the championship.
I'm not about to sit here and allow you to bring up a young Kobe Bryant.
Kareem, you bring up an old Tim Duncan. You're bringing up 34.
I'm not bringing up an old Tim Duncan. Tim Duncan was 29. He was 20. Tim Duncan in the middle of his prime in year 9 averaged 18 and 10. 18 and 10. So in year 9.
So 18 and 10 on elite defense. What is that? That's just terrible. That's what it was. That was
defense.
What is that? Listen, what is that? What is that? That's terrible.
What are we saying about LeBron in the middle of his prime if he averaged 18 and 9?
Hey, and LeBron didn't. That's why he's second.
What are we saying about Kareem in the middle of his prime if he averaged 18 and 9? What are we saying about?
And that's why he's ahead of him. But say that about Magic, because Magic
is a point guard. It's a difference.
So that's you're arguing things based off of what they do. Tim Duncan's responsibility first and before anything else was defense. That's like me sitting here expecting Magic Johnson to average 23 every single year. That wasn't his responsibility. His responsibility, regardless of who was on the team, was to do defense. He did that to the point where they were anchoring great all-time defensive units.
So now we're putting defense. We're putting defense on a pedestal that's equating to offense, right? Is that your point you're trying to illustrate to me?
Name me the team that won championships that didn't have an elite level defense.
That's not the point. That's not the point. Team defense. Team defense, yes, of course. Nobody's saying, listen, nobody is saying Tim Duncan was a slouch defensively. We know Tim Duncan was an all-time great defender. We know what he brought on the court defensively. All I'm telling you is you can have him in your top 10, but when you sit him next to these other guys who LeBron James had a stretch defensively where he was elite. Michael Jordan was elite upwards of 13 years of his career defensively, arguably the best perimeter defender of all time. Kobe Bryant is a 9-time all defensive team. So we know what he brought to the table. This is my top 5, right? Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, you mentioned the blocks. We know what he brought defensively. All of these guys were elite defensively. But what's the discrepancy?
Was Magic elite defensively?
Magic
you have him over him, correct?
Okay,
Magic. You have him over him. Did
Yes,
Bird have that stretch of elite defensively? Did Curry have that stretch of elite defensively? You have players who don't even check that box off, and you have them over them. So
we're talking about you. We're talking about you, though.
But we're talking about you have them at 10.
I don't value. Listen, I don't. The top 10 is basically what you value. I don't value defense enough to where I would put it ahead of somebody that had better offense. That's my point. You're doing that right now. You're valuing defense way too much.
I'm doing it because that's what impacted wins.
All right, fellas. That's round 1. Everybody get your votes in. Y'all both presented some arguments. Y'all was going at it. I respect it. So we're going to move on now to round 2.
Well, I'm happy you didn't bring up that back-to-back shit. Because that back-to-back one, I was waiting for you to see that because Bird never went back-to-back either. So I was waiting for that shit.
Bird in my top 5?
No, we ready for round 2? So round 2, fellas, we're going to go top 10 current players.
Was ready.
OG, I'm gonna let you go first this round. OG, you got it for this round. Give me your top 10 current players. Same format as topic 1. I'm gonna keep y'all closer to a minute. I know everybody got to get this Black Friday shopping in and get these good discounts.
I would rather stick to something else. You got the list up there? Okay, my list. Giannis, Steph. It shouldn't be too far off. Giannis, Steph, Luka, Embiid, Durant. SGA is balling outside of his mind. It took everything out of me not to put LeBron up here. It just don't look right, though. The Joker is playing, even though he's been out of the lineup for the last week due to COVID. Tatum's been playing outside of his mind. Harden is injured, but we can't forget about what he was doing before he went down with his injury. I asked Ron to substitute Siakam for Anthony Davis and move him ahead of Harden, but he didn't do it. I have Anthony Davis on his list. The stretch that he's been on over the past 2 weeks has been insane. So originally, we all know, AD's a top 10 player, but he's been inconsistent with health. But as of right now, I see, the biggest discrepancy between my list and his list is he has Tatum at 4, and I have Tatum at 8. This is really not much to argue about to me. This is a matter of what you value, opinion and everything like that. Embiid at 5, I got Embiid at 4. We both got SGA at 6. You got Donovan Mitchell on here. He's been playing outside of his mind. It's really, to be honest with you, it's probably about 12 or 13 top 10 players in the league right now. Joker low. I would have rather stayed on that top 10 all time list, to be honest with you, because I got look, damn these current cats. I got a problem with him not having Bird on the list at all. That's what I want to talk about.
Oh, I'd much rather do that. Can we please do that? Please, please. I know they telling y'all to do something. Because even if you give me my minute on the current 10, I agree.
Right.
Like, we got the same names. I think Harden is probably slightly a bit too high, but that's just because he's been injured. Also, I agree LeBron is not a top 10 player. AD is in my top 10. I was going to argue that, but then he just sat there and said AD over Siakam. So now there's not even really much to argue with that. We can get back to
low. Damn, that low. Why do you have
Bird? Yeah, we back in the top. The chat has decided. The people have spoken.
Why do you not have Larry Bird in your top 10? I'm on a need to know basis. Look.
All right. So the first problem with Bird is like you said earlier, longevity. Bird only has a 10-year stretch, and that's literally it. Curry is working on his 10-year right now, so that right there is the reason why I edged them up. So that's problem number one. Second problem is, ironically, just so you were Duncan, man, Bird conceded a Finals MVP to a non-top 75 player. So ironic how we think together.
Was he in his prime?
He shouldn't have done it regardless.
Was he in his prime?
I would argue he wasn't. I don't think he was peaking, but I do think he was in his prime. I think that Bird entered the league playing just as good as he did practically throughout the rest of his career. There was slight improvements throughout his career, especially
that was
scoring.
In his second season.
Yeah, but I would argue, but you argue that Duncan was also in his prime in the second season.
That was
right?
07.
No, I'm talking about the second. You think Duncan was in his prime in the second season?
I'll tell you this. Duncan.
Yes, you do.
No, listen. Look. I'll tell you this. Duncan was a better player than Bird in his second season than he was.
Do you think Duncan? So in long story short,
was Duncan in his second? It doesn't equate to everybody. Was Kobe in his prime in his second season?
No, but we're not talking about Kobe. Kobe's prime is between.
He's in this conversation though, so you can't say that equates to everybody. It doesn't.
But the reason why I'm saying that is not only did he concede the Finals MVP to Cedric Maxwell, then after that they didn't win again until they added Dennis Johnson to the roster. Even in between them not winning championships, bro, Bird was underperforming in the postseason rather routinely. Shooting splits plummeted. The scoring was inconsistent. He just was not the same player until they added another playmaker to the roster who was also a quality defender. So that's what really took it. And then even when he won his championships, bro, some of the numbers that Kevin McHale was putting up in those postseason runs, some of the other players on that team never had. We don't talk about that, though, because it's Kevin McHale. Kevin McHale's name doesn't ring as loud as some of these other players, but McHale was putting up ridiculous numbers, and that's how he won.
So are you ready to jump out the window and say Kevin McHale is a top 5 power forward of all time because of those numbers that you're looking at?
I think his peak is up there, though. I think Kevin McHale's peak is just as good as a lot of other players.
So you think his peak is better than Giannis's?
No, I don't think that's top 3.
Duncan's?
No, that's top 1.
Garnett? Who you have second, might I add?
I would argue his peak is just as good as we got the author. You better put that. I think Kevin McHale's peak statistically, like his 2 to 3 year postseason peak, is just as good as like Carmelo. Just as good.
Postseason. Okay.
Yeah.
So when you regular season, when you talk about Carmelo.
I mean, he sacrificed and came off the bench. So I don't know what he would have done consistently if he was in that position.
I don't even think. I don't really.
It also wasn't even the first option either.
I don't even really think that was a sacrifice. They had him and Robert Parrish. They don't want to bring both of them guys in the lineup at the same time, especially around that time. Let him come off the bench and let him feast. Ain't nothing wrong with that. I don't think that was a sacrifice because he was still able to get his numbers. But
that's another great thing. You brought up another player. You talking about Dennis Johnson, Kevin McHale, and Robert Parrish. Then they also had Danny Andrews, a grossly underrated.
So
player
are we using stacked teams against them? Because we can go back to that other squad
I'm talking about
from the 1960s that had 8 Hall of Famers on that squad, and you got Bill Russell in your top 10 as well. We can go that route too. So if we want to talk about
when Bill Russell wasn't playing, that team couldn't win a lick. That team was trash until Bill Russell got there. Then when Bill Russell got hurt, they lost again, and then they didn't win again. They kept winning when Bill Russell was healthy. And in Bill Russell's last season of his career, when he was not only playing but also the coach, is when they last won a championship until Havlicek and them got into their primes.
So explain to me why. Happened. So explain to me if Bill Russell was so good, how come he never averaged 20 points per game in a league that was allowing upwards of
role?
It wasn't his role. I'm tired of these offensive liability players you keep taking up for. You telling me scoring wasn't in their role. You keep telling me all of these offensive liabilities. Defense is their role. Offense is not their role. Well, who the hell gonna put the points on the board? Because you can only defend them for so long. I'm tired of these defense. Listen,
somebody like Duncan. We ain't got too much on Duncan, but somebody like Duncan who's holding teams to like when I say literally like 90 to 95 points, yes, that's impressive. But even going back to Bird, you say that, but then literally the year after they won a championship in 90 and 81 and 82, Bird was struggling to score 20 points in the postseason. And that was when he was 25 years old.
Yes, but it didn't continue. And everybody has their struggles.
The next year he averaged 20 on the dot in the postseason.
That's why I say
he struggled.
Listen, the struggles didn't continue for a duration like Bill Russell's. Bill Russell scored 20 points in the postseason one time. Listen, Bill Russell was extremely awkward. He was extremely inefficient as a center.
Mm-hmm.
He shot all of his shots 4 to 6 feet from the basket, but he shot 42% from the field. In an era that averaged 140 plus possessions a game. 140 plus possessions a game. To equate that into today's game, teams average about 95 to 100 possessions today. I think right now it's about 99 and a half right now, right? So we talking upwards of 40, 50 more possessions. The NBA was moving just like this, back and forth, right? A lot of misses equated to a lot of rebounds, a lot of second chance baskets, goaltending was allowed, a lot of shit was going on. So give me the guy that was physically dominating and imposing his will on folks versus the guy that was challenged offensively to the point to where he shot 42% from layup range. That is abysmal. That is a walking abomination. I don't care. Listen, defense, that shit is cute. Did he dominate the game defensively? Yes, arguably one of the greatest defenders ever. We get all of that. But what does that mean if you offensively challenged to the point that he was? I'm not talking about to the level of Tim Duncan, because Tim Duncan could at least put the ball in the hole, and he had a bag. Back to the basket, bank shot was elite. This man had no bag, Bill Russell. So it must be because of his elite defense and the fact that he won 11 championships in a watered-down era to why you got this man ahead of Hakeem the Dream Olajuwon, ahead of all of these guys that you had on your top 10 list. Having him at 6 to me is an insult to the game of basketball. Bill Russell was sorry. I'm sorry.
Low, you get your response. You get your response, and then this is the end of round 2. But
I'm going to respond. The reason why you pivoting to Bill Russell, the reason why I have it is beyond what his impact on the game. Because again, I'm measuring players based off of what they were asked to do, not based off of how they could just manipulate numbers or put up numbers just for the sake of doing it. If he was asked to defend to the level in which it was able to impede the opposing team to keeping up with the level of scoring they were doing, then he did his job, and he did it to an elite level, so much so that even when he wasn't on the floor, they couldn't compete. Bob Cousy wasn't winning a single thing until Bill Russell got there. That team was literally getting knocked out. They couldn't even win 5 games in a postseason until Bill Russell got there. So that's the reason why I would do it. Also, B, when you talk about why would I have him, a lot of it just has to do with innovation. Bill Russell is the reason why we have the fast break. Bill Russell is the reason why we have defensive schemes and defensive fundamentals. It's because of that man. Bill Russell was the one who was innovative enough to think outside the box, even though there were several variables that were put in front of him that was going to restrict and restrain him to play basketball the same way that everybody else did. That is the reason why I have Bill Russell as high as he has.
If that's what you're valuing, I can agree with that evaluation. But when we talking basketball, that's a whole different page to flip.
That's part of basketball. You innovating how basketball is played. There's things in which Bill Russell, if you go back and listen to 60s and 70s interviews from Bill Russell, there's concepts that he's breaking down that we still use to this day. This day.
It's basketball.
So when you say it's not basketball, we're talking about basketball. We talking basketball. We talking how the game is played even to this day. Somebody who was facilitating fast breaks, defending, rebounding, yes, scoring. You're not going to argue. I'm not going to argue with scoring. It wasn't there, but that wasn't his role and responsibility. It was to defend. But
again, when we talking about top 10, we're not talking about guys that can just concede the most important element of basketball's role to somebody else and just make that be okay. We're going to just wash that all and throw it out the window. He wasn't really a scorer, so we're just going to concede that to Bob Cousy or concede that to AC Jones, Casey Jones, whoever the hell they had on the roster. It doesn't even matter to this point. The fact that you had the ability to average 16, 17 points, couldn't get me 20 in the game that you had 160 possessions. It was the fastest pace in league history. You had more than enough opportunity to at least, at minimum, get me 20. People say, oh, he was such an elite defender, right? Who was the best of the best at that time in the 1960s? Because as far as I'm concerned, it's Wilt Chamberlain, right? And it's not even close to me. I think he was the best basketball player of that era. It's just that Bill Russell had the better team.
What did Wilt average in the finals?
Well, I'll tell you what Wilt averaged against Russell. I'll do you one better. He averaged 20.
I'm talking about all his finals.
He averaged 30 and 25 against Russell on 50% shooting.
Wilt Chamberlain in all his finals averaged.
I don't care about that.
Averaged 18 points.
He
also took a step back offensively because he knew that was the best thing for him to do, especially when he was on other teams. There's only 1 or 2 finals he was posting up amazing scoring numbers.
Wilt won when he got some help. When he went to LA and he got some help. Yeah, he won that last one.
Did he beat Bill Russell when he got there?
The first.
Did he beat Bill Russell? When he had Elgin Baylor and Jerry West, did he beat Bill Russell?
He didn't even have Elgin. Elgin retired.
No. He retired. He retired the year that they won against the Knicks.
Right.
The first year when he got there, when he saw Elgin Baylor and Jerry West. Okay, so he had help. Bill Russell was at the end of his career in coaching.
There you
Sam
go.
Jones was at the end of his career as well, and they still won. So even though Wilt Chamberlain got the help, but Jerry West and Elgin Baylor, who was easily the second or third best player.
But what does he average? One-on-one. What does he average against them? Regular season, postseason, it doesn't matter. He's giving them 25. He's giving them 30 and 25 on 50% shooting. When we're talking Bill Russell versus Wilt Chamberlain, the better player prevailed because Bill Russell's talent, right?
So the wins and losses don't matter?
Wins. Okay, listen.
I'm asking you.
Wins and losses do matter.
Okay.
But context needs to be provided.
For sure.
No doubt. Because I think out of any sport in American history, right? Basketball is probably the one single sport that you could attribute a single player being massively productive on an individual scale and how it can equate to wins and losses, unlike football, unlike a lot of other sports, simply because LeBron James grab a rebound on one end, go to the other end, lay the ball up, come back down on defense and block a shot, go back on the other end and grab a rebound, producing in every single facet of the game individually. So yes, you can involve wins and losses on an individual standpoint, which is my argument against why you have Kevin Garnett over a lot of these other great power forwards in the league at number 2 behind Tim Duncan. Now,
wait, let that be the last part. I'm gonna just end on this note.
End on this note, then we move into round 3. But I'm letting y'all cook because this is a great way to spend Black Friday for me. I know the chat's loving it too.
2 questions. Again, going back to Wilt Chamberlain in his postseason career, in the last 7 years of his playoff career, when he was the most successful, Wilt Chamberlain. Okay. He was only averaging 17 points. Wilt Chamberlain stopped putting up crazy numbers in the postseason run after he was like 29 or 30. It was over with at that point.
And he said it himself.
And that's because what? Say it. I want you to say it. Please say it.
He said it himself. He did take a back seat to try to win more and take less shots, but he took that. Okay. Don't try to compare it to Tim Duncan now, because he took that backseat to a top 75 dog. He didn't take that backseat to chump old buddy and them Tony Parker, who nobody speaks of. He took that back. When
did Wilt Chamberlain start taking the backseat?
Probably in the late 60s.
It was
early
70s. It was in Philly when he was playing with Hal Greer. It wasn't when he was with Jerry West. He started taking a step back. Hal Greer.
Listen.
That's not that ain't the Jerry West and Elgin Baylor that we're talking about.
That's not the debate, though. We're not arguing that. Though. All I'm telling you is, yes, when I say backseat for Wilt, it's because Wilt was a ball hog. Wilt was a guy that only cared about putting his numbers up. Tim Duncan wasn't like that for real. Like, we're not gonna sit here and act like he was on Wilt Chamberlain's level offensively and he had to scale back. No.
Last question. Again, you keep downplaying defense. Name me. There's not that many teams where defense was okay. So when you sit there and say that defense is just it's an add-on. It's okay. It's fine. No, defense is necessary. And I understand what you're saying from an individual standpoint. You're right. I think people overblow individual defense from time to time. Agreed. But we're not talking about somebody who's great enough defensively to where he can like lock up his own matchup and that's it. We're talking about people who are dominating defensively so much so that it's impacting the entire team's production.
Okay,
so when we're talking about that level of defensive production, when
so
you know for a fact on the team
let me ask you this
standpoint-
question. Would you take Michael Jordan scoring or Tim Duncan's defense?
Well, I would take Michael Jordan scoring because I think he's the greatest scorer. I don't think Tim Duncan's the greatest defender, though.
Okay, would you take Bill Russell's defense or Michael Jordan scoring?
That's a good question. I don't know, man.
You do know. Come
That's
on,
a good question.
We need an answer.
That's a good question.
When
The reason,
you're
but
not
the reason why, well, I'm about to answer. The reason why is because I don't think the production. I think you can still get other quality scoring. You can still get other quality. Actually, you know what? That's even better. You're right. The reason why I would take Bill Russell or just any all-time great defense. Listen. Because I can get. You know how many 30-point scores on like +8 true shooting I can receive throughout NBA history? I can not only get Michael Jordan, I can get LeBron, I can get Curry, I can get Kevin Durant, I can get Kobe Bryant, I can get Dirk Nowitzki, I can get several all-time great scorers.
How many sustainable?
How many all-time great defenders are there?
You trying
Bill
to win
Russell, Tim Duncan, Hakeem,
in the post,
and then the list, Kevin Garnett, and the list starts to window down immediately.
No,
if
it
you don't
doesn't.
have those things,
You talking
yes, it
about
does.
in the post?
I'm talking. Oh, well, we can say Will as well, but outside of that.
What are you talking?
Will Russell, name him. Will
talking
Russell,
about you talking about post? You talking
I'm
about
talking
paint?
about somebody who can impact defense to the tune of which it can anchor a defense for an extended peririd of time.
Draymond Green-esque?
No. More than more.
Draymond can't anchor a defense?
No, a little longer than Draymond. Draymond is only doing it like for like 5-6 years. A little longer than Draymond.
So what are we talking about individual players, or are we talking about
individual players who can anchor a defense for an extended period of time? The same way you're saying an individual
Here's the problem
scorer.
with that, though, Lo. I don't think that is as sustainable as offense is.
That's my point.
So why would you choose Bill
listen,
defense?
Because you can find somebody who can sustain it for a longer period of time.
Jordan?
I can find several players who can average 30 plus on great efficiency. I named like 7 of them.
Who in today's back in that era?
And back in the era, you're talking about all time. We're talking all time. I can get Jordan. I can get KD. I can get LeBron. I can get Curry. I can get several players. I can get Kobe. I can get Dirk. I can get several players who can do that. I can get several of them. There's only like 5 defensive players who can.
But I don't think
defense for like 10 plus years.
Here's the thing. I would value team defense in that aspect versus individual defense, being it to affect. Oh, I'm relying on this guy to be a defensive anchor to affect his defense and his defense and his defense. Bro, give me Ben Wallace. Give me Dwight Howard. Give me Draymond Green. Give me Kawhi Leonard.
None of them did it for a 10 plus any extended period.
So now we're talking. It's not sustainable. That's my point.
But you're proving my point. The fact that it's not sustainable adds, but the fact that it's not sustainable adds even more value to the players who can sustain it.
So what championships are you winning? That's a
several of them. All the players I named won several. Hakeem won 2. Duncan won 5. Like actually, that's even a better point.
No.
Outside of Kobe and MJ,
No, you're not
when it comes to
understanding
volume scores, how many of them are winning that?
Okay,
all right, fellas.
I was about to hold on.
You gotta save it. I'm letting y'all cook. I'm letting y'all go. The chat's loving it. We appreciate y'all. This is why this was the heavyweight bout. This is why this is the main event. We had some great undercards, but now we got to get to round 3. And I'm gonna be real with you. In round 3, you can make this an extension of this new and improved round 2 that we had. But round 3, we're gonna go top 5 players of each position.
Ooh boy.
Although we're gonna start with you first.
I think what you think it's the KG. To me, it's the. We can say KG, but also it's the on your list, boy. That Stockton and Malone, boy, they get way too much credit.
Why?
So let's say hypothetically speaking, they are 2, and I think Malone is a top 5, as you see on my list, top 5 in the power forward.
You got him right at 5. Though that's crazy.
That ain't crazy, but so let's say we got 2 top 5 players in their position in the 90s. Both of them were at bare minimum the second best player at their positions. You would agree?
Now, who are you talking about?
Stockton and Malone.
You said in the 90s, what again?
In the 90s, they were in the late 80s and 90s, they were bare minimum the second best players in their positions. for the most part. Through that 13-year
I would have to sit down and think about it. But yeah, I mean, if you want to say throughout the 90s, so from
97 to 99.
It depends on how you feel about
87.
stock. It depends on how you feel about stock, because Magic was still playing at that time. You got GP, you got
But
Isaiah.
I'm talking about throughout the entire 13-year. I mean, there may be a year or two where Barkley better than Malone, but for the most part, for that 13-year stretch, from
I'm taking Malone. I'm taking Malone over every power forward in that era.
Okay, so
but now stock is different.
Okay, but I would still argue at worst top 2 at each of their respective positions.
We'll go 5. Because you got to chip in guys that had runs during that time, too. You talking from 85? What was that?
87 to 99.
87 to 99? I mean, Magic was still in the game. You had Isaiah on the back end. I mean, you had GP came into the game. He had an elite run. You can't forget about Kevin Johnson was 2010. I mean, it was some elite level play at the point guard position at that time.
Sure. So, but at the end of the day, the point I'm making is that we're talking about 2 players who are top 5 all time in their position. You could easily argue throughout the 13-year duration, probably top 2 or top 3 at their position at worst. And you said Malone by far was the best power forward. Okay,
by far, no. I would take Malone.
You said clearly. You said you're clearly
right. I would take Malone over anybody.
So why is it that a team that can be constructed with that level of talent from both 2 positions played a playing style that was complementary to one another, also had a good supporting cast in the late 80s to early 90s, had Mark Eaton, who won DPOY and was a candidate for DPOY, had Thurl Bailey and Dale Griffin, who were other 15-point scorers on the roster? Why is it that team has more first-round exits than conference finals appearances? Why is it that team, especially Karl Malone, why is it they consistently underperform in the postseason? Why is it that for whatever reason, I just don't understand this, Karl Malone dropped tremendously with his field goal percentage and his accuracy and his efficiency when the postseason came around? People always sit here and tell me that, Michael Jordan is the reason why they lost. No, it's not just Michael Jordan, because everybody
he's one of the reasons. I mean, if you take a look at the level of competition in the Western Conference at that time, it was kind of stiff. And not only that, the elite of the elite, we're talking about elite of the elite, right? Sometimes your field goal percentage will drop in the playoffs. Now, Malone's did drop maybe 4 to 5% compared to the regular season.
Let's say 6%.
Okay, but you also have to factor in how the offenses ran, and the offenses ran specifically through him. So he's taking tougher shots. He was averaging upwards of 22 shots per game, not only in the postseason, but in the regular season as well. And you look at the teams that eliminated him and put him out of the playoffs, we talking half of the time, especially in the 90s, Jordan. I mean, you talking Gary Payton. You talking Gary Payton and them, the 60-win Supersonics. You talking about Phoenix. You talking about the Trail Portland. They were getting put out
They're
by
the Golden State Warriors without Mitch Richmond. Remember that team, right?
Once, okay, yeah.
Oh no. Say the Seattle Supersonics when Gary Payton was like in his 3rd year. Say that one as well.
But GP was still a dog
in his 3rd year. But say that
he was still a dog.
Okay,
he was still a dog.
Who else?
He was still a dog, and everybody else either went to the NBA Finals. Hey, but you got him sitting up there at 5, and you got KG sitting over there at 2, and you're trying to explain to me why about playoff success and numbers dropping and dipping into the playoffs. It took Kevin Garnett 7 years to make it out of the first round. 7 years. And you want to say, oh, well, John Stockton was this, John Stockton was that. Listen, John Stockton was a prototypical point guard at that time. He wasn't a guy that was going to give you 30. He was a guy that was there to facilitate the offense and make sure Karl Malone got the ball in his spots, right? He complimented him as an individual player. He wasn't a scoring threat. John Stockton was not that. He wasn't a scoring threat, right? And I love offense overall. John Stockton,
of course.
He was a great defender. He was a solid defender, sneaky defender, sneaky athletic too. Trust me. But on the back end of that, we talking about KG, who you have at 2. KG, who you have at 2. Another one of those defensive guys that you love, those defensive juggernauts.
Who did Garnett play with before he got to Boston?
I don't care. Wally Zerbiak, he had
you don't care, because the thing is, when I talked about,
he had Wally Zerbiak, he had Tom Gugliotta, he had Latrell Sprewell, he had some dogs.
Oh no, you did not. No, you did
not.
Dog.
Listen,
Latrell. How many years he had Latrell Sprewell?
Me.
No, I said how many years he had Latrell Sprewell? Like 2?
Like 3?
Yeah, 2 or 3. For the most part, the reason why I have KG that high is because, and the reason why they're not even comparable is because the teams that they play on was not the same. It wasn't even remotely close. And when KG actually got quality help in 04, he made it all the way to the
Stephon Marbury,
finals.
Sam Cassell.
Yeah, when Sam Cassell when he was 34, and that was
and he was still giving you 18 a night.
And you're right. And they got to the conference finals when he got there. And when they got to the conference, listen, because he was only in the team for like 1 or 2 years. And when Sam Cassell was on his team in 2004, he got hurt. Go back and watch it. He got hurt. Go back and watch the that series, Game 7 against the Kings when Sam Cassell got hurt. Kevin Garnett is bringing the ball up like he a point guard because he ain't got no other options.
Yeah,
we talking about
the ball up like he's a point guard because he ain't got no other options.
We talking about Karl Malone, who had John Stockton, who had DPO Wakena and recipient Mark Eaton. You like offense. We had 2 other players who can give him 15 plus points any given night, and was still.
Why are people acting like Wally Zerbiak wasn't 15 a night? Why are people acting like Sam Cassell and Latrell Sprewell wasn't 20 a night? Guglielmo was solid defensively. Listen, all I'm telling you is it took Kevin Garnett 7 years to make it out of the first round. He only made it to the conference finals 1 time. He got put out in the first round by a Dirk Nowitzki-led team in Dallas with Steve Nash, with Dirk averaged 33 and 15 on his head top. So much for that defense. So much for that defense.
Who else was on that team?
It don't matter. Dirk gave him 33
it does
and 15
matter.
and swept his boots. You telling me about?
Yes, it does.
Bottom line is this:
just FYI for the people out there who want to know, Sam Cassell was on the team for 1.5 years, not even completely 2.
I said
1.5. You're arguing players who were on there for like short extents.
We're Dirk gave him 33 and 15. Look, let me tell you something.
No, Dirk, that's why Dirk is above Malone as well, because Dirk is another player.
You don't have
who
Dirk
didn't
above
drop.
Kevin Garnett.
We got to see the list. Let's see the list.
You don't have Dirk above Kevin Garnett.
Let's see the list. Listen, because Dirk was on a better team than Garnett.
Listen, what?
He was on a better
team. So Dirk's ring in 2011.
You talking
in
about
08, let's compare when they won the chip. Who had the better squad?
Now you all over the place. You all over the place. Are you arguing when
I heard
Dirk
Ticket call you legend of losing, dog?
When Dirk put up 33 points on KG, like you said, who had a better team? It was Steve Nash, Mike Finley, and Dirk. It was more. He had way more talent, especially the guy who loves offense. But they had not only just one of the best offense in the past 20 years. They had one of the greatest offenses of all time. That team was better than Stephon Marbury, who left after 3 or 4 years. Sam Cassell was only on the team for 1 or 2 years. Latrell Sprewell was also on the team for 1 or 2 years. And when he had those players, he made it to the conference finals.
As a guy that loves defense, how do you let Dirk give you 33 and 15 on 50% efficiency?
Oh no, I think Dirk is amazing.
But you got him so far from Kevin Garnett.
They're 2 and 3. They're 2 and 3.
Look at the list. I could have sworn you had.
No, they're 2. Pull the list up, please. They're 2 and 3.
Give us the list.
It's 2 and 3.
Look,
and Giannis is 4 and Malone is 5.
The issue that I'm trying to make is there's a difference between needing help and being the help. And some guys in NBA history were the help at some point in their career. And I think
Garnett
that
was the help.
Oh, hell yeah. When he went to Boston, Garnett became the help.
Oh,
yes, he was the help. Was he the best player? Was he the best player?
Yes, he was the best player. Yes. In 08, he was undeniably the best player.
Boy?
And he was averaging basically the same amount of points as Paul Pierce.
Paul Pierce was giving you a dub. KG didn't give you a dub.
19?
It's not 20.
There's no way. There's no way, OG.
It's not 20.
So if one player gives you 19,
who won the finals MVP?
Andre Iguodala did. So is Andre Iguodala better than
Curry? No, he didn't. I said in Boston. Who won the finals MVP? We're not talking about Iggy.
Paul Pierce.
I know.
So he was better than for 2 to 4 games.
Listen,
so he was the best player
before Boston.
So Andre Iguodala is the best player in 2015.
No, we're not talking about that. Hear that. But we're not gonna sit up here and act like Andre Iguodala played the same amount of greatness as Paul Pierce did in that NBA Finals. We're not gonna sit here and talk about like they games equated to each other because they didn't. Andre Iguodala, they valued something that he brought that Golden State was missing. That was why he. Listen,
you're arguing he's the best because he won Finals MVP.
No, hold on. They call it the most valuable player, but they never really base anything off of value. I can considerably say when Iggy won it, they placed that one solely on value. Usually it just goes to the guy on the best team with the best numbers. That's usually how it goes. They damn near wanted to give it to LeBron when Iggy won it. The reason why Iggy won the Finals MVP in Golden State was because Golden State was down 0-2. And they didn't lose another game once they inserted Iggy into the starting 5. So they valued the defensive paralysis he brought to the team and the spark that he provided. They valued that. It wasn't necessarily about the numbers because arguably he's the worst Finals MVP of all time. That's why he won it. They valued that.
Okay,
now, when I'm talking about Kevin Garnett,
talking about
Kevin Garnett, who never made it out of the first round. It took him 7 years to make it out of the first round.
Uh-huh.
It took him 7 years to make it out of the first round. And then just during that 7-year span, I just like to throw in there the fact that Dirk Nowitzki gave him 33 and 15 on great efficiency in the first round. He made it to the conference finals, got beat by LA, if I'm not mistaken. And then after that, he missed the playoffs for 3 consecutive years. And then he went to Boston and became the help in Boston to Paul Pierce. So I just feel like, hold on. I just feel like if you want to compare Karl Malone to Kevin Garnett, let's look at what they did from an individual standpoint. Playoff success, regular season success, it doesn't matter. Let's look at what they did from an individual standpoint as the man. Who was more productive in the playoffs, Kevin Garnett or Karl Malone? It was Karl Malone.
Who had more help?
You want to look at stats?
Who had more help?
Now we want to.
You brought up help with Bill Russell. You've been talking about help this entire time.
What did I bring up earlier in the debate, Lo? What did I say earlier in the debate, Lo? I said basketball is the only sport in America where one man's contribution can be weighed heavier than any other team sport. Did I not say that? So if the team's wins and losses, because you brought that point up, you said you got to equate wins and losses to team success to an individual player, right? Right. Now, I see your bright light flashing in your face. You can look up the numbers. This is me. I don't have no bright lights. This is just me. I don't have no stats. This is all from up here, Lo. This is all from up here, Lo.
And
you can't hide that bright light.
So go ahead, go. What's the facts?
My face been locked in right here, Lo, the whole time.
What's the facts? What's the facts?
This is all off the top of my dome.
What's the facts?
The fact remains that if you look at Kevin Garnett versus Karl Malone, respectively, throughout their careers, since they were drafted, right? Karl Malone never left. Outside of he went to the Lakers, they went to the NBA Finals, but we're not going to talk about that.
Yeah.
If you look at him in comparison to Kevin Garnett, I believe Karl Malone did more on an individual standpoint as the man than Kevin Garnett did. 2-time league MVP, 36,000 points, 15,000 rebounds. He's got more. And if you look at the per game basis, which I think is more valuable than longevity, you look at the per game basis, right? Per game, he's beating them in every statistical category except blocks.
Okay.
I think he averages more points, more rebounds. I think KG got him by 1/10 of a point in assist, and he got him on rebounds. So from every statistical category, even if you count longevity, Karl Malone smoking him, and KG played longer. Stop it, bro. The disrespect for Karl Malone stops now.
I'm not. It's not. It ain't gonna stop because let's continue. Again, once more, everything is put into, like you said earlier, context. So again, let's continue to use the context. Kevin Garnett did not play with somebody like John Stockton. He didn't play with somebody like Mark Eaton. He didn't play with other players who could give you 15 plus points for any extended period of time. You were talking about teammates who played on this team for a year or two, not him and John Stockton, who played for over a decade. He didn't play with nobody like that. And when he did have players like that, he made the conference finals just like that. That's what happened. And then when he didn't have those players, yes, he struggled. But I'm not expecting anybody on the list outside of maybe LeBron and MJ, really, to make any type of deep postseason run with mediocre teammates. I'm not expecting nobody to do that. So Kevin Garnett falling short in that department.
Second round, KG?
So Karl Malone was getting knocked out of the first round more times than he made conference finals appearances. Listen. He got knocked out of the first round more than conference finals appearances with Stockton, with Mark Eaton, with two or three other 10 to 15 point scores.
It's not fair for you to use that.
Teammate.
You can't use
the teammate.
If
yes,
you're going to overrate, how are you going to overrate them and then use that as a point to follow up your success? You can't do that. You can't say the guy's overrated.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that.
Top five. So which one is it?
I'm not saying,
or is he top five?
Because he can be overrated doesn't mean that he's trash. I think that Stockton is top 10, but not top 5. I think he's right at the top 10. So even through my scope, if you had two players who are two top 10 players on the same roster with one another in their relative primes on teams that have complementary coaching styles, guess what happens? They make conference finals every single year. Westbrook and KD did that every year when they was healthy. LeBron and Wade did that every year that they was healthy. Shaq and Kobe did it practically every single year when they were entering their primes. That happens routinely.
What happened? Okay, but let's put this into perspective, right? You want to mention, you want to fail to mention the lack of competition that Kevin Garnett faced and who he was losing to, right? So let's just talk about this, right? 7 straight times he missed. Would you agree or disagree that the Boston Celtics underachieved from 2008 to 2012 where they were together? Would you agree or disagree?
I would argue they underachieved because KG got hurt.
You would argue they underachieved because KG got hurt, right?
Yeah, KG got hurt, and the guy that you said was the best player in the following year, 2009, couldn't bring him back to the conference finals. He couldn't do it.
All right, fellas, we got 2-minute warning. 2-minute warning. So y'all got to get these takes in. Let's see who can win this round and who's going to win this battle.
Listen, I believe that at that juncture, the Boston Celtics was more of a team effort than it was an individual effort.
In 2009?
Through the whole tenure.
Okay.
Everybody played their role. Ray Allen took a step back. Took a step back. He became more of a perimeter shooter. Primarily, that's his job versus what he was in Milwaukee, versus what he was prior to that, where he was a ball handler, distributor. He did a little bit of everything. He said, look, we got these guys set up. Everybody played their roles. Now, you want to talk about a team in NBA history who literally was a cohesive unit, and it wasn't just here is your turn, ISO ball. Everybody had a role, right? I agree. Kevin Garnett's role was to play defense. He didn't
take a step back in that regard because he won DPOY. So in that regard, he actually didn't take a step back.
But can you argue that that's the best we've ever seen Garnett defensively?
No, I don't. I think he played just as good in Minnesota. He just didn't have the teammates around him to be able
to take that right. That's my point. So you could legitimately argue that tenure that Boston had was more of one of the more team effort wins, right? Even though they lost to LeBron and them.
You're the one who said Paul Pierce. You're the one who made the argument that
it was led by 34. It was led by 34.
But okay,
it was led by 34.
Okay,
point blank. The numbers show it. Everything shows it. Just your feelings.
The numbers do not show it. Actually, the only number that show it is points per game. But everything else,
Finals MVP shows it too.
But are you saying Finals MVP means that you're the best player on the team?
Normally, it goes to the best player on the team,
okay,
or the player that was the most productive in that series. Normally, they get it right with that.
Okay, so even if we were to say that Paul Pierce was the most productive, which he wasn't, but let's just say he was, that still doesn't mean that he was the best player on the team. The player who led them practically all the way through was KG. In the regular season, he anchored one of the greatest defensive units of all time.
But if
easily the best defensive unit that you've seen in the past 15 years.
They were stout, one of the best ever. I agree with that. But to compare him to a Karl Malone, who most people forgot back in 1996-97, the Houston Rockets tried to form up a super team to take down Mike, but they couldn't get past a certain guy that was rocking that Utah Jazz jersey. Let's not forget about that. What you shrugging? Clyde Drexler, Charles Barkley, Hakeem Olajuwon joined forces in the Western Conference to take down Mike, but they lost to somebody before they was able to get to Mike. And I believe that was Karl Malone by himself, knocked them boys out the playoffs.
And that's
by himself. They had 5 guys in double figures.
It wasn't by himself, but fine.
By himself. They had 5 guys in double figures.
Even if we go back, because you still haven't approached to even come close to addressing this. Again, regardless how you feel about Stockton, regardless how you feel about those teams out there, the players out there, why did he get knocked out in the first round more than make the conference finals?
Why is that the standard, though, for him, but not for KG? Why did KG get knocked out in the first round before more than he made the Western Conference Finals? Again,
the teammates that he had are not even close. They're not even remotely
the guys
close.
that KG had were productive, though. So we're not going to see
nobody not saying they were trash. I'm saying the talent level, in contrast to their teammates, is not close. Kevin Garnett was not playing with a DPOY candidate and recipient. He wasn't
himself. That was his job.
Okay, we're talking about teammates.
But
name me the all-league defender.
That's like saying Jordan didn't play with an all-elite scorer. That was his job.
But he can still play with one, though. We're talking about the teammates. Who was the all-league defender that Garnett played with? None. He didn't play with one until he got to 08. Not even 08. He didn't play with one.
Kevin Garnett got eliminated in the first round 7 consecutive years. He only made one Western Conference Finals as the man, He only made one Western Conference Finals as the man. I don't care.
Teams that were bad.
He only made one Western Conference Finals as the bad. But you equate. You want to say, Karl Malone got bounced out more times than he went to the Western Conference Finals.
Because
you
he's
see how
on good teams.
You got KG so high on your power forward
because he's on good teams.
But his respect level is so low
because he's on
his
better
requirements.
teams.
What you require out of KG is down here. What you require out of Carmelo is up here.
No,
But you got him swapped on your
it's
list.
it's actually the same. It's the same because as soon as Garnett got help, he won a championship and anchored literally
help in the
best
form of the
defense.
creation of the super team era. That
But
helped?
even again, as soon as he got it, that's what it translated to. Stockton and Malone played with one another for over 10 years. What are we talking about?
Listen,
that's the difference.
Yo.
That's the difference.
I'm gonna put this list up one more time, and I'm gonna give you guys each 30 more seconds to make your final points without arguing.
That's hard.
Go ahead, Lo.
The rest of the list is fine. I don't really have a problem with nothing else. I think Baylor should be on the list, but I know how he feels about 60s players. Yeah, I don't really have a problem with the rest of the list. It's to me.
I don't have a problem with 60s players. I mean, my only reason why I got Pippen up there is simply because of what he accomplished, even though he was an assist more than he was the reason. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can't deny the accolades. You really can't. You know what I'm saying? And people say, what if? But the fact remains he is a 6-time champion. You know, he is a 8-time All-Star. You know, he was in the MVP conversation the year Jordan retired. So, you know, you got to take all of that into account. 6 rings is very heavy, even though he wasn't the reason.
He was the help. He was the help. But you know what I'm saying? I think that's enough to warrant him to be in that top 5 conversation. 6 rings is very heavy. Elgin Baylor was a dog. Don't get me wrong. He's one of the only small forwards in NBA history to average 10 rebounds for their career. And you know who the other one is? Larry Bird. But we're not going to talk about that because the disrespect for Larry Bird is crazy. The only other thing I want to say is that when you go back and look at that list, Carmelo is the only player who drops tremendously with his accuracy and efficiency in the post
because of the way the game is being played.
All these other players were also the first option.
They were all
everybody else on that list was also the first option on their team. Practically everybody else on that team was the first option on their teams as well. They also had to carry the load offensively. Most of those players, especially if they played in the 2000s Western Conference, also had to go up against elite level teams as well, and they still never dropped to that level.
All right, I gotta step in. I gotta step in now. I hate to have to end such a great basketball debate. Such a great basketball debate, but the results are in from the polls. We have 3 rounds, and I'm gonna give you all 3. Round 1, 77% of the votes went to none other than Legend of Winning.
That's tough, man. That's tough.
77%.
But it's
round 2.
Who voted?
71% of the votes went to Legend of Winning.
Can you get 30? You got 30% of one of these?
Round 3. 74% of the votes went to Legend of Winning. Do you want to talk to the people, Legend, and let them know how it feels to be victorious with the sweep?
Is this the first sweep all day?
Wow.
Is this the first sweep all day? I just want to know because I mean it was like I said, it was light work. It was easy. You know, there's a couple of jabs out there that threw me for a curve, but for the most part,
stop letting the chat vote. This is bias. Wow. I'm just reading the comments. Wholly biased.
We ain't got no mail-in ballots. We ain't got no mail-in ballots coming through.
Wow.
Was this the first sweep all day?
No, it wasn't. I forget who else sweeped, but let me just say something. PC chat viewers, you guys are disgusting. We know that Low is up on Player's Choice once a week, but you guys don't have to give him 74%.
No.
That's crazy.
I just wanted that.
Hey, for what it's worth, OG, I think you won.
You won what?
I got OG Beast.
Lo, you won the last panel episode last Tuesday, though.
Oh my god,
that's crazy.
It's not really that crazy though. It's not really
chat
that
bias.
crazy.
I mean, I'm looking at the
OG. Chill or Low been here for like what 3 months now, and you know where to be found. So of course it's gonna be biased.
That's what I'm saying. I'm not tripping on that. Everybody knows what it is. Low, you know what it is.
I don't know what it is.
Look, knees weak, arms are heavy. Look, you know what it is.
OG, you gonna join the panel?
Man, look, don't be too. Hey, you know where to find me at, bro. You know where to find me at. Don't do that right here on this panel.
I know. I was trying to do that.
Look, your hands.
My palm's dry as hell. Ain't no swing going on over here, man. I was like,
OG, I'm putting you on the spot right now. You about to join the panel? Your homie Chill on there.
You know where to find me.
You know, Chill get cooked too, though. Chill get cooked too, man.
Nah, bro. If we like, this is definitely. I'm reading all the comments and saying it's biased. This is 100%. 70. Like, if y'all would have told me he won 51, 53, I'd have been okay, whatever. You know, that's still biased, but because he was up here getting his boo smoked. I'm reading the comments as I'm going at it.
The chat for the better of the last year. Josiah, by the way,
Fluent
you have been given.
Somebody just said cap. OG1 bias. Look,
so on our show, we always have battles with not just the panelists, but with the hosts of each show, and we get W hosts or L hosts. I get a fair share of L hosts. Ron gets a fair share of L hosts, but you got nothing but W hosts. So I'm pretty sure on Player's Choice, they're ranking you as the best host in Player's Choice history, which is.
Do you know why? Because I just shut the fuck up and let them do it. That's all you got to do. And that's the best host. Just let them get it.
It hurts, chat.
Yo,
appreciate that, Billy
nice
Bob.
to meet you, brother.
That, man.
Nice to meet you,
got
bro.
robbed. Yeah.
Pleasure, man. I super enjoyed this, man. I watch y'all stuff from afar, man. So thankful for y'all letting me get the opportunity to come up and pull up. Low and OG, man. Big fans of both yours. Watch y'all stuff. Not really a TikTok guy, OG, but I still be checking your shit out. I go
appreciate you.
Just dibble and dabble in there. And Low, obviously, you know, I rock with your shit too. So super thankful for y'all letting me be up here. Now I got to go handle my family responsibilities and go get this Black Friday shopping cracking.
Facts.
But hold on, wait. Josiah, you gonna have to come and host the next event.
Hey, whenever y'all need me, y'all know. You already know. It's all love, man.
Hey,
y'all
you want to step in the ring with somebody?
Nah, shit. I'm gonna need to train. I gotta get my training right for all this. Y'all coming with all that super duper stuff. So I ain't trying to get body.
I feel you.
Yeah, I feel it.
All right, fellas.
Thank you, Josiah.
Yo,
wow.
Lo, dead ass. Like, I know we at the end. I think I'll cook you.
You just talk. You just chat. You just talking right now. I genuinely don't believe there's a single soul out here, man. Not a soul, man.
We on YouTube?
Lo,
right
where
yeah, we're on YouTube.
Yeah, we're
live
on
YouTube
YouTube right now.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
You at home too?
Oh no, it was home cooking a little bit.
Definitely.
OG, but
definitely.
OG, don't do that. Don't do that.
It was definitely home cooking. Come on, Shaq. You know what it is. You know what it is.
70?
You know what it is. 70%, Shaq. You know what it is, bro. 70%.
It should have been 80.
Ron, 70%.
Get nasty.
Jordan, 70%.
70 was a little nasty.
Disgusting.
That's crazy.
70 was a little nasty.
70%.
That's crazy.
That crazy.
That's crazy.
That's a crazy
Ticket. 70%, bro.
Hold on. Shaq, you want to smoke with me, dog? We can get it. We can get on Valentine's Day, dog. You lucky I'm in the airport. We can get on Valentine's Day. I'm in the airport right now, dog. I'll cook you in the airport in front of all these people. You think I'm joking? You think I'm joking? I'll cook you in the airport in front of all these people. Think I'm playing?
OG, I sent Kyrie for you. I sent Kyrie. I ain't sent Bron. I sent Kyrie for you.
You came in here protecting that boy. You protected that boy. I know you did. You gave him a pep talk. You called him every single day this week. You pepped him up. So now I'm coming for your ass because you was protecting that boy. Period.
OG,
so now you understand what I'm saying? Since this is what you want Clash of the Titans. We'll do it on We'll do it on Valentine's Day, and it'll be a Valentine's Day massacre, boy. If that's what you really want, since you want to cap for Marz, you want to protect Marz, we can do it.
You know I was Ticket before Ticket. Like, you know I was Ticket before Ticket.
It is what it is. It's only one ticket. It's only one ticket, and it'll be a Saint Massacre Day on Valentine's Day. Remember when 50 dropped that album? Clickety clank, clickety clank. The money goes into my piggy bank. I get empty. My life cuts
Bet. You bring Elder, I'ma bring Dale. You bring Elder, I'ma bring Dale.
Oh, so you want to bring somebody else? It ain't no problem. Elder won today too. And guess what y'all did to Elder? They robbed Elder. They gave Elder the round and went back and took it from him. Who does that? But we already know what's up. The fix is in. You understand what? But me and Elder, we're going to go on a run like Kobe and Shaq. You ain't got to worry about it. Everybody mad. Hey, man. Why is Chicken being so harsh with Marz, man? Man, shut up and be a man, man. Shut up and be a man, man.
Pulling up from the airport is elite.
Man, that boy need to drop his nuts and be a man, man. Period, bro. Condescending to everybody, putting his head down and stuff like that. Pick your head up, boy. When grown folks talking, man, we talking, dog. You gonna respect your elders.
Ticket. He don't do that to me. He don't do that to me.
Yeah,
Marz don't do that to me.
Because you baby him. I ain't gonna baby him. I'm gonna hit him with baby powder. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm not gonna baby that boy. JD, you already know. I'm not finna baby that boy. Like I said before, Shaq capped for him. He came in here helping that boy, and now you're gonna have to pay the price on Valentine's Day. So, like I said, if you accept, you bring whoever the hell you want to bring. I will bring Elder since y'all robbed Elder today blind, and we'll whoop y'all ass. It don't matter.
2v2. Shaq
Bring
and
Elder,
Dell.
and I'm yeah, it's gonna be Shaq and Dell. It's gonna be Fluent and Chill. It's gonna be OG. It might be OG and Chill. That's probably gonna be like a little thing. Now that Fluent's here.
Shaq, you should be very warmed up, dog.
Yo, Ticket, I promise you, you don't want these problems, bro. You think it was biased? It's gonna really be biased.
Did you retire, Shaq?
You
coming out of retirement?
Bro, he been that fool been
retirement.
He been past retirement, dog.
Blue, why are you doing this right
I'm
now,
just
bro?
asking. I'm just asking a question. I'm just. If
Facts.
it's one
Hey,
ticket,
Fluent.
I'm hosting.
And you cook,
If it's
hey,
one
Fluent,
ticket,
and you cooking
I'm
today,
hosting.
Fluent, you cooking today. I seen you cooking today. They out here robbing people blind.
Man,
I
that's
seen you cook,
that's light work, though. That's light work.
Facts. You know what I'm saying? So, like I said before, man, they got their little favorites. It's cool.
You put up Shaq against Muggsy with me and Dub, and with Ticket and Marz. Let's be honest. That's Shaq versus posting up Muggsy. Both times.
Yo, Fluent, first off, you and Chill, OG and Chill, nobody wants me and Dale work. It's really vicious. Like,
well, yeah,
like the people that I can go and tap into is crazy.
You're taking
like,
the weak link, Shaq, because Dale's too much on his emotions and who he finds pretty. And that's an L every time.
I can go get Marz, I can get Dale, I can get Ron.
Elder cooked Chilltown today for him. He cooked your partner. Elder cooked him, especially on that Kobe debate. Elder cooked him, and they robbed that man, bro. And this is the type of stuff I be talking about. The lack of respect.
I agree with you on the Kobe part. Yeah, I agree with you on the Kobe part.
And Chilltown was telling all the lies about LeBron's the greatest player I've ever seen for 10 years. That same speech he gave every week in church. Nobody want to hear that, man. That played out speech, man. Come on with some new content.
I had Chill 2-1. The Kobe thing, I agree with you.
No, Chill didn't win. The other Elder was cooking his man the whole time.
It was close. That was a good close battle. I'll give it that. I'll say that.
Ticket.
There's some blogs.
You don't Ticket. You don't want the TikTok legend. You don't want him to wake up. You don't want him to wake up. He's chilling. You don't want him to wake up. You don't want the TikTok legend to wake up.
I'm the only dude beside Fluent that can get Chill mad. I'm the only dude beside Fluent that can get Chill out of his mode.
That's facts. That's facts.
You know what I'm saying? Fluent to say something to Chill, lose his mind and just start going crazy. You know what I mean? So, but y'all know what it is, man. I'm not playing no games. It was whatever y'all want. Shaq, like I said, you bring whoever you want on Valentine's Day. I'll bring Elder, and like I said, hey, that's your ass, boy.
Yo, Ticket, what was the real actual score of that battle?
He said, "See ya."
Yo, dead ass. I hate that Fluent left. Fluent talking about pick a side got me out of here. Fluent is funny. I will get Fluent out of here very easily. Like, let's talk about all my easy battles. Ron, you would get out of here. Fluent, you would get out of here. I can get Marz out of here. It'll be tough.
Listen, I'm not Marz. Everybody know it, man. The streets know. The streets know what it was. The streets know. They just mad at me because I was talking to him the way I was talking to him. I smoke Marz, man. Come on, bro. Even Shaq know this. Shaq can sit up here lying to y'all if Shaq think in his right mind that Will Chamberlain and Marz was agreeing with me. So how I lose when Marz was agreeing with me? I wasn't agreeing with him. He was agreeing with me.
Ticket, I got you winning that battle 2-1, actually.
I got you 2-1 too.
I got you, Edge.
The thing about it is,
I do.
You should have 3-0'd him. You just didn't turn up the way you were supposed to turn up.
No, I didn't turn up because everybody say I can't win if I don't do it calm. So I try to keep myself as calm as possible and not be screaming. So everybody say, "Oh no, that's all Ticket do." You know what I'm saying, bro? Bro, it was easy work.
You turned a new leaf. Like the first round for sure should have went to you, like easily.
They for sure can't hold that against you anymore, Ticket. You're right.
They can't, bro. You know what I'm saying? I came in and played his game. I let him talk. I wasn't overcutting him. He overcut me. And then Ron tried to put me on mute when I said something. Finally said something back to him. Come on, man.
L host.
Y'all, man, they helping the dude, man. Like I said, man. You know what I'm saying? But like I said, hey, in all reality, bro, I did that to Marz because I like Marz, bro. And I like, he pissed me off at first, but I understood. Like, when I started watching him and stuff, I understand. You know what I'm saying, dog? Like, you know how it is, Shaq. Like, when you travel around the world, like when you first maybe go to other countries and stuff, Like once you get enriched in the culture, you start understanding things.
That's a
I
fact.
understand.
That's a
You know what
fact.
I'm saying? It's
That's a
easier
fact.
for me to understand stuff like that. Like people that come from where we come from, where I come from, they might not understand a dude like Marz. It might be like, man, get this dude out of here, man. Whatever. You know what I'm saying? But me, I just messing with Marz because I know that he got a lot of. I like him though. I like how he move. You know what I'm saying? He cool. You know what I'm saying? Real talk. And he a hard worker.
No, ticket. The first thing I said to
Get
Marz.
judges. He said, "Get judges to chat too biased." How y'all feel about that? Also,
Yo, ticket. The first thing I said to Marz and Dub, I was like, you guys could learn from Ticket and Fluent, and you guys just up here y'all butting heads, but I'm like, learn. They know what they doing.
Man. Listen, bro.
They know what they doing.
Listen, bro. Sometimes it take a person like me to bring the best out of Marz, or somebody like you, or somebody. You know what I'm saying, dog? Because you pushing them to limits. And that's what you got to do. The same thing with this clown right here that was capping for him the whole time, man.
Hey, Ticket. I want to say something to you. I think you did really well. I'm not gonna hold you. You did really well.
See, everybody
Provided a lot of.
Y'all know what happened?
It was a close one. It was a really
It was
close
not
one.
close, bro. It's not close.
I think what Ticket. What lost you is that you kept bringing up other people in your debate.
I didn't have to bring up Nick.
You kept bringing up Shaq.
Listen, I brought up Shaq to give you an example. He said that Will's free throws was a problem. I asked him, was Shaq's free throws? Shaq played closer to this era, right? Was his free throws a problem stopping him from being the most dominant big man in the league?
No,
hold on. So what do you make you think that Will Chamberlain free throws would have stopped him from dominating this era, bro?
So
It wasn't because it was a whole lot of great big men in this era. It's only what, 2 or 3 great big men in the NBA right now, Simmons?
I feel you. Let's not turn this to another debate.
I'm not trying to.
Okay.
I'm keeping it simple, bro. If you think simple about what I say, bro, do you think that Draymond Green's a better defensive player than Ben Simmons?
Ticket. We not let Dub give you your flowers. Dub's trying to give you your flowers. Just let him give you your flowers.
Jack, you don't need no explanation for this. This is just a one answer question. In your mind, in your heart, do you think that boy said that this man was the greatest defender in his whole era? Do you believe that, or do you more so believe that Ben Wallace was? Cut it out, man.
I'm not gonna lie. I didn't watch that last debate. I just seen the Dominique and the Wilt Chamberlain one, and I just think for those ones, I think what kind of messed it up for you was you bringing up other people consistently, and that's it. That's all. But I think you did amazing, though.
Bro. Dominique, you got to bring up the competition he played against and who he played with. Bro, if KD's playing with, hold on. KD has played with almost 12 Hall of Famers. How many Hall of Famers Dominique played with? Who was he playing against?
I wanted to come back. I wanted to come back to address Shaq. Listen, there's nothing I can learn from Fluent. Nothing at all. Ticket, I like Ticket. I love Ticket, and I think I can learn more from Ticket from Fluent because Fluent is an idiot. I've never seen.
I need to name call because you're a.
I've never seen.
Fluent is also a fellow genius.
I give people props. Listen, Shaq, I've learned a lot from you. You know, I did not like Low like that in the beginning. I've learned a lot from Low. There's a lot to learn from. I've learned a lot from everybody here. So that shows the character I have. And Shaq knows I didn't like a lot of people on the show in the beginning.
Facts.
You though, Fluent, there's nothing I can learn from you.
I think you guys need to sit down and have an adult beverage because this is
no.
and
I've never seen such such a highway robbery, man. It was crazy.
Yeah, that's gonna hold.
Dub's
you back
so entitled. It's crazy. Like Dub
I've
is so entitled, as he should be.
Everybody. You can learn from everybody, and that's what's going to hold you back, Dub.
These dudes disrespectful.
You're right. I can learn from everybody. You just don't fall under that category, bro.
Just because you don't like,
and that's with all respect,
doesn't mean you
don't fall under that category, bro. You just don't fall under that category.
There's this Greek saying. There's this. Shaq should know this because he's in Greece. There's this Greek saying, but I'll translate it for you a little bit. Where you're going.
What?
Fluent
talking?
Fluent, we can't hear you.
He got muted somehow, not in the thing.
You can hear me, man. Hey, stop the man. Cut it out, dog.
I think you're good. You're good. Hold on, Fluent. I'm gonna unmute you.
Yeah, Fluent. What's the Greek saying?
Oh, he muted himself. Hold on.
Oh, you didn't hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, I'm driving. I'm driving. The Greek thing was, I'll translate it. It loses a little bit in translation. But basically, where you're going, I've already been and come back. So you can definitely learn something if you're open-minded. Otherwise, that's okay. You can be missing a piece. It's all good.
This is why I say you're stupid. I'm actually a very open-minded individual. Like, I just don't like you, Fluent.
Not based on.
I just don't like you.
If you don't like me, then you don't like me. I like you, Dub. I think
you could like. I think
you're a good dude,
and
Dub.
there's nothing I can.
Like, I'll come buy a coffee from you anytime, bro. Like,
Hey,
I got
Fluent,
no
don't
beef
bow
with
down
you.
to Dub. Don't bow down to Dub, Fluent. Don't bow down to him. Them dudes disrespect the OGs in the game. And that man said Kareem's a fraud, bro. And everybody in the chat room believe it. Clap their hands, man.
Let's
Come on,
not,
bro.
Jack. I'm not trying to spark up another debate.
That's what you do.
I'm
No,
not
but that's
trying
what I'm
to
saying.
spark up another
But Dub,
debate.
that's what you do, Dub. That's what you say stuff like that, and then you'll come cap for KD. Come on, man. Come on, bro. Cut it out.
I would cap.
Wait,
I
wait,
think
wait,
that
wait.
Kareem.
Let's
I think
give.
Kareem's better than KD though.
Hold on, Fluent. Let's give Dub his flowers. He's came a long way in this last 3 months, like incredibly. Like Dub has had a run unlike anybody else's in the last 3 months. It was crazy.
Dub stepped up big time.
Is that what you're asking me? Is Dub got?
I don't need to hear.
Hold on, Fluent. You muted yourself. Said it again. Your Bluetooth is switching probably. But while he's fixing that, Dub, I will say when I stepped down, you really stepped up, and I was proud of you for that. I swear to you.
Yo, can we?
That was big time.
Since we're giving flowers, can we give LaRon his flowers? For those of you who do not know, Ron is the catalyst behind this Black Friday event. He's the one that pieced this thing
makes
together.
a lot of money for us. He does. Ron makes a lot of money for us.
So Ron, W host.
Man, fuck that. I'm not no host no more. After how I did that boy earlier, I'm a panelist. I ain't even hosting no more, actually. Y'all got to find somebody else for the panel.
I give Ron his flowers. Ron cooked Dell. I think Dell might need to become a host because I don't think Dell should be debating anymore.
Jeez.
I don't think Dell really took it that serious though. So it's like,
but
it's like
maybe.
I'm not gonna lie, Ron. I think you did amazing. I just don't think
Deb,
like
you on your KD shit.
Huh?
You on your KD shit. Like
what KD shit?
It's a pass. It's a pass. Like Dell gets a pass because he didn't take it serious. Just like KD gets a pass because circumstances.
I mean, Dell lost. I'm not gonna say he won. I mean, he did lost, but it's like I know what Dell's capable of, so it's kind of like
he's
like,
not gonna bring that out.
Yeah,
he's not gonna bring that out for like the big guns. And Ron, sadly, you weren't a big gun.
Well,
but you got the dub though.
Ron, you did great though.
How you gonna bring it out for a big gun and then lose to a little gun? That
Yeah.
sounds awfully KD-ish to me. You only play when you're on the Warriors.
Wait. Fluent smoke Dub. You got it right there. Fluent smoke Dub.
All right, well, we can't take her serious. There's a little bit bias there, Fluent.
Hey, and I found the whole clip. I sent it to you, Fluent. I found it.
Is there any world where Dub and Fluent can?
I found the
can be
broom. I sent it
friends?
to you as well.
Yo, let's give JD his flowers before we get out of here. JD is the man with the plan behind the scenes.
Listen,
JD is crazy.
I'm out.
He's legit.
Hey, peace out, Fluent.
All right, Fluent.
I'll give my flowers. Listen, all you guys up here, bro. Jay,
Was
Shaq,
this a W
Ron.
event? Was this a W event?
This is
was this a W event?
This was an amazing event. What you guys put on this shit, the things you do, the connections y'all built. You guys are a real example to learn from, bro. So shout out to y'all, bro. Learn a lot from you guys. You feel me? Like just flowers to you guys, man. Y'all true inspiration, man.
Hey, and we're just getting started, bro. I love you too, Dub.
It's just beginning.
Bro, if you guys think this was anything, just wait. Just wait.
We got a lot in the chamber.
That
We
was
got
the
a lot
event
in
of the
the
year,
chamber.
by the way. For any NBA, YouTube, anything, you might even put this up against things outside of the NBA. That event was insane. And we did that all virtually, coordinating everyone's schedules. Bro,
It was
if
impossible.
only you
and
knew
we made
what's
it
going on
happen.
behind the scenes.
We made it happen. So shout out Ron, shout out JD.
Y'all be easy. I'll let y'all have this moment.
All right,
then. Whoa, wait. Oh,
my
shit.
bad.
It's
My
your
bad.
moment too.
Nah,
Yeah, for
y'all put so much work into this, bro. I'm gonna let y'all have y'all little winner circle, bro. Love the love y'all show me, bro. But this is y'all, bro. Big ups to y'all. I'm gonna pour a shot for y'all later.
Dub. I just need to know when you're editing you and Fluent's battle, are you going to be biased?
I'm just doing segments. I'm just doing the segments. Bro.
Okay. I'm just saying, according to Fluent Dub, I don't think he be being biased. I don't.
Bro,
That's why I
Dub and
say
Mars is
that's why I say he's an idiot, bro.
Oh,
Like,
no,
he
Dub,
just
no,
says
Dub.
things
You
that
and
doesn't make
Mars are
sense.
really like, it's really a thing. Like when I'm watching from afar, I'm like, yeah, it's a thing. You and Mars.
Oh, me and
You
Mars.
guys tag team and it's fun.
Watch what we're gonna do. Watch. Just watch. Yeah, you talk about Ticket getting something out of Marz. I think I'm the one that's going to get something out of Marz. Pause. We'll see. I'll let you know, though.
Yo.
Y'all.
One more while we're giving flowers, we got to give flowers to Euro and Hezi. Euro did a ton behind the scenes as well for this Black Friday event, man. The team is working hard to make sure that we can get you the best experience possible, man. We're really trying to be the GOATs in this shit.
We are the GOATs.
I was about to say, I'm not trying to be nothing. I think, I think we're there.
There you go.
We are the GOATs. Easily. Very easily.
My bad. Shaq, it's fun being up here with you. I forget about it. It was nice talking to you up here.
JD, I miss my best friend.
You hear that, Ron?
I miss my best friend.
Yeah, Ron.
It's okay. I got a new best friend.
Like, there's a lot of business that goes on behind the scenes, but I was like, I miss JD just being JD. Like,
I'll be talking to Ticket every day leading up to Valentine's Day. Good night, Shaq.
No, we should probably do like 2v2s, but we're gonna get into like all the crux of everything. What was Battle of the Night? I liked Battle of the Night. I liked Chill and Elder a lot.
I like Chill and Elder a lot.
I like Ticket and Marz. I liked OG and Low. Like it was a lot of tough battles tonight.
There's not one.
And I like Ron and Dale.
There's not one that I could put like way over the top, so it's kind of hard to pick. But if I had to pick, I feel like that.
If you had to pick one,
OG Low one was probably my favorite.
Really?
It was
over
good,
Elder
man.
and Chill.
It was good, but that was good too. But if Elder and Chill didn't have the handcuffs that Low and OG, because they didn't have it,
okay,
it could have gone the same because it was already on that path. But we were under time constraints over here, so. Whew.
Yeah, it was a go hard. Because even that first battle, which will get slept on, by the way, I feel like all three of them came with it. JRob, Bama, and Rated R. That first battle was a great kickoff to the whole thing. What was you about to ask me, though, Shaq?
No, I was saying, how do you feel like you fared against Dale?
I hate the fact that people are trying to cape for Dale, like, oh, he didn't take you serious. He didn't take this, and that. So it's kind of going to take away from the battle because he was acting like he didn't want to be here. Well, I mean, it is what it is. I did what I did. It was still a good battle.
That's why I picked you.
Good battle.
Yeah, that's why I picked you because I knew you were going to pack up Dale. And I'm also going to pack up Dale, even though he's going to take it to a whole nother level, allegedly. But he's going to, if we have a Valentine's Day card with like the ride or dies, I'm going to choose Dale and we're going to go 2v2, and hopefully it's like a tournament style. That's what I want for the next card.
Yo, chat, I want to know who got robbed the most. Because y'all saying Rated R. Y'all saying Dub got robbed. No, I don't think nobody's saying Dub got robbed. I think it's kind of clear that Dub got packed up. But y'all saying Rated R. Y'all saying Elder Rufus. A couple y'all saying Ticket got robbed. And then some people are also saying that, who was the other one? No, I don't think nobody's saying OGDABEAST, huh? Was it clear?
He didn't get robbed. He didn't get robbed. Yeah,
Okay,
that was just like, that was the last battle. That's freshest in their memory. Nobody got robbed in that battle.
I'm putting up a poll asking you guys who got robbed the most today.
Make sure you leave a comment on this video too, because I know a bunch of people are going to be tapping in after the fact. Make sure you let us know how you felt about the event. Let us know who you thought won, anything and everything in between.
And for the people, or like the 40 people that's messaging me, telling me to come back to Player's Choice, stay tuned. Stay tuned. If I'm going to be in any battle, I got to get my feet wet. And I think I'm ready to make my return. I feel like I made my amends. I apologize to pick a side. That was a big step. You know, I had self-disciplinary issues, and I feel like it doesn't have to go the full year. Like, why can't I come back? Like, I'm ready to come back.
Hey, they're ready for you, Shaq. I'm ready for you.
Hey, like Kyrie, you just gotta hit all your requirements on the list of to-dos.
Yeah.
So you guys
put the requirements on it, by the way. So don't start coming at me with that.
Let's just hope Shaq doesn't take any steps
requirements back. I looked at Kyrie like, yo, I get you, my friend. Yo, I know what it takes to get back. All of this for beefing with a podcast, but it's what's necessary. You have to set the example.
Man, today was fun, man. That was a ton of fun. And I hope that the community enjoyed it, bro. I got to get up out of here. So whatever y'all doing to conclude. But make sure you like, comment, subscribe to all the things. I will see you on Sunday. I'm about to go have some adult beverages.
JD,
I have a lucre wager for you before you go.
Here we go.
I'm all ears.
Now, remember, I said I was going to take Lauri Markkinen.
Mm-hmm.
You can go ahead and
Hold
take
on.
Devin
Explain
Booker.
Lucra. Lucra is an app. Explain it, JD. I'll let you. Explain Lucra.
I want Lauri with you, Ron. See, I'm on your side with this. I think that everyone else needs to take this if they think that Booker's going to cook on Saturday.
Got you.
But yes, I will explain Lucra. Everybody that's here in the chat right now, the Lucra link, it's pinned in the top of the chat right now. If you need to go find it in our descriptions of our videos, it's also there. But Lucra is a social platform that allows friends to compete against each other for real money. It is peer-to-peer, man. So you guys can go, you guys probably already do this stuff just sitting on the couch. Now download the Lucra app and do it against each other and win money. Put your money where your mouth is. You can challenge others in recreational games that you play, like golf, cornhole, video games, and others, and professional sports that you watch. All contests are played between real people for real money. Make sure you use code Players Choice. You'll get an extra $5 on top of, I think you already get $10 when you sign up. So that's code Players Choice. Download the Lucra app right now.
When you do, send a bet to Players Choice. We got Lauri Markkinen tonight and tomorrow. And you can take whoever you want, because I think Lauri's going to outscore anybody. If you want to bet 10, bet 10. If you want to put up 30, put up 30. We're taking anything against Lauri Markkinen.
He's not outdoing KD. I think I'll take
All
that
right, well,
bet.
you take KD. I got Lauri. Send it to the Players Choice account.
That is Players Choice. No spaces on Lucra.
Love you, fellas. Good job.
Love y'all.
Until next time. See you Sunday.
Peace out.